Half an hour later, Lin Yun and Yu Mu stopped outside an ordinary courtyard. The courtyard looked no different from a disciple's residence. "This is Senior Tang's residence?" asked Lin Yun. After all, he never expected that Tang Yu, a heavenly soul realm expert, would have such an ordinary residence. Senior Tang likes peace, so this is what he wanted. "Come, let's go in together," smiled Yu Mu. "Yeah." Lin Yun nodded and entered the courtyard. When he entered, it was as Yu Mu had said. The place was filled with a serene atmosphere. He also noticed some elders that he had previously seen, and they were examining him as they talked among themselves. "This is the person that Senior Tang wanted to recommend? This is him. I heard his performance has been rather brilliant lately. He defeated everyone and obtained the Flower King. Even the Dean has taken a fancy to him. But the soul energy fluctuation coming from him says that he just reached the 3rd grade spiritualist. Isn't that a little too unreliable? He reached the basic requirement. Plus, his martial cultivation is probably the reason why the Dean chose him. His cultivation doesn't seem strong. Then again, our academy hasn't been producing any talent in recent years." Some elders looked at Lin Yun with doubt, while others looked at him with expectation. Although Lin Yun maintained his composure on the surface, he felt somewhat uneasy. After all, no one wouldn't feel happy with being scrutinized by so many people. At the same time, Lin Yun was curious what he was needed for. Just what kind of trouble was the academy in that they would nurture him into a 3rd grade spiritualist? While he was in deep thought, Yu Mu came to a stop and smiled. "You can enter by yourself. I won't accompany you any further." Lin Yun took a deep breath before he nodded at Yu Mu and entered. The pavilion was filled with an azure smoke with Tang Yu meditating in the center. The incense fragrance that filled this room had a calming effect. Now that Lin Yun had formed his soul mark, he could sense that Tang Yu's soul energy had filled the entire room despite having his eyes closed. He knew that every action from him was under Tang Yu's senses. "Senior Tang," greeted Lin Yun. "Sit." Tang Yu slowly opened his eyes with a smile. His eyes flickered with a deep glow that could pull Lin Yun's consciousness in. All of a sudden, Lin Yun thought of a terrifying possibility. Could this gray-clothed elder not only be a heavenly soul realm expert, but also a 4th grade spiritualist? Mo Ling once said that a 4th grade spiritualist was comparable to a heavenly soul realm expert. If he had guessed correctly, then this old man was terrifying. He was definitely one of the pinnacle beings in the entire Nether Prefectural City, who was comparable to the experts in the profound Yang Palace. Thinking about it, Lin Yun sat down uneasily and asked, "May I know why you called me here?" "It's not urgent." Tang Yu smiled and looked at Lin Yun. "You formed your soul mark not long ago, right? I was somewhat worried when I heard about your situation from Mo Ling, but there doesn't seem to be a need for me to worry about you. Nothing can be hidden from you." Lin Yun was somewhat surprised that Tang Yu could tell that he had formed his soul mark. "Your talent in spiritual runes isn't inferior to the pinnacle geniuses that I've seen in my lifetime. So much so that—" Tang Yu suddenly paused and he didn't continue. What he wanted to say was that Lin Yun was even stronger than them. After all, Lin Yun was a swordsman and studying spiritual runes wasn't his main focus. In other words, there was a reason why Lin Yun came to the academy to study spiritual runes. After all, there was no other reason why a genius like Lin Yun would come to the academy. But Tang Yu didn't expose Lin Yun. He continued, "But you should know that a 3rd grade spiritualist is just the beginning, right? I've heard that many times. Why don't you tell me more about that today?" said Lin Yun. "Tell you more about that?" Tang Yu smiled. "How can I tell you anything more when I'm only a 4th grade spiritualist? I'm not any stronger than you are. Only by becoming a 5th grade spiritualist can you be considered a pinnacle expert in the ancient southern domain. That sort of existence can change the terrain with a wave of their hand." Change the terrain with a wave of their hand? Lin Yun was shocked because he couldn't imagine how strong that was. But there aren't many 5th grade spiritualists in the ancient southern domain. Above the 5th grade spiritualist is the profound venerable. That sort of existence is someone that all of us can only look up to. I've only seen such an existence once in my entire lifetime, and I felt powerless before him. Profound venerable? Lin Yun was shocked. The path in spiritual runes was shocking, but even so, he didn't want to give up on the sword in his hand. Furthermore, he wasn't looking forward to such an existence. Back to the topic. Tang Yu looked at Lin Yun and smiled. I bet you must have heard of divine runes, right? Yeah. Lin Yun nodded his head. He heard about the story of divine runes from Mo Ling, but they were long lost after the Golden Age. Now, spiritualists could only use spiritual runes, which were weaker than divine runes. There was no way they could be compared to spiritualists from ancient times. If a divine rune were to appear, it would cause a great commotion since everyone would fight over it. After all, the temptation of divine runes was the same as an ancient sword sutra to a swordsman. The Academy has a stone tablet with a divine rune engraved on it, said Tang Yu, which left Lin Yun dumbfounded. How is that possible? Lin Yun was shocked. He didn't know how the Academy could protect something like that. After all, the profound Yang Palace was also in the Nether Prefectural City. It's not a complete divine rune. It's just half of one. However, its value is unimaginable and it's extremely helpful to spiritualists. That was also the reason why I could become a 4th-grade spiritualist, smiled Tang Yu. Lin Yun calmed down when he heard that. After all, it made no sense for the profound Yang Palace to destroy a quasi-overlord force over an incomplete divine rune. That incomplete divine rune is the foundation of the Academy. Tang Yu spoke with a bitter expression as he sighed. 2 centuries ago, the Academy's reputation was at its peak and was on the brink of reaching the height of an overlord force. But due to a matter of succession, the Academy was divided into 5. At that time, the Heavenly Province Academy seniors protected the divine runes. But the 4 other academies have never given up on the incomplete divine rune over the years. In the beginning, there were constant battles over the incomplete divine rune. However, after a few battles with great losses, the 5 academies came to an agreement that we would set up a competition called the 5 Academies Competition for ownership over the divine rune. 5 Academies Competition? Frowned Lin Yun. That's right. The 5 academies will send out 3 of our strongest disciples under the age of 20 every 2 decades to fight. The final winner will keep the incomplete divine rune. This is the rule that everyone has accepted. When Lin Yun thought about it, it made sense. After all, every spiritualist had a vast source of connections, so the losses would be significant if they fought. It made sense that they lowered their losses to the minimum by hosting a competition between the disciples. The 4 other academies' development in the other cities weren't as smooth as ours in the early years, so our Heavenly Province Academy has constantly been the winner. But 20 years ago, we lost. We paid a significant price to keep the incomplete divine rune, but that battle was humiliating. Tang Yu had pain on his face when he mentioned the past. He could still remember the battle vividly. After that battle, the Academy had to hand over the incomplete divine rune. But the Dean wasn't willing to, so we paid 1/4 of the Academy's resources along with 3 lesser divine abilities before we managed to keep the incomplete divine rune. When the 4 other academies left, someone said something that humiliated the Heavenly Province Academy greatly. What did they say? Lin Yun asked curiously. That person said that we're all pieces of trash and that the disciples we taught were also pieces of trash. They said that they could afford to wait 2 decades before taking the incomplete divine rune from us. Lin Yun was stunned before he smiled bitterly. It really was humiliating. The Heavenly Province Academy thought that they wouldn't agree to the Dean's suggestion, but it turns out that the others had never considered the Heavenly Province Academy a challenge, to begin with. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became gloomy, as not even Tang Yu could remain calm when mentioning something so humiliating. You should be able to guess what I need of you, right? Tang Yu sighed. There were 2 requirements for the disciples participating in the competition. First, they had to be under the age of 20. Second, they had to be a 3rd-grade spiritualist. Luckily, Lin Yun fits the bill. You're saying? Probed Lin Yun. Tang Yu looked at Lin Yun and said, I wish for you to take part in the competition this time. We can't afford another loss. Lin Yun instantly understood why Mo Ling would teach him spiritual runes personally. After all, he couldn't participate if he wasn't a third-grade spiritualist. But the risk was too great, as he would offend the other 4 academies if the Heavenly Province Academy won. After all, every spiritualist had a vast network, and he would eventually leave the Heavenly Province Academy. Lin Yun fell into deep thought before he asked, "You trust me that much? I might have some talent in spiritual runes, but I've just formed the soul mark. This matter concerns the life and death of the Academy. The other elders have no opinion about entrusting it to me." Lin Yun still hadn't decided if he wanted to help, but he knew he couldn't refuse directly since he had received a favor from the Academy. He could only try and probe Tang Yu's position. "The Dean did have some doubts about you, but Elder Yu and I are optimistic about you. After all, not many people can become a third-grade spiritualist at the age of 20, nor can they have such a powerful cultivation like you. Furthermore, the Academy doesn't have many options." Tang Yu smiled. "If we had a choice, we also wouldn't have gone as far as guiding you to become a third-grade spiritualist." Lin Yun didn't give a reply immediately as he hesitated. If he had agreed to it, then he would do everything to make sure he completes it. This was the type of person he was. "I know what you're concerned about. You're not a part of the Academy, so you'll be taking a risk to help us. But the Academy won't let you take the risk for nothing." Tang Yu smiled. "As long as you can help us keep the incomplete divine rune, I can let you comprehend it for half a day. Aside from that, as long as you agree, we'll give you a lesser divine ability after it's done." A lesser divine ability. Lin Yun's heart jolted as the temptation of a divine ability was great. As for the incomplete divine rune, he was also curious about it. He believed that it would aid him greatly in comprehending the rose painting. He owed the Academy a favor, so if he accepted these conditions, he would come off a little too materialistic. "I won't refuse if the Academy needs my help, but there's no need for any other benefits. I owed the Academy a favor to begin with. I wouldn't have been able to become a third-grade spiritualist without Senior Sister Mo. Without Lu Yunyan and Bai Yi, I would also be a dead man," said Lin Yun. This meant that they wouldn't owe each other anything after that. Tang Yu was briefly stunned before he smiled. "You're wrong. You're here in the Academy to study the path of spiritual runes, right? Even without Mo Ling, you would still become a third-grade spiritualist in the matter of time. It's decided then. We won't owe each other anything." Lin Yun ultimately nodded his head, but he soon thought of Lu Yunyan's recent behavior. She shouldn't be related to this matter, right? Lin Yun pondered the situation for a quick moment before he decided to ask. But when Tang Yu heard it, his face changed inside. That last father was one of the disciples who fought 2 decades ago. Her father was also the strongest among the 3 and was the hope of the Academy. At that time, the Academy had lost 2 rounds in a row, so her father had no choice but to choose Hell Mode. Lin Yun's face changed because he wasn't unfamiliar with the term Hell Mode. After all, he had climbed out of Hell Mode back in the Dragon Gate competition. Although he wasn't sure about this Hell Mode, it was probably the same as the one he completed. Without a doubt, Lu Yunyan's father had lost. The Academy paid a huge price because of that, and the Academy even suffered humiliation. No one talked about it, but everyone blamed it on her father. Because of that, her father died after a few years. From Tang Yu's explanation, Lin Yun finally understood what kind of pressure the Academy had to go through. Lifting the teacup to his lips, Lin Yun's eyes changed as he asked, "She's also one of the 3 this time, right? The Academy doesn't have many third-grade spiritualists, not to mention one that's under the age of 20. So yes, Lu Yunyan is one of them." Tang Yu nodded. "Then who's the last person?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "Me." An indifferent voice sounded out as a lady came down from the pavilion. She had defined features, but her face was too cold. Her coldness was emphasized by her arrogant temperament. Even Mo Ling looked more amicable than her. Her arrogance wasn't directed at Lin Yun, but it was due to her living environment. This made Lin Yun wonder because he could tell that she didn't belong to the Academy. Her aura was powerful, which surprised Lin Yun because her cultivation was in the pinnacle Yin stage. The Academy didn't lack disciples in the pinnacle Yin stage, but there weren't any of them under the age of 20. So where did this lady come from? Tang Yu stood up and introduced her. Lin Yun. Let me introduce you. She's the dean's granddaughter. She went to the Heavenly Sword sect to cultivate at a young age and rarely comes back. She even has a high chance of becoming a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect within 2 years. The Heavenly Sword sect was one of the 9 overlord forces, so Lin Yun wasn't surprised that she was so arrogant. When he thought about it, the Heavenly Sword sect had a deep connection with the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Back then, they both belonged to the Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword sect and Sword Firmament Pavilion were both built on the inheritance of the Sword sect. The Sword Firmament Pavilion took the inheritance of the Overlord Sword. What's the matter? You have a grudge with the Heavenly Sword sect? The lady directed her sharp gaze over when she noticed Lin Yun's unusual gaze. Her gaze contained the initial Xiantian sword intent, but it was much too weak to compare with Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent that was already in the greater mastery. Nope, smiled Lin Yun. That's for the best. Mu Shui snorted and she glared at Lin Yun. I've heard a lot about you when I returned to the academy yesterday. A swordsman from the great Qin Empire, you're rather arrogant. Not only did you injure a disciple here, but you even humiliated a few core disciples. Am I right? No wonder Mu Shui had enmity with him. So it turns out that she had looked into him. Lin Yun wasn't surprised since he knew that many people were unhappy with him, especially from the profound Een Lake's competition. Not only did he beat 3 core disciples, but he even seized the Flower King. So if she went to ask around about him, his reputation would definitely not be good. As for her enmity, it was easier to explain since she was also a member of the academy despite being a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Naturally, she was unhappy that someone came to mess around in her home. Whatever you say, replied Lin Yun casually. His casual reply made the chill in Mu Shui's eyes grow even colder as she said, Don't think that no one here can restrain you. You better behave yourself in front of me. Lin Yun sneered inwardly. He really couldn't be bothered with her. Mu Shui, you're still the same, smiled Tang Yu as he came out to ease the atmosphere. If it goes without any accident, Lin Yun will be your companion in the competition. Companion? I've yet to agree to it, said Mu Shui as she glanced at Lin Yun. But he's someone recommended by Mo Ling. You should have trust in Mo Ling, right? Tang Yu smiled bitterly at this scene. That's impossible. Big Sister Mo must have been deceived by him, said Mu Shui as she looked at Lin Yun with disbelief in his eyes. Right at this moment, a series of explosions sounded out as Yu Mu rushed in. This is bad. The White Jade Academy is here. The White Jade Academy was one of the 5 academies in the competition. They were weaker than the champion of the previous competition, the Violet Hut Academy. But even so, they were still a formidable opponent to the academy. They decided to pay the academy a visit when the competition was starting soon. This could only mean that they weren't here to express goodwill. Who did the White Jade Academy bring along? Tang Yu responded rather calmly. It's only the disciples. They said that they have heard about the academy's reputation for a long time, so they came to visit, replied Yu Mu. They must be unconvinced. Since it's a matter between the younger generations, then we'll leave it to the younger generation. Let Lil Shui and Lin Yun take a look, sneered Tang Yu. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Mu Shui glanced at Lin Yun and replied, I'm all we need. Upon knowing that Lin Yun was also one of the participants, she decided to act less arrogantly. However, her words were still unfriendly. In her view, Lin Yun was unnecessary. Compared to Mu Shui, Lin Yun had no fluctuation in his emotions as he maintained his composure. Tang Yu smiled bitterly. Lass, you might be in the Heavenly Sword sect, but there are many things in the world that you don't know. Not all geniuses are in the Overlord forces. Coincidentally, Lin Yun is one of those geniuses. He might have just become a 3rd-grade spiritualist, but he's definitely stronger than you. Mu Shui was surprised by those words, but she disagreed with them. However, she didn't question Tang Yu. After all, Tang Yu was an expert even in the Heavenly Sword sect. She simply felt that Tang Yu's eyesight must be insufficient because he stayed in the academy too long. After all, the foundation of an overlord force wasn't something that a quasi-overlord force could be compared to. The inner disciples of an overlord sect could be a core disciple in a quasi-overlord force. As for their core disciples, they were existences that disciples of the academy could only look up to. You must mean weaker. Mu Xue's eyes flashed as she released her aura upon Lin Yun. She did it all of a sudden, which would have injured anyone that was caught by surprise. If Lin Yun was weaker than her, then he would definitely throw up a mouthful of blood. Lin Yun never paid any attention to Mu Xue right from the beginning, but he sensed her aura the moment she unleashed it. Raising his brow, Lin Yun also unleashed an aura that wasn't any inferior to hers. The clash of their auras caused a fluctuation in the surrounding air, and Lin Yun's figure was blurred by the fluctuation. When the fluctuation disappeared, Lin Yun appeared unharmed. Mu Xue was surprised and she pounced forward. She didn't release her sword intent, but she was like a sword that emitted a powerful gale that made Lin Yun's cheeks hurt from the wind. This made Lin Yun's face change a little because an Overlord Force's disciple was truly extraordinary. Mu Xue was only an inner disciple, but she alone was stronger than many core disciples. Compared to her, the Sword Firmament Pavilion was not worth mentioning. But even a speck of dust had its pride, not to mention Lin Yun. Since Mu Xue dared to provoke him, then he would show her the consequences. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as the iris flower in his violet palace opened up. His silver origin energy began to surge through his body and he threw a punch at Mu Xue. Mu Xue pounced at Lin Yun very quickly, but she was sent flying at double the speed. When she fell onto the ground, her face was red as she let out a groan. Circulating her origin energy to cancel out the energy left in her body, Mu Xue looked at Lin Yun for the first time and said, "You're not as weak as I imagined that you can take 30% of my strength." Her cold voice was filled with reluctance, but her arrogance had died down a little. When Lin Yun heard that, he smiled because he didn't even use 30% of his strength. "Lass, now you know that I'm telling the truth, right?" said Tang Yu. "I've yet to use my sword," said Mu Xue as she retracted her gaze. The strength of the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples was vastly different when they used their swords. Then again, Lin Yun had directly ignored what she said. After all, she was still too lacking with her initial Xiantian sword intent. Lin Yun knew that she hadn't seen him when he used his sword. Otherwise, she would definitely regret her words. "All right, cut it out. The White Jade Academy's disciples are here to cause trouble. As elders, there's no way we can interfere in this matter. The 5 academies competition will start in 10 days and I don't want any unfavorable rumors." "Get going," said Tang Yu. "Let's go take a look at the White Jade Academy's disciples then," replied Mu Xue. It was normal for an outsider to come and provoke them to boost their reputation. Every force paid great attention to their reputation, not to mention that the 5 academies competition was starting soon. Don't underestimate Lin Yun. If you do, then you'll definitely suffer a greater loss than today. Tang Yu's voice transmitted to Mu Xue's ears just before she left. His words made Mu Xue's body freeze briefly, but she didn't reveal any emotions on her face. "You're more than enough to deal with this matter," said Lin Yun. He didn't have a good impression of this lady, so he didn't want to be lumped together with her. "Cut the crap." Mu Xue glanced at Lin Yun. Lin Yun had no idea why she changed her mind all of a sudden, but he smiled helplessly as he followed her. After all, her grandfather owed him a 4th-grade pellet. Along the way, the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples were attracted to Mu Xue, and many even became emotional when they recognized her. But none of them dared to come up to greet her. Mu Xue wasn't bothered by them and she continued walking. "Lin Yun, did Big Sister Mo really recommend you?" Mu Xue ultimately started talking first. There was nothing for Lin Yun to hide, so he answered her honestly. He could see Mu Xue's eyes flash with reverence when Mo Ling was mentioned. Incredible! Mu Xue turned around to examine Lin Yun. Lin Yun wasn't weak, but that was all there was to him. It was still too forceful for him to stand out in the 5 academies competition. "You have a better candidate, right?" Lin Yun suddenly spoke out. Mu Xue was shocked by Lin Yun's keen senses. She calmed herself down and replied, "Indeed, I'm not going to keep it from you. Mei Zian recommended a person to my grandfather. The 5 academies competition concerns the life and death of the academy. so I hope that you can let go of the position willingly. Her expression was grave and she didn't seem to be joking around. I never go against my promise. If you're willing, then you can give up your position instead, said Lin Yun. Don't regret it then. Mu Shui turned around furiously as she quickened her pace. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Infernal Plaza. This was an area that Lin Yun was familiar with, and there were many disciples gathered here. When Mu Shui raised her head, her face changed. Lin Yun followed her gaze and saw two people fighting at the center of the plaza. But the disciple wearing the Heavenly Province Academy's clothes was clearly weaker than his opponent. The white-clothed youth had a powerful cultivation and he could easily end the battle quickly. However, he was currently toying with his opponent. After a series of exchanges, the purple-clothed Heavenly Province Academy's disciple was sent flying. The Heavenly Province Academy has really declined. Even this so-called core disciple is so weak, sneered the white-clothed youth. His arrogance naturally made many disciples unhappy, but the white-clothed youth had defeated numerous people and none of them dared to step forward. The white-clothed youth sneered. My strength is nothing in the White Jade Academy. You guys can't even beat me, so why bother with the competition? When he finished, he led a party out of the Infernal Plaza with disdain on his face. All the disciples who stood in his way had no choice but to open a path for him. However, just when they were about to leave, they saw two people blocking the entrance. The two were naturally Lin Yun and Mu Shui. The white-clothed youth's face changed when he sensed Lin Yun and Mu Shui's aura. He could sense danger coming from the lady, but when he looked at Lin Yun, he wore a disdainful smile. You dare to stand in my way? If you're tactful, you should lie down and roll away. Don't embarrass the academy, said Mu Shui as she retreated. She wanted to see Lin Yun's strength. When all the disciples saw Lin Yun, they were surprised. It's Lin Yun. Why is he here? Is he here to laugh at us? Since he's here, he can at least win some face back for us. Otherwise, he'll be letting the academy down. That's right. He'll definitely be shamed if he loses despite refining the 9 petals profound in flower. Discussions immediately rang out in the plaza. Lin Yun knew that he had no choice but to fight. Since this fight couldn't be avoided, then he would fight. The white-clothed youth's eyes flashed with excitement when he sensed the surrounding discussion. He looked at Lin Yun and sneered. Looks like you're not a nobody in the academy. Good. I'm getting tired of beating trash. The White Jade Academy sent someone like you over to probe us? Lin Yun spoke calmly, but his tone was filled with disdain. The white-clothed youth laughed. As you've seen, I'm a nobody from the White Jade Academy. If you can't even beat a nobody like me, then you're nothing but a piece of trash. He had lowered himself on purpose because the humiliation would multiply if he won. He had enjoyed his numerous wins and humiliating his opponents. It was perfect because there was nothing the Heavenly Province Academy could do about it. Cut the crap. You can make your move any time, said Lin Yun. TSK, since you choose to stand by the side, then there's nothing the Heavenly Province Academy can do but to be humiliated today. The white-clothed youth looked confident as 9 spiritual runes appeared around him. All of them were 3rd-grade spiritual runes that formed a dragon. As the dragon roared, a 30-meter-long metallic dragon appeared and pounced towards Lin Yun. The ferocity of the dragon had exceeded everyone's expectation as it appeared before Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. It was evident that the dragon wanted to devour him. 9 3rd-grade spiritual runes. Holy shit! What powerful attainments in spiritual runes. Not only can he bring out the spiritual runes as he wishes, but he can even combine them. He really hid his strength. Everyone was shocked. The white-clothed youth was naturally a veteran 3rd-grade spiritualist, or else he wouldn't be able to control 3rd-grade spiritual runes so proficiently. Lin Yun remained unmoved as his origin energy rippled within his body. Lin Yun gathered his origin energy into his finger as he flicked his finger. Then, an iris flower appeared on the back of his hand. A boundless silver ray shot out and pierced the dragon. When the fluctuation landed on Lin Yun was somewhat surprised because he was actually feeling some pain from the spiritual runes. After all, One must know that his body was tempered by the Dracophant battle physique. If he had guessed correctly, the 9 spiritual runes should be 9 powerful penetrative metallic spiritual runes. This white-clothed youth's attainments in spiritual runes was a lot stronger than Xianxia's. No wonder he dared to act so arrogantly in the academy. But the shock the white-clothed youth felt was even greater. His attack might seem casual, but he had poured his all into this attack. But even so, Lin Yun had easily destroyed his attack, and the fluctuation from Lin Yun's sword ray made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Since when was a guy like this in the Heavenly Province Academy? The white-clothed youth muttered inwardly as the 9 third-grade spiritual runes hovered around him and emitted a dazzling golden brilliance. With a cold flash in his eyes, the 9 spiritual runes suddenly bolted out like venomous pythons. There were only 9 spiritual runes, but the pressure that they emitted was like an army. But even so, it was still too weak against Lin Yun. After reaching the pinnacle stage, Lin Yun's cultivation had far exceeded the imagination of those in the same level. He could casually release an attack that even a lesser Yang stage cultivator had to be cautious of. After all, he didn't refine the 9 petals profound flower for nothing. He only needed a punch to destroy this attack, but it would be meaningless if he did it that way. A smile rose on Lin Yun's lips as he stretched out his hand and his soul mark appeared in his hand. That's the fire feather rune. The faces of many people changed when they recognized the rune Lin Yun brought out. Even spiritual runes of the same grade had differences. In terms of difficulty, the fire feather rune was in the top 10. However, if it was successfully created, its power would be unimaginable. The fire feather rune suddenly expanded into a flaming pillar that enveloped Lin Yun. When the 9 spiritual runes clashed with the flaming pillar, it instantly caused the ground to tremble. The flames had engulfed Lin Yun completely, but the flickering lightning that could be occasionally seen on the flames was shocking. When the fluctuation faded away, Lin Yun appeared unharmed, despite some tears in his clothes. This shocked the white-clothed youth. As for Lin Yun, he was excited because the fire feather rune was indeed extraordinary. This meant that he didn't waste all that effort trying to condense it as his soul mark. This fellow actually used the fire feather rune as his soul mark. The white-clothed youth cursed inwardly as he snorted. So what if spiritual runes can't do anything to you? Did you think that my cultivation is only for show? I can still make you kneel. The white-clothed youth began to unleash his cultivation in the pinnacle stage. As he gathered all his origin energy into his palm, he threw his palm out towards Lin Yun. Success! Many White Jade Academy's disciples rejoiced when they saw this scene. They knew how domineering their senior brother's frost-chill palm was. The chilling aura was a poison that would kill its victim. Even the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples exclaimed when they saw this scene. In fact, Mu Shui was also surprised. But the next scene left them shocked because Lin Yun still stood on the ground firmly, and he didn't seem injured. On the other hand, the white-clothed youth's eyes nearly bulged out of his eyes as his mouth hung wide open. He was shocked to realize that he couldn't sense his origin energy when he sent it into Lin Yun's body. The difference between their origin energy had exceeded his expectation. Lin Yun sneered as he barked, "My turn!" The iris flower bloomed within his violet palace and filled every corner of his body with origin energy. When he clenched his fist, he punched the white-clothed youth's chest. The profound armor that the white-clothed youth wore broke. His ribs followed suit shortly after, and he threw up a mouthful of blood before crashing far away. On the other hand, Lin Yun still stood firmly on the ground. No one had imagined that the difference would be so great. Looking at the white-clothed youth getting back up on his feet, Lin Yun smiled. "No wonder you're a nobody in the White Jade Academy. As you previously said, you're just a piece of trash. You can't even take a punch from me. You're even worse than a dog. You!" The white-clothed youth's face changed as his body began to tremble from humiliation. When the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples heard that, they all cheered with smiles plastered on their faces. When Mu Shui saw this, she also revealed a rare smile on her lips. What a grudgeful fellow! After losing in spiritual runes, the white-clothed youth wanted to make a comeback with his cultivation. But he lost even more terribly. He was defeated by Lin Yun with just one punch. If he hadn't worn his armor, he would probably be lying on the ground, unable to get up. Being humiliated, the white-clothed youth gnashed his teeth. I admit that I lost. But don't push it and ridicule the White Jade Academy's reputation. Did I? Lin Yun laughed. Didn't you say those words yourself? Or did I hear incorrectly? Didn't you call yourself a piece of trash and say that the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples are worse than dogs? What's the matter? You were so arrogant when you bullied us. But now that you've lost, you're not going to admit your words. Lin Yun's words instantly made the white-clothed youth speechless. However, Lin Yun didn't stop there. You're so weak. But seeing that your fellow disciples aren't helping. Are they worse than trash like you, or perhaps these people are dogs in the White Jade Academy? What did you say? Brat, I dare you to say it again. Lin Yun's words instantly aroused public anger among the White Jade Academy's party. Lin Yun smiled. You guys didn't hear me clearly? Do you need me to repeat myself? It's rather interesting to humiliate you people. The White Jade Academy's party turned red from anger. But they didn't dare to make a move when they recalled how the white-clothed youth lost. With that, Lin Yun had completely humiliated the White Jade Academy. What an arrogant tone. I never imagined that the Heavenly Province Academy would produce someone decent for once. A figure descended from the sky right at his moment. He looked to be in his 20s, but the steadiness in his gaze was very mature. When he appeared, the White Jade Academy's disciples all had joy on their faces. Junior brother Chao, you're finally here. Teach this brat a lesson for us. He's simply too arrogant. The White Jade Academy's disciples looked at the newcomer as if they had seen a knight in shining armor. The newcomer turned to look at Lin Yun as though he wanted to see through Lin Yun with his gaze. He spoke out, You're that flower burial from the Great Qin Empire, right? I merely toured your academy for a brief moment and I've been hearing all about you. That's me, replied Lin Yun. Lin Yun was also examining the newcomer. This youth had a powerful aura, but at the same time, it was veiled in a fog, so Lin Yun couldn't see through his cultivation. However, he could sense that this youth's attainment in spiritual runes was above him. Perhaps among the younger generation, only Mo Ling had a guaranteed chance of defeating this person. Interestingly, the temperament he was giving off was somewhat similar to Mu Shui. My name is Chao Xiu. Remember my name well. Chao Xiu smiled as he flicked his finger. Spiritual runes began to gather around him as they combined into a mighty white tiger that roared as it pounced at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun was shrouded by the shadow, he could feel his movements becoming stiff. The pressure had surprised Lin Yun. But just when Lin Yun was about to bring out his Xiantian sword intent, the aura suddenly crumbled. A petite figure appeared before Lin Yun and drew her sword as she split the ferocious tiger into two. Chao Xiu, your opponent is me, said Mu Shui coldly. Chao Xiu wasn't surprised that Mu Shui would stand out as he smiled. Mu Shui, I'm surprised that you rushed back from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Humph. Black Flame Sect's Chao Xiu, didn't you do the same? Replied Mu Shui. Her words instantly shocked all the spectators. Both the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Black Flame Sect were overlord forces in the ancient southern domain. They were existences that even the elders of other sects wouldn't dare to provoke. The same went for the elders of the quasi-overlord forces. Mu Shui and Chao Xiu represented two overlord forces. This was a shocking development for everyone. Let me see if you made any improvements over the years. Chao Xiu's eyes flashed as a terrifying aura was released from him that caused the sky to change. Everyone around him could feel the suffocating pressure. Chao Xiu only looked to be 20 years old, but he was already a lesser yang stage. However, Mu Shui reacted to it calmly as she also released her aura in the lesser yang stage. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by this. At the same time, he now knew why she looked at him with disdain back then, even after she suffered a little loss in his hands. So it turns out that she had also hidden her cultivation. When the two clashed in the sky, the entire plaza began to tremble violently with a terrifying shockwave that sent many people flying. After their clash, they both retreated and looked at each other with a grave expression. They knew that there was no way they could determine a winner with a battle of this level. Let's go. Chao Xiu smiled as he left with the White Jade Academy's disciples. Mu Shui sheathed her sword as she looked at Chao Xiu's silhouette with a grave expression. She then turned around to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, now you know why I wanted you to give up your quota? Each academy only has one quota to invite outsiders for help. Lu Yunyan and I aren't considered outsiders, so I hope that you can reconsider. I'm sorry, but I've already made up my mind, said Lin Yun as he turned around. Mu Shui's eyes flashed coldly. She had acknowledged Lin Yun's strength based on his performance, which was why her tone was a lot softer. But she never expected that Lin Yun would still refuse her. She snapped, Lin Yun, can't you see? The protagonists of the 5 academies competition have always been the Overlord Force's disciples. It doesn't matter if you're willing. You can't change anything. Your strength doesn't fit your attitude. I think highly of myself. Don't you know that you're a frog in a well? Lin Yun's eyes flashed with rage. He wanted to explain, but he knew that she wouldn't listen to him and that it would be pointless. So what if you're from an Overlord force? Lin Yun sneered inwardly as he gave Mu Shui a side glance before he left. When Mu Shui saw Lin Yun's gaze, she was stunned for some reason. She was a genius among the Heavenly Sword Sect's inner disciples, and she would soon become a core disciple. No one dared to look at her with such a gaze. Even the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples looked up to her. Not even Mo Ling, whom she revered, would look at her with such a gaze. No one had dared to look at her with such a disdainful and indifferent gaze. It never even happened in the Heavenly Sword Sect. Was it because she hurt his self-esteem? Not to mention the Great Qin Empire, but not even the Heavenly Province Academy could compare to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Lin Yun would understand the foundation of the Overlord forces one day in the future. Then again, she didn't think Lin Yun would even have the opportunity to come in contact with it. It doesn't matter if you're willing, but the 5 academies competition is a stage only for disciples of the Overlord forces. If you insist on going, then you'll only be trampled upon. Mu Shui snorted inwardly as she left. With her position in the Heavenly Sword Sect and Heavenly Province Academy, it was rare for her to admire someone, not to mention a guest deacon of the academy who came from the Great Qin Empire. After all, a frog in the well would have no idea about the vastness of the world. At the foot of the Spiritwood Peak, Lin Yun ran into Mo Ling. He instantly greeted her. What a coincidence, senior sister. It's not a coincidence. I'm here for you. Did you see that girl Mu Shui? Asked Mo Ling. Lin Yun nodded. He turned to look at the Spiritwood Peak and asked, Senior sister, do you think that this mountain is high? There's always a higher mountain, said Mo Ling. Then how vast is the sky? Asked Lin Yun. There's always a sky beyond one, replied Mo Ling. That's right. There's always something better in the world, smiled Lin Yun. Only time would tell who the frog in the well was. With Mo Ling's meticulous mind, she naturally guessed what happened. However, she was never good at comforting someone. She suddenly took out a delicate box and handed it to Lin Yun. This is the 4th grade pellet that the dean refined for you. It is called the Yin-Yang Jade Cloud Pellet. Lin Yun's eyes lit up and he smiled. I nearly forgot about it. I didn't. So I've been waiting. Also, here's the spiritual artifact that I promised you. Mo Ling gently tapped her interspatial pouch and retrieved 9 short swords. The 9 swords didn't have any handles and they could be combined together according to the user's will. The 9 short swords could also be combined together to form a python-like blade. However, it wasn't limited to just this and had many other forms. At the same time, there were ice-attributed spiritual runes engraved on the swords. This is based on a famous spiritual artifact from ancient times. It's called Snow Moon Petals. The original was made up of 16 crescent blades. But this is just an imitation. Although it's a copy, it is still powerful. It's not inferior in any way to mine. What do you think? Mo Ling explained as she controlled the 9 swords. Lin Yun examined it briefly and replied, It's truly extraordinary, but I'm still used to swinging swords. Flower burial is enough for me. Mo Ling didn't force it as she put away the 9 swords. Then she spoke up. The 5 academies competition will begin in 10 days. I'll come fetch you then. Lin Yun nodded his head as Mo Ling departed. Then he fell into deep thought. He made great leaps in his cultivation, but there wasn't any progress in his marital techniques. He had even felt signs that they were dragging him down. But 10 days was more than enough for him to improve his comprehension in the 7 Slaughtering Fist and Overlord Sword. Let's go with the fist technique first. The 7 Slaughtering Fist was easier than the Overlord Sword. There were 7 styles to the 7 Slaughtering Fist: omnipresent anger, raging sky, defiant frustration, resonance, heartless injustice, bleeding battle, and endless slaughter. Each style, especially the last 3, was powerful. Each one of them could be considered a forbidden technique, and there was no fist technique that could be compared to it among Earth grades. In fact, it was only comparable to Heaven grades. If he could learn the first 4 styles, he would be invincible among the Violet Palace realm. If he could practice them into complete mastery, then he could travel throughout the ancient southern domain as he wished. Then, his name would definitely be on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Lin Yun prepared himself for a long time before he started practicing in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed as he practiced his martial technique. He worked on this as if he didn't know the meaning of exhaustion. Forming the 7 Slaughtering Seal instantly, a boundless killing aura began to gush out from his body. As he threw out a punch, the terrifying power of the 7 Slaughtering Fist exploded and caused the sky to change. His fist intent had caused a complete transformation to his temperament. If someone was here to watch, they would have the misconception that Lin Yun was a lofty mountain. His fist was equivalent to the charge of an army, filled with war cries that shook heaven and earth. The boundless killing aura covered Lin Yun in sweat, and his frail body was having difficulty bearing it. Defiant frustration. Resonance. Lin Yun yelled inwardly as he threw a punch out, shattering the 3rd-grade spiritual array that fortified the field. As cracks began to spread out, Lin Yun relaxed his fists and muttered to himself, "The 4 styles are domineering and violent, but they're actually just accumulating my killing aura and rage. Upon reaching the limit, using the last 3 styles will be equivalent to a heaven-grade forbidden technique." But it was a pity that he had reached the limit of his physique and cultivation. If he used the last 3 moves, then his physique might even explode. In just 5 days, Lin Yun had completed what everyone in the academy couldn't for the past few centuries by bringing the 7 Slaughtering Fist to near greater mastery. At the same time, he noticed that there was something incomplete about this technique. There was something lacking that the seniors of the academy who practiced this technique hadn't noticed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be passed down. The disciples of the academy couldn't practice it because they couldn't handle the killing aura. However, this was probably another reason why the technique was available. But fortunately, this technique ran into Lin Yun. In just 5 days, not only did Lin Yun succeed in practicing it, but he also comprehended the intent contained in this technique. With my 7 Slaughtering Fist, I can show those Overlord Force's disciples how big the world is. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the field. If someone were to look at him, they would surely feel a chill run down their spine. Time to work on my sword technique. Lin Yun waved his hand and summoned the Flower Burial Sword from the sword box. When he held onto it, the Flower Burial Sword had merged perfectly with his temperament. His eyes were clear and he could feel a deep connection with the Flower Burial Sword. When he drew the sword, a sword buzz echoed out. When he raised the sword to the same level as his eye, it felt like he was overlooking the land from a high spot. When Lin Yun swung the sword, moonlight was reflected from the sword as it scattered into the surroundings. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as his eyes blazed with flames from inside his pupils. Overlord Sword, Thunderbolt Slasher. Thunderclouds began to gather in the sky as they formed a dragon that entered his body. In the next second, a terrifying bolt of lightning flew out when Lin Yun swung his sword, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Overlord Sword, Solar Slash. Boundless domineering aura gathered from the surroundings as cracks began to appear on the wall and swiftly spread out. Compared to the Thunderbolt Slasher, this attack was a lot faster. It was majestic like the sun, but it didn't seem to be as powerful as Lin Yun had imagined it would be. Shaking his head, Lin Yun muttered to himself, "The Solar Slash is still lacking a lot. I have to comprehend the intent that is contained within this technique. What other profundities are there in this style aside from being fast? It was easy for Lin Yun to get the second style of the Overlord Sword to lesser mastery. Although it was already terrifying, it wasn't up to Lin Yun's standards. It was supposed to be like a bird streaking across the surface of the water to tear it apart. It was the same as trying to sever the sun. This move had to be quick and unforgettable in order to be like a bird streaking across the surface of the water. As for slashing the sun, it was the momentum of slashing the sun. Lin Yun thought about it and then opened his eyes. He muttered to himself, I have to practice my sword somewhere else. In the Spiritwood Peak, only the profound Een Lake had water, so it was naturally the most suitable place that was nearby. It was only accessible to core disciples, but no one would stop him with his current position. 2 hours later, Lin Yun appeared at the profound Een Lake. The surface of the lake was covered in mist, and there were many disciples cultivating here. Lin Yun's appearance naturally attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yun, what is he doing here? Many people looked at Lin Yun curiously. After all, Lin Yun's performance in the competition had shocked them. They watched Lin Yun disappear into the mist with reluctance. After all, it was rude for them to follow him. This is a good spot. Lin Yun nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw that there was no one around him. It really was a good location for him to practice Solar Slash. Standing on the surface of the lake, Lin Yun shut his eyes and recited the Overlord Sword's mantra in his mind. His surroundings suddenly became quiet. Previously, he could only hear the water splashing around from the faint breeze. But now that he had calmed down, the noises disappeared. He couldn't even hear his own heartbeat. A long time later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and unsheathed the flower burial sword. At the same time, a sword buzz rang out from Lin Yun that resonated with his sword. When Lin Yun swung his sword, it raised a 300 meters water screen as the torrential sword aura streaked across the surface of the lake and soared. So that's it. In addition to speed, it needs to contain the intent of soaring. I have to gather my origin energy into 2 sides and swing my sword. Lin Yun began to swing his sword again and again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Lin Yun had forgotten about time because he was cultivating like a maniac. As Lin Yun swung his sword again, the waves on both sides reached over 900 meters in height, while Lin Yun soared like a sparrow and his sword ray pierced through the air. When he landed back on the surface of the water, Lin Yun shook his wrist and held the flower burial sword in a reverse grip. Still not enough. The power of the Solar Slash had barely reached greater mastery, but Lin Yun could feel that he was still somewhat lacking. However, he didn't know where the problem was. Was this move not really able to slash the sun? Was his feeling that he could slash the sun a misperception? Lin Yun raised his head and saw the sun rising. Suddenly, inspiration appeared in Lin Yun's mind as his pupils lit up. What would allow this move to slash the sun? His attack was more than enough to slash the sun, even if it was only for a split second. Furthermore, sunlight traveled over thousands of miles, so nothing was impossible. Perhaps this was what it meant by slashing the sun. The more Lin Yun thought about it, the more emotional he got. As he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, his sword aura raised to a terrifying height. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up as he waved his sword. This is it! A rumbling lightning roared when Lin Yun swung his sword, and he raised waves of over 300 meters on his left and right. The waves were enormous and looked like the wings of a Kuanping. Then, Lin Yun shot out with his sword. All the light in the path of the sword cracked and the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness. When sunlight reappeared, Lin Yun was gasping for breath with his forehead covered in sweat. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He finally felt satisfied with the results from Solar Slash. Now, he could bring out 120% of his strength. He muttered to himself, there should be 3 days left until the 5 Academies competition, which should be enough time for me to refine the Enyang Jade Cloud pellet. If someone had accomplished what Lin Yun did, they would definitely be overwhelmed by joy. However, Lin Yun's excitement only lasted briefly before he thought about his next move. Although the Iris Sword Sutra enabled him to fight with geniuses in the lesser Yang stage, Lin Yun still wasn't satisfied. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques of those Overlord Force's disciples would definitely be inferior to the Iris Sword Sutra. "I'll just refine the pill right here," sighed Lin Yun as he looked around. He had shined brightly in the competition and received the 4th grade pellet as a reward. Now it was time for him to refine the pellet that he won. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun sat down and he opened the delicate box. A surge of chilling air instantly gushed out from the box, making Lin Yun's face turn pale as ice covering his hair. "How cold!" Lin Yan was shocked. He had refined many pellets in the past, but this was the first time he had to use his origin energy to resist the chilling aura coming from a pellet. When he looked at the pellet closely, he could see azure spiritual runes were imprinted on it. They looked like a blue fire as they wandered around the pellet. Even with his attainment in spiritual runes, he could barely understand this spiritual rune. Is this a 4th grade spiritual rune? The Dean's attainment in spiritual rune is really terrifying. It looks like he placed some effort into refining this. Lin Yun was filled with expectation as he popped the pellet into his mouth. When the pellet entered his mouth, it immediately dissolved and energy started coursing through his body. He could instantly feel his temperature drop. Lin Yun clenched his heart as he quickly circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. His silver origin energy began to gush out from his violet palace as it coursed through his veins. It didn't take long for it to fuse with the pellet's energy. Black smoke began to rise up from Lin Yun's body. It was the impurities leaving his body. As his body continued to release the black smoke, Lin Yun could feel his body getting lighter. Furthermore, his origin energy was even more refined than before. Lin Yun rejoiced because he never expected that this pellet would remove the impurities in his origin energy and then refine his origin energy. With that, his strength had gotten even more terrifying. He was shocked by the pellet. The Heavenly Province Academy's dean wasn't just the strongest spiritualist in the Nether Prefectural City, but he was ranked in the top 10 in the ancient southern domain. In terms of redefining pellets, he was ranked in the top 3. This was also partly the reason why Mu Shui was treated so well in the Heavenly Sword sect. 3 days later, after Lin Yun refined the pellet, his eyes glowed brightly when he opened them. Lin Yun gave off the feeling of a majestic mountain the way that the terrifying aura was released from his body. If a core disciple was here, they would feel pressured. Lin Yun leaped into the sky. Refining the pellet had given him a pleasant surprise. It didn't increase his cultivation, but it refined his strength instead. His body was now even lighter than before, and he felt like a dragon flying in the sky. "Time for me to head down the mountain," smiled Lin Yun as his figure shot out of the lake like an arrow. When the disciples around the lake saw this scene, they all had shock on their faces because they thought that their eyes were messing with them. The summit of the towering Spiritwood Peak was shrouded in mist formed by spiritual energy. As Lin Yun made his way back to his residence, he would occasionally raise his head to look at the clouds. He no longer had the same shock from before because this peak was no longer imposing in his eyes. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to see 2 figures standing before him. It was naturally Mo Ling and Lu Yunyan. Aside from them, no one else in the academy had elegance that could compare to them. Perhaps Mu Shui could be considered comparable, but it was impossible for her to appear before his residence. Then again, Lin Yun also didn't wish for her to be here. "It's been a few days and you're even more charming now. It looks like the pellet did a lot of work," said Mo Ling as she looked at Lin Yun. She could sense that he had undergone a drastic transformation in just 10 days. "Of course, it was something that the dean refined personally," said Lin Yun as he turned to look at Lu Yunyan. It had been about a month since they last met. Back then, he had questions to ask, but she wouldn't answer them. Now, he knew what sort of pressure she had been bearing. She held the weight of her father's failure on her shoulders. The failure resulted in the Heavenly Province Academy being heavily humiliated. It was a heavy burden for Lu Yunyan to live with. "Lin Yun, it has been some time," smiled Lu Yunyan on her haggard face. She had spent the past month comprehending a lesser divine ability. Although she couldn't make it her trump card, she benefited greatly from it. "It has My words from back in the library hall are still true today, said Lin Yun. He would never forget a promise made between friends. Lu Yunyan's eyes flashed. She had a feeling that Lin Yun knew something and replied, "Thank you. Let's go to the Imperial Study Hall," smiled Mo Ling. It won't be good to be late. The 5 academies competition was about to start. Everyone in the academy was treating this seriously as they didn't want another loss. Lin Yun, you should know about the competition. The incomplete divine rune is extremely important to the academy. The humiliation 2 decades ago placed the academy in a low position. If we lose again, we might lose the divine rune, but more importantly, it will be a huge blow to our reputation. We might even have issues staying in the Nether Prefecture, said Mo Ling. Reputation has always been important to a major force, especially for a quasi-overlord force like the Heavenly Province Academy. A hit to their reputation would shake their foundation. Do you guys know about our opponents? Lin Yun nodded his head. All 4 academies also have a quota to invite outside help. All 4 of the invited guests are from various overlord forces, just like Chao Xiao. You already saw him, but he's considered a genius of the Black Flame sect. He's an inner disciple, which is the same for Mu Shui. Chao Xiao? Lin Yun nodded his head. He had a deep impression of Chao Xiao since he could unleash a tiger with the flick of his finger. Aside from him, there's also the Azurefoot Academies Jiang Yi and Flowing Cloud Academies by Yuchen. They're both from overlord forces and their cultivation isn't any lower than Chao Xiao's. There's one more, reminded Lin Yun. The Violet Hut Academy. Mo Ling's face changed and Lu Yunyan's face became unusual when the Violet Hut Academy was mentioned. This was the academy that defeated Lu Yunyan's father 2 decades ago and humiliated the Heavenly Province Academy. Even now, the Violet Hut Academy was the strongest among the 5 academies. The 4 academies have been developing swiftly in the other prefectural cities. The guest with the greatest reputation is naturally the Violet Hut Academy's Chao Jin. He also came from one of the overlord forces, the Northern Snow Manor. For a while now, he has been in the Lesser Yang stage. Rumor has it that he'll reach either the Greater Yang stage within a year or the Pinnacle Yang stage, said Mo Ling with a grave expression. Lin Yun now understood why the Violet Hut Academy was so confident 2 decades ago. He also realized that the Northern Snow Manor was familiar. It was where the monstrous genius, Nangong Wanyu, who also grasped the Xiantian sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm, belonged to. This meant that Chao Jin wouldn't be an easy opponent. Chao Jin isn't just proficient in spiritual runes, but he is also proficient in saber techniques. He has cultivated the Northern Snow Manor's absolute cloud saber to a high degree. Even Mo Ling felt helpless when she mentioned Chao Jin. But that doesn't mean that we don't have an opportunity. They can only invite 1 outsider, so we just need 2 out of 3 wins. Mu Shui is from the Heavenly Sword sect and she's also the dean's granddaughter, so she can naturally be considered someone from the academy. With you included, we might actually have a chance. Mo Ling had acknowledged that Lin Yun was comparable to the disciples from the overlord forces. Lin Yun smiled, but he didn't say anything else. Mo Ling had simplified it too much because Mu Shui didn't welcome him to the team. She even asked him to leave several times. Lin Yun always had an indifferent personality. It was fine if he wasn't going to compete, but if he was, then he would naturally give it his all. If Mu Shui continued to be unreasonable, then she would see the limit to his patience. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Imperial Study Hall. The sky was covered in thunderclouds, signifying that it would rain soon. Coincidentally, it matched the gloomy atmosphere of the academy. Many of the core disciples gathered here were anxiously waiting because they knew that this competition involved the life and death of the academy. After all, it was only natural for the disciples to stand together with the academy. Senior Sister Mo is here. There's also Lu Yuanen and Lin Yun. Lu Yunyan will definitely take one of the quotas. Is the academy going to give the other quota to Lin Yun? Lin Yun isn't weak, but I heard that the helpers of the other academies are all elites from the overlord forces. I can't say for sure. I heard Senior Brother May also invited a disciple from an overlord force. The Imperial Study Hall's elders are still deciding on the quota. Discussions began to ring out when Lin Yun's group appeared. 10 days ago, it felt great to all of them when Lin Yun humiliated that disciple from the White Jade Academy. It gave them a positive image of Lin Yun. But the disciples naturally thought it was more reliable to get an Overlord Forces disciple as the outside help. After all, who didn't know about the 9 Overlord Forces in the ancient southern domain? When Mo Ling heard the surrounding discussion, she peeked at Lin Yun with the corner of her eye. When she noticed that Lin Yun had treated it rather calmly, she felt relieved. Big Sister Mo, Big Sister Yunyan, over here. Mu Shui waved her hand towards them. Anyone could tell that the 3 ladies had a good relationship. Sadly, Lin Yun was the only one that Mu Shui didn't greet. It has been a long time, Yunyan. A youth walked over as he looked at Lu Yunyan. Next to that youth was Lin Yun's old friend Mei Zian. Facing the youth's passion, Lu Yunyan's face changed as she replied to him briefly. Mo Ling smiled as she looked at Mu Shui. Lass, you should know that I've recommended Lin Yun. The moment Mo Ling said that, the youth beside Mei Zian stopped smiling and his gaze became weird. Huang Yan is an inner disciple that senior brother Mei invited from the profound Yang Palace. I'm optimistic about him, whispered Mu Shui softly as she didn't dare to look at Huang Yan. But when she mentioned the profound Yang Palace, she quickly glanced at Lin Yun. The profound Yang Palace was the absolute monarch in the Nether Prefectural City. It was well known throughout the ancient southern domain. Lin Yun knew what Mu Shui was trying to do, and he sneered inwardly at her. This lass clearly knew that Mei Zian had invited someone over, which was why she looked down on him. This was why she wanted him to let go of the quota. Mei Zian smiled. There aren't many in the profound Yang Palace who can become an inner disciple before the age of 20, while being a 3rd-grade spiritualist. Brother Huang is naturally more suitable. Someone who hasn't even reached the Yang stage wants to help? Isn't that a little too laughable? A piercing voice sounded out the moment Mei Zian finished. It was from Huang Yan, who looked at Lin Yun coldly with disdain. Huang Yan's disdainful tone instantly made the surrounding atmosphere feel tense. Lu Yunyan's eyes flashed with rage, but she was held back by Mo Ling, who signaled her to calm down. However, many Heavenly Province Academy's disciples turned to look at Lin Yun. They didn't look down on Lin Yun. After all, they had witnessed how powerful Lin Yun was. They even had a favorable impression of Lin Yun, but they didn't think he was comparable to Huang Yan. After all, Lin Yun was only in the pinnacle Yin stage while Huang Yan was in the lesser Yang stage. In terms of foundation, one of them was from the profound Yang Palace, while the other was from the Great Qin Empire. Huang Yan was like a proud eagle soaring through the sky. Am I wrong? Huang Yan looked around. He glanced at Lin Yun before turning to look at Lu Yunyan. I swear that I'll take revenge for the burden that you've been carrying for the past 2 decades. Lu Yunyan and Mo Ling weren't only famous in the academy, but they were also famous in the city. Huang Yan knew that there was no hope in trying to get Mo Ling. After all, Mo Ling was a genius on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Even a core disciple of the profound Yang Palace would have a great difficulty trying to make it into the Dragon Cloud ranking, not to mention the fact that Mo Ling might become the new dean in the future. On the other hand, Lu Yunyan's talent was weaker than Mo Ling, so Huang Yan could make use of this opportunity to try and win her over. This was the reason why he agreed when Mei Zian came to look for him. But Lin Yun suddenly came out of nowhere. This fellow is really despicable. He's taking advantage of senior sister Lu's situation. What can we do about it? He's a genius from the profound Yang Palace. Huang Yan's words instantly caused displeasure in the hearts of many disciples in the surroundings, but no one dared to say a word because of Huang Yan's identity. I'm sorry, but I have on intention of asking for your help. I share the same thoughts of senior sister Mo. We both think that young Master Lin is more suitable, said Lu Yunyan as she rejected Huang Yan. Mei Zian smiled indifferently as he spoke eerily. Junior sister Lu, there are things that you can't refuse whether you like it or not. Brother Huang will be the outside quota of our academy. I don't believe that the disciple of an overlord force isn't comparable to someone who came from nowhere. I don't think so. Do you not know that the dean gave Lin Yun a Yin Yang Jade Cloud pellet? Mo Ling said with a playful smile. The faces of Mei Zian and Mu Shui changed when they heard that. The Yinyang Jade Cloud pellet has to be refined with the Profound Earth Fire. The Profound Earth Fire can only be used once a year, so it can only be used to refine one pellet each time. Grandfather actually used it to refine one for him. Mu Shui was shocked when she looked at Lin Yun. After hearing Mu Shui's explanation, Lin Yun understood why the pellet was so powerful. So what? I bet the dean only did that to compensate Lin Yun, sneered Mei Zian. He clearly had no intentions of taking a step back. What's the use of us arguing here? I heard you just became a third-grade spiritualist and that you're more proficient in your martial cultivation. What a coincidence. I'm also proficient in my martial cultivation. Do you dare to spar with me? Huang Yan said as his eyes turned dark. He sneered with disdain. It's more direct to speak with our fists. You shouldn't refuse this, right? Clearly, Huang Yan loathed Lin Yun. He wanted to humiliate Lin Yun in front of the elders so they could come to a decision. At that time, Lin Yun would be too embarrassed to occupy a quota. How do you want to spar? Said Lin Yun. Lin Yun's agreement had caused Mo Ling and Lu Yunyan to become nervous. After all, Huang Yan was clearly stronger in terms of his cultivation. At the same time, the other disciples in the surroundings were also shocked. This fellow is rather bold. Isn't he afraid of being humiliated? But this is for the better. He won't have the face to occupy a quota anymore when he loses. Mu Shui muttered inwardly as she examined Lin Yun. She had confidence in Huang Yan, who also came from an overlord force. So in her view, Lin Yun's loss was a guarantee. Great. Since we're going to compete with our cultivation, then this will be easy. Both of us will attack at once, but neither of us are allowed to dodge. Whoever gets injured will quit, smiled Huang Yan as he raised his brow. He never expected that Lin Yun would agree so directly. Very well, replied Lin Yun. I won't bully you. You can start first, said Huang Yan as he licked his lips with a smile. However, if you lose, you can't react embarrassingly. No need. Since you want to chase me away, why don't you start first? You should think about yourself being embarrassed instead, said Lin Yun as his eyes flashed coldly. Simultaneously, his words caused everyone in the surroundings to look at Lin Yun with shock. Tisk, tsk. Brother Huang, since this fellow wants to die, you might as well fulfill his wish. Mei Zian was stunned before he laughed eerily. As you wish. Huang Yan's eyes turned cold as his killing aura rose. A small fry from the Great Qin Empire actually dared to look down on him. Before he finished speaking, his eyes flashed coldly as he appeared in front of Lin Yun and threw out a punch. Profound Yang heart-shattering palm. Huang Yan's origin energy blazed on his palm like a volcano as he smashed Lin Yun's chest. This attack made everyone suck in a cold breath as they were shocked by the power of this palm. Even many of the elders wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. When Lin Yun was hit by the palm, the ground trembled violently as a cloud of dust rose up and engulfed Lin Yun. Huang Yan stood outside the cloud of dust with a sinister smirk on his lips. He knew how terrifying this palm was, so he was confident that Lin Yun would either be heavily injured or dead. Who do you think you are to act with such arrogance before me? Huang Yan's expression was cold. But right at this moment, after the dust cloud settled down, everyone noticed that Lin Yun was still standing in front of Huang Yan. Lin Yun had only taken 3 steps back. When Huang Yan raised his head, he saw Lin Yun shrouded in ancient armor. The armor was covered in cracks, but Lin Yun was unharmed. How is this possible? Huang Yan was shocked. He had used 80% of his strength in this attack, so it made no sense for Lin Yun to be unharmed. However, Lin Yun was standing in front of him unscathed. As the armor crumbled, Lin Yun asked calmly, "Is it my turn now?" Huang Yan was briefly stunned before he replied, "Your skin is really thick, but if you don't use all your strength, you won't be able to make me take half a step back." "Is that so?" Lin Yun began to form a terrifying seal with his left hand. In the next second, a torrential killing aura was released after being multiplied 7 times. Huang Yan was shocked as he quickly gathered himself to use all his origin energy for protection. 7 slaughtering fist. Omnipresent anger. But before Huang Yen could gather his origin energy, he was sent flying by a punch that caused the ground to shake violently. Huang Yen really didn't take a step back, but his chest was caved in. His ribs were broken and his internal organs were ravaged by the killing aura behind the punch. Huang Yen threw up a huge mouthful of blood as his face turned pale and he dropped down on one knee. "Brother Huang, are you all right?" Mei Xian's face changed as he quickly rushed over. "Stay where you are. Such injuries can't do anything to me." Huang Yan's face was distorted, but he still stopped Mei Xian from helping him as he struggled to get back up. But before Huang Yan could get back up, Lin Yun kicked him and sent him flying into a corner. "You should obediently stay back, Mei Xian." Everyone's lips twitched from this scene because they couldn't imagine how heavy Lin Yun's attack was. As Huang Yan gently slipped down from the wall, he fell onto the ground unconscious. This silenced the crowd as they looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. They couldn't believe that a genius from the Overlord Force was actually lying unconscious after being kicked by Lin Yun. Mei Xian was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene and his mouth was wide open. No one had expected Huang Yan to lose, and they most certainly didn't expect him to lose so badly. Simultaneously, they didn't expect that Lin Yun would be so ruthless. Everyone looked at Lin Yun in shock. It took them a long time to recover from their stupor. Mo Ling and Lu Yunyan weren't shocked because they knew Lin Yun's temper too well. Lin Yun had never thought much about his origin, and in his view, the Overlord Force wasn't out of reach. Others could be arrogant towards him as long as they had the strength. However, if they didn't have the strength to back their arrogance, then Lin Yun wouldn't give a damn where they came from. Others might think that Lin Yun's victory was unbelievable, but they could guess that Lin Yun had many fortuitous events. It was highly possible that he had practiced a rare technique that disregarded a difference in cultivation. On top of that, they had witnessed Lin Yun's terrifying defense. Since Huang Yan disregarded that because of his arrogance, his loss wasn't surprising. "Lin Yun, aren't your methods a little too despicable?" Mu Shui jolted awake and she turned to look at Lin Yun. "Huang Yan wasn't fully prepared when you attacked him. Are you going to talk to your enemies about honor then? Are you going to wait for them to prepare their ultimate move before you attack?" He can only blame himself for looking down on his enemy. "Why are you blaming it on me?" "Your logic is interesting," smiled Lin Yun. "Even if you won, you didn't have to be so ruthless to give him another kick, right? Didn't you say that you were only going to exchange one move?" Mu Shui knew that logic wasn't on her side, so she could only change the topic. "I see. All right. I'm sorry for that. I'll apologize to him another day," smiled Lin Yun. But looking at Lin Yun, he clearly wasn't bothered by it. This made Mu Shui's face turn red from anger as she gnashed her teeth. Right at this moment, the door to the Imperial Study Hall opened as the dean came out with the elders. When the elders saw Huang Yan lying on the floor unconscious, all of their faces changed. They quickly asked, "What happened?" None of the disciples dared to utter a word as they looked at Lin Yun. With that, everyone's gazes turned to look at Lin Yun, including the dean. "He wanted to spar with me, but he was defeated by a single punch of mine. You can ask Lady Mu Shui about it," smiled Lin Yun as he turned to look at Mu Shui. "Is that true?" Tang Yu turned to look at Mu Shui. Mu Shui was hesitant, but she ultimately nodded her head. That's indeed the case. She wanted to add that Lin Yun also kicked Huang Yan, but her grandfather interrupted her as he stroked his beard with a smile. A kick to knock the elite of the profound Yang Palace unconscious. "I believe none of you have anything left to say about this matter, right?" All the other elders were speechless when they heard that. Seeing the doubt on Mu Shui's face, the dean explained with his eyes narrowed into slits. "We've decided to let Lin Yun have the quota through our discussion. There was some disagreement, but it looks like it's fine now." Lin Yun wasn't surprised by that because strength was the ultimate speech in this world. Even if he went for Huang Yan even more ruthlessly, the dean wouldn't say anything about it. "Young lad, was the pellet all right?" asked the dean. "Thank you for the pellet. I've benefited greatly from it," said Lin Yun as he cupped his hands together. "That's great. Go and prepare yourselves. You guys will head to the destination later today under the leadership of Elder Tang Yu. Don't disappoint us, said the dean. His tone was rather casual because he didn't want to put pressure on anyone. Or perhaps in his view, even if they had help, how could they win against the Violet Hut Academy? Outside the Nether Prefectural City on a majestic mountain, many cultivators were gathered together. The Heavenly Province Academy might only be a quasi-overlord force in the Nether Prefectural City, but many people were still interested in the competition. They were especially interested since Chao Zhen from the Northern Snow Manor was participating. Many people knew about him, and they knew that the Northern Snow Manor was grooming him to be on the Dragon Cloud ranking. In addition to Chao Zhen, the Heavenly Province Academy's loss 2 decades ago shook the entire prefecture. So many people wanted to see if the Heavenly Province Academy could protect the incomplete divine rune. So many people are here. I bet they're here to see us lose. I saw the Bloodwing Pavilion. They must be wanting us to lose. After all, we'll lose our position in the Nether Prefectural City without the incomplete divine rune. The faces of the Heavenly Province Academy's party were ugly when they looked at the large crowd. As they gradually approached their destination, Lin Yun could feel the uneasiness of Lu Yunyan's expression. Her face even started to turn pale. His eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything about it. But inwardly, he made another promise to himself. Very quickly, the party arrived at the summit of the mountain. The White Jade Academy is here, said Mo Ling. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he saw a large number of white-clothed cultivators. Lin Yun saw Chao Xiu among them. Him again. Lin Yun muttered inwardly. Chao Xiu probably wanted to suppress Lin Yun back in the Heavenly Province Academy. But Mu Shui interfered right when Lin Yun was about to draw his sword. However, the White Jade Academy had an even deeper impression of Lin Yun as their eyes were filled with killing aura when they looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely smiled casually before he turned to look at the 2 people standing beside Chao Xiu. Both of them looked pretty young. One of them was holding onto a greatsword that was half his size. The other was donned in white and was holding onto a fan. However, his eyes were filled with eeriness that made others uneasy. When that person turned to look at Lin Yun with a smile, Lin Yun retracted his gaze with a grave expression. He could tell that the White Jade Academy's participants weren't easy to deal with. The one with a greatsword is a wandering cultivator the White Jade Academy took in a year ago. His name is Luoshin and he's very mysterious. No one has seen him attack before. The White Jade Academy probably wants to use him as a secret weapon. Mo Ling frowned as she shook her head. She had collected information on everyone, except for Luoshin. This had given her a headache. As for the other one? Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun and continued. His name is Chun Yu. He is a powerful genius in the White Jade Academy. His attainments in spiritual runes are extremely terrifying and he became a 3rd-grade spiritualist in only 2 years. The white-clothed youth Yu humiliated back then was his elder brother. Lin Yun now understood why Chen Yu's gaze from earlier was so weird. When the White Jade Academy examined the Heavenly Province Academy's party, many disciples and elders looked at Lin Yun weirdly. Didn't the Heavenly Province Academy invite an elite from the profound Yang Palace? Why is this brat here? Haha, they probably fell out. After all, it's not easy to invite a genius from the Overlord Force. The Heavenly Province Academy had an advantage, since they had someone from the Heavenly Sword Sect. If they invited another genius from an Overlord Force, it would really be difficult for us. But now we don't have to worry about it anymore. Either way, it doesn't matter. They aren't worthy to be our opponent. The White Jade Academy's party retracted their gazes with a casual expression. But when they thought about the Violet Hut Academy, their faces became grave. They then turned to look at Chao Xiu because they knew that their hopes were on him. When Chao Xiu noticed it, he smiled. Chao Zhen might have a strong reputation, but I'm not a pushover. Don't worry about it. Chao Zhen wants to use this opportunity to boost his reputation, but I also want to do the same. Chao Xiu's reputation wasn't great, but he had a fierce ambition. He knew that the elites of the Overlord forces were at the Draconic Banquet half a year ago, so this competition was just an appetizer to him. Therefore, the White Jade Academy's party felt relieved when they heard Chao Xiu's words. That's the Azurefoot Academy. The man in azure clothes is Zhang Yi, the Azurefoot Academy's outside help. He's from the Overlord Force, the Cloud Trigram sect. I heard that he can be ranked in the top 10 among the Cloud Trigram sect's inner disciples. He can be considered a genius in martial cultivation since he brought the primal chaos art to the 8th stage. That person over there is Flowing Cloud Academy's outside help, by Yuchen of the Azurewood Pavilion. There isn't anything special about him, but I heard that he was invited over because he had an opportunity and obtained a powerful spiritual artifact, explained Mo Ling patiently to Lin Yun. Lin Yun could tell that she placed a lot of effort into gathering this information. If what Mu Shui said was true, then the various academies must have placed their hopes in the helpers they invited. He first looked at Bai Yuchen, who looked ordinary, but his pupils were extremely bright and filled with soul energy. As for Zhang Yi, he looked even more ordinary. He was donned in azure clothes just like Lin Yun as he sat on his seat with his eyes closed. But for some reason, Lin Yun had a feeling that Zhang Yi was even more troublesome than Bai Yuchen. After all, Mo Ling said that he could be ranked in the top 10 among the Cloud Trigram sect's inner disciples. So there was no way Lin Yun dared to underestimate him. This will be interesting. For some reason, Lin Yun's heart was filled with some expectations. He fought many battles since he came to the Nether Prefectural City, but they were all with the disciples of the Heavenly Province Academy. As for the Overlord forces, he had only heard about them. But he looked towards Chao Zhen of the Azure Hut Academy once more. After all, that person was a monstrous genius from the Northern Snow Manor, who was known to have the highest possibility of being on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Right at this moment, Lin Yun could sense a gaze on him. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he saw Mu Shui looking at him deeply. Although she didn't say a word, Lin Yun could tell what she was trying to say. She must be trying to say that the competition was a battleground for geniuses of the Overlord forces. There were many people gathered here and their focus was on Chao Xiu, Zhang Yi, and Bai Yuchen. Everyone was looking at the three of them enviously. There were billions of lives in the ancient southern domain with tens of thousands of empires, but there were only 9 Overlord forces. The names of the Overlord forces were resounding to everyone, even back in the Great Qin Empire. They were like stars that shined brightly in the sky, enveloping the ancient southern domain. The disciples who came from the Overlord forces were shrouded by a halo that would attract everyone's attention. But it was laughable that those people thought that they were a cut above everyone else. For Lin Yun, he would treat them seriously, but he would never underestimate himself. Seeing that there were no changes to Lin Yun's expression as he closed his eyes and ignored him, Mu Shui became furious that Lin Yun had disregarded her. Did Lin Yun really think that he was that great because he defeated Huang Yan? If he had the capability, then he should defeat his opponents on the stage. As time gradually passed, the surrounding discussion gradually became louder. Shortly after, Lin Yun could clearly sense that the entire mountain had erupted. That person has come? Lin Yun opened his eyes and looked at the entrance. He could see a group walking in proudly. The one leading the group had defined features and an indifferent face. He had a frail build, but he gave Lin Yun an uneasy feeling. He didn't have a temperament that belonged to a young man. Instead, that frail figure seemed like a ghostly blade that came from hell. Lin Yun had never seen Chao Zhen before, but he was certain that this person was Chao Zhen. Not only Lin Yun, but Zhang Yi, Bai Yuchen, and Chao Xiu all turned to look at Chao Zhen. This person had killed a greater Yang stage wandering cultivator a year ago. Even if they had no idea of his current cultivation, they could still estimate it. Chao Zhen's reputation was even stronger than the three of them combined, and none of them dared to take Chao Zhen lightly when they saw him. The 5 Academies competition is hosted once every 2 decades. I believe everyone knows about the rules, but I'll repeat them again. In the first round, the 4 academies will face off and the final winner will face the champion of the last competition, the Violet Hut Academy. Each academy will send out 3 people and the first academy with 2 wins will emerge victorious. In the second round, both academies will send out their strongest fighter, and the winner will be the final victor of this competition. The rules were announced by an elderly man who had descended from the sky. Everyone knew that this person was an elder of a major clan in the Nether Prefectural City. Tang Yu wore a grave expression as he held onto a token and poured his origin energy into it. In the next second, the token formed a pillar that shot into the sky. The other academies also had similar glowing tokens. The 4 tokens formed 4 pillars that were either black or white. According to the rules, the black pillar will face the other black pillar and the white pillar will face the other white pillar. Lin Yun raised his head and saw that the other black pillar belonged to the Azurefoot Academy. The Azurefoot Academy. Mo Ling's eyes flickered. The Azurefoot Academy isn't hard to deal with. We have to determine our fighting order. If the strongest fighter fought their weakest fighter, there was a high chance that they would lose. So there was also some strategy in arranging the sequence. To the Heavenly Province Academy, they would naturally send out their weakest first, Lu Yunyan. As for Lin Yun and Mu Shui, they would be discussed later. I can go with any arrangement, said Lin Yun. Then you can go second, said Mo Ling. Mu Shui will go last. I have no opinion, said Mu Shui. She also wanted to see Lin Yun's performance since the second sequence was crucial. After all, the pressure would be great if the first person lost. And if the second round was also lost, they would lose the competition. Conversely, the second sequence was crucial if the first person won. Anyone could tell that Mo Ling had great hopes for Lin Yun. Both sides, please send out your first participant. The elder's voice echoed throughout the mountain once more as Lu Yunyan soared into the sky. It's Lu Yunyan. Now this is interesting. Her father was the cause of the Heavenly Province Academy's loss 2 decades ago. I never expected that the Academy would send her out first 2 decades later. I heard that the profound Yang Palace's helper didn't come. They got someone from the Great Qin Empire as their helper. If Lu Yunyan loses this battle, then it will be dangerous to the Academy. The surrounding area burst with discussions following Lu Yunyan's appearance. The Heavenly Province Academy's elders and disciples couldn't help becoming nervous. Lu Yunyan's opponent also landed on the stage at the same time as he looked at Lu Yunyan with his invasive gaze. This person is Zhou Qin. He's the weakest in the Azurefoot Academy. If Lu Yunyan performs normally, there's a high chance that she'll win, analyzed Mo Ling calmly. But Lin Yun noticed that her finger was moving. Clearly, she didn't seem as calm as she looked. Lin Yun, you're curious regardless if we win or lose in this battle. We have hope as long as you can win, said Mo Ling. Tang Yu and the other elders knew how powerful Lin Yun was. They also knew he wasn't someone who could be gauged by cultivation level. However, his opponent might be Zhang Yi, the genius of the Cloud Trigram sect. So none of them would feel at ease until they saw Lin Yun defeat his opponent. I hope that you can give me the chance to stand on the stage. Otherwise, I would have come back in vain, said Mu Shui. Lin Yun merely glanced at Mu Shui before he turned back to the stage. He wasn't a person of many words, so he didn't bother talking. Only time would make Mu Shui eat her words. Compared to Zhou Qin, Lu Yunyan attracted more attention as the spectators talked about how her father brought humiliation to the academy. Various names had fallen onto her father, such as arrogant, ignorant, and trash. So it was undoubted that she would become the center of attention 2 decades later. There might be some distance between the stage and the spectators' seats, but Lu Yunyan could hear what everyone said clearly. She had some changes on her face when she heard their words. Her expression was nervous and beads of sweat fell from her forehead. Zhou Qin had keenly sensed this and he couldn't help smiling. It was good news for him that his opponent's mentality was affected before the battle. When the other disciples and elders of the Azurefoot Academy saw this scene, they also had smiles on their faces. On the other hand, the Heavenly Province Academy's party looked nervous. After all, every win was crucial. It would be a great help to the Academy if Lu Yunyan could win. Big Sister Lu seems a little nervous. I'm not too optimistic about this battle, said Mu Shui. She shook her head inwardly because she noticed that Lu Yunyan wasn't in a good state. No, I believe in her, said Lin Yun. Mu Shui frowned her brows when she heard that because Lin Yun seemed to go the opposite of what she said. She didn't believe that Lu Yunyan could defeat her opponent in this state. Let's begin, said the elder as he left the stage. I take sympathy for your father's experience 2 decades ago, but I won't go easy today, smiled Zhou Qin as he purposely mentioned Lu Yunyan's father to trigger her emotions even more. Come at me if you can, said Lu Yunyan with a stiff expression. She drew her sword and pounced at Zhou Qin as a chilling ray emitted out from her sword. Zhou Qin smiled as he released his origin energy that sounded like an ancient demonic beast's roar. He threw a punch that rumbled like lightning and destroyed the sword aura coming at him. This sword technique has too many flaws. Tang Yu shook his head when he saw this scene. It didn't make sense for there to be so many flaws with Lu Yunyan's strength. Zhou Qin seemed to have predicted this scene as he charged forward. Lu Yunyan, take my punch. Zhou Qin stepped forward like a demonic beast as he threw a punch at Lu Yunyan's sword. Lu Yunyan's sword began to tremble violently, which startled her and nearly caused her to lose her grip on her sword. This punch was too powerful, so she didn't have the opportunity to display her strength. Let's go again. Zhou Qin laughed sinisterly as his body glowed green. As he roared, he dodged some of Lu Yunyan's lethal strikes to approach her. Lin Yun's face changed when he saw this scene because things wouldn't be optimistic if this continued. Zhou Qin had clearly used Lu Yunyan's sore point against her. Otherwise, the victory would be uncertain if Lu Yunyan recovered her usual state. After all, there wasn't a great difference between their strength. Lu Yunyan had become haggard over the past month due to her determination. Lin Yun knew that she had been doing her best ever since the first time he saw her. So it wouldn't be difficult for her to defeat her opponent if she could adjust her state. 10 moves later, Zhou Qin threw out a punch that sent Lu Yunyan flying. She's still too weak. Does the Heavenly Province Academy have something loose in their minds? She was defeated in just 10 moves. Lament sounded out in the surrounding area as many people shook their heads. Lu Yunyan's face was pale as she fell onto the ground with endless fear in her heart. Everything in her surroundings was dark and she couldn't see anything. She could only hear voices and people shaking their heads. It was like knives stabbing into her heart, which made her face even paler. She could imagine how disappointed the Heavenly Province Academy must be looking at her, including that person. That person had risked his life to bring her the indigo flame gold lotuses. Without him, she wouldn't be standing here. When Lin Yun's figure appeared in her mind, determination filled Lu Yunyan's eyes as she could see how the youth risked his life to bring her the indigo flame gold lotuses. She asked herself, Lu Yunyan, are you really this weak? You still can't get over what happened 2 decades ago? The Heavenly Province Academy really made a mistake to send you out. You're as weak as your father. Zhou Qin sneered as he soared into the sky. I'm sorry, but the person going down is you. Lu Yunyan's eyes flickered with chill as she soared into the sky. The chilling wind around her made Zhou Qin shiver. Then Lu Yunyan swung her sword out 3 times. Her sword blazed furiously, just like her fighting spirit. Zhou Qin's attack was destroyed before it could even get near Lu Yunyan. In just 3 swords, Lu Yunyan had easily dissolved Zhou Qin's attack. This surprised Zhou Qin and caused him to take several steps back. You're somewhat capable compared to your useless father. But this is still insufficient. Zhou Qin pounced forward once more as his aura increased. He left behind afterimages to move around quickly, but Lu Yunyan's sword was even faster and she managed to stab him. Her sword was dazzling like a star as it hit Zhou Qin and sent him flying with a pained groan. This scene left all the spectators shocked. But before Zhou Qin could land on the ground, Lu Yunyan's sword rays shot out and enveloped Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin's face was dark and he could no longer smile anymore. He was having such great difficulty defending himself that he was even forced to take several steps back. Damn it, you won't beat me so easily. Zhou Qin roared and spiritual runes began to appear around him. They instantly intertwined into a spiritual diagram. Then, torrential flames poured out from the spiritual diagrams and gushed towards Lu Yunyan. Within the flames, Zhou Qin began to throw a barrage of punches, each punch stronger than the last. Lu Yunyan calmed down when she saw this scene. She knew that Zhou Qin would lose in terms of spiritual runes. This level of spiritual diagrams is nothing against me. Lu Yunyan's eyes flashed coldly as water-attributed spiritual runes began to appear around her and formed an icy spear behind her. In the next second, the icy spear shot out and created a huge hole in the sea of flames. The icy spear shot into Zhou Qin's chest, pinning him to the ground. This made Zhou Qin throw up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. This time, he couldn't get back up no matter how he tried. This surprised many people because no one expected that Lu Yunyan would win so easily after she calmed her emotions. When the Azurefoot Academy saw this scene, their faces became grim. The pressure was no on them since they lost the first battle. If they lost the next fight, they would be out of the competition. I admit defeat, Zhou Qin yelled as he watched Lu Yunyan approach him. Lu Yunyan waved her hand and dismissed the ice spear. Looking at Zhou Qin, she said coldly, "Get lost." Zhou Qin's face was ugly as he struggled to get back up on his feet. He swiftly returned to his team. "We won." Mo Ling had joy in her eyes. Everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy also had joy on their faces, except for Mu Shui, who wore an awkward expression. The Heavenly Province Academy's Lu Yunyan wins. The elder's voice sounded out once more, which made everyone fall into silence as they waited to see who would fight next. Lu Yunyan and Zhou Qin's battle was rather interesting, especially with the way that Lu Yunyan turned the tables around with her sword technique and spiritual runes. With that, all the pressure was now on the Azurefoot Academy. "Lin Yun, the Azurefoot Academy will most likely send Zhang Yi out," said Mo Ling as she looked at Lin Yun. Zhang Yi was someone ranked among the top 10 in the Cloud Trigram sect's inner disciples. All the Overlord forces had a deep foundation, so their inner disciples were basically the same as a core disciple. Additionally, Zhang Yi was ranked among the top 10. So everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy turned to look at Lin Yun with a grave expression. Originally, Zhang Yi was supposed to be handled by Mu Shui. After all, they both belonged to Overlord forces. Lin Yun could sense the surrounding gazes, and he could tell that they weren't optimistic. After all, his opponent was Zhang Yi. But Lin Yun didn't say anything about it. He would just let his strength prove that he wasn't inferior to the Overlord forces elites. "I hope that you have the strength to back up your words. It would be best if I'm not needed." Mu Shui looked at Lin Yun. She wasn't optimistic about Lin Yun, so it would be a surprise if he won. "It's time," said Mo Ling. Lin Yun nodded his head as he soared into the sky and landed on the stage. When he raised his head, he could see Zhang Yi landed on the stage as well. Lin Yun's appearance had caused a commotion in the surrounding area as everyone looked at him. Who is he? He doesn't look to be from the city nor from one of the Overlord forces. Is he the Heavenly Province Academy's helper? Isn't he a little too weak? He's not even in the Yang stage. How can he possibly fight with Zhang Yi? Is the Heavenly Province Academy giving up? He's probably here as cannon fodder. That would leave Mu Shui as the trump card. Looks like this will be a boring battle. The surrounding whispers entered Lin Yun's ears, but there were no changes to his face. Cloud Trigram Sect, Zhang Yi, smiled Zhang Yi as he introduced himself. "Lin Yun," said Lin Yun indifferently. "Lin Yun? I've heard of you." Zhang Yi's words attracted Lin Yun's attention as Zhang Yi smiled. "The grace of the flower burial, Lin Yun. Someone told me about you in the Cloud Trigram sect. His evaluation of you is rather high. After all, you defeated him in the Dragon Gate competition." "Who is it?" Lin Yun asked. "I can't tell you for now. I can only say that he joined us for barely 3 months and has shown unbelievable talent. He can be considered my junior brother. I believe you two will meet again at the Draconic Banquet," smiled Zhang Yi. "Someone I defeated? By Li Xuan or Zui Yun? Or maybe it's Situ Shui. Don't bother thinking and pay attention to our fight instead. As you've seen, I'm going to give it my all in this fight. I'm not going to treat you as an easy opponent," smiled Zhang Yi as his eyes flashed with a domineering aura. He was unleashing the primal chaos art. Zhang Yi's origin energy began to surge on the stage, which produced a rumbling noise. Lin Yun also circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and filled his body with his origin energy. Everyone could sense the sparks coming from Lin Yun and Zhang Yi's eyes. With that, A tense atmosphere quickly spread out and caused the surrounding spectators to stay silent. When Lin Yun and Zhang Yi's aura both reached the peak, Zhang Yi stopped smiling. His eyes flickered coldly and he stomped his foot on the ground. Cracks quickly appeared on the ground and he disappeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Yun had spread his sword aura around him. He was using his Xiantian sword intent to increase his senses. Without warning, Lin Yun tilted his body and he threw his palm out. His palm was filled with his silver origin energy that exploded and forced a figure backwards. Everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's reaction speed, and they no longer looked down on him anymore. They could tell how strong Lin Yun was from how quickly he reacted. "Not fast enough," smiled Zhang Yi as he reached out with his right hand. Before Lin Yun could take his fist back, Zhang Yi grabbed onto Lin Yun's fist and held it firmly before twisting his body. If Zhang Yi got his way, then Lin Yun would be thrown out and he might even lose the fight. No one had expected that the battle between the two would be so perilous. But before Zhang Yi could exert his force, Lin Yun suddenly released his right hand and counter-gripped Zhang Yi's wrist. With that, they both held onto each other's wrists as they exerted their force at once, pouring their origin energy into their arms. Their powers were like two ancient beasts clashing at each other. With that, the two of them fell into a stalemate as they rolled violently in midair. All of a sudden, a violent wind swept through the stage with rumbling explosions as the two held onto each other. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The two of them were too overbearing. But the stalemate didn't last for long since Zhang Yi held the upper hand due to his cultivation. As Zhang Yi released his origin energy, he threw Lin Yun out, which caused Lin Yun to fall towards the ground. However, Lin Yun landed on his feet firmly, which left many people shocked. They were shocked by how Lin Yun countered the force without causing a crater to form on the ground. But before their shock lasted any longer, two explosions sounded out as Zhang Yi and Lin Yun charged towards each other once again. They both began to fight in midair and Zhang Yi stabbed his fingers towards the center of Lin Yun's brows. Lin Yun maintained his composure as he threw a punch Zhang Yi's stabbing fingers. The ferocious power instantly caused a huge explosion as Lin Yun dissolved Zhang Yi's attack. At the same time, Lin Yun's palm hacked at Zhang Yi's neck. This made Zhang Yi's face change as he bent his arm to block the attack. When Lin Yun's attack landed on his arm, it caused another rumbling explosion. Then, they both made use of the momentum to start spinning in midair. When they stopped spinning, Lin Yun and Zhang Yi's eyes both flashed with a cold light as they kicked at each other's head. If one of them was slower, then their head would explode. The danger of this fight made beads of sweat fall from the spectators' foreheads. When the kicks landed, Lin Yun and Zhang Yi's lips twitched as they turned into countless afterimages that clashed in midair. The ferocity of this battle made the battle between Lu Yunyan and Zhou Qin look like child's play. The spectators couldn't help praising the fighters. Lin Yun and Zhang Yi were using all their strength to target their opponent's lethal spots. This battle also proved that they both had ample experience in fighting. No one had expected Lin Yun to unleash such strength since they weren't optimistic about him initially. But now, Lin Yun had proved them all wrong by fighting Zhang Yi to a stalemate. Even Mu Shui, who wanted to see Lin Yun turn into a joke, had turned pale. She knew that she couldn't be this brutal if she was the one on stage. Just thinking about it made her feel a chill run down her spine. They're actually evenly matched. The White Jade Academy's Xianxia was surprised by this scene. He never expected that the Heavenly Province Academy actually had someone so capable aside from Mu Shui. This was the youth that he thought he could easily suppress back then. "Is this the person who humiliated my younger brother?" said Chun Yu with interest. "That's him," said Xianxia. Chun Yu fanned himself and sneered. "Let me deal with him. It would be boring to defeat him if he was weak. Let's talk about that if he wins." "Zhang Yi isn't a pushover," said the youth with a great sword behind him. Xianxia glanced at this person. This person's eyes were rather keen since he could tell that Zhang Yi had yet to bring out the full power of the primal chaos art. Clearly, this wasn't all of Zhang Yi's strength. If this was all Lin Yun had, then he would lose sooner or later. While the three chatted among themselves, the battle on the stage became even more intense. Thundermine hand. Zhang Yi stretched out his right hand as purple lightning flowed on his palm. In the next second, boundless thunderclouds began to surge over. This terrifying phenomenon naturally had to be created with the support of origin energy. Zhang Yi had finally started to unleash his true power. But before he could finish his attack, a brilliant sword buzz rang out. It was a Xianxia sword intent that was near perfection that surged out of Lin Yun. When Lin Yun's sword aura reached the pinnacle, his punch was like a sword that was imbued with a silver brilliance. When the purple lightning and silver fist clashed, a violent energy exploded out. Seeing that he couldn't injure Lin Yun, Zhang Yi's face changed. Then he stepped forward and clenched his hands together to throw his punches out. The might of the Thundermine hand, supported by a cultivation in the lesser Yang stage, was terrifying. But even when facing this attack, there were no changes to Lin Yun's face. On the contrary, the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even more ferocious as he soared into the sky. Since Zhang Yi wanted a fight, then he would give Zhang Yi a fight. The two began to clash with their fists. The collision between lightning and sword aura created an explosion that resounded in everyone's ears. Primal Chaos Thundermine hand. Zhang Yi barked as his right hand flowed with a transparent purple glow. At the same time, the phenomenon created by his attack multiplied by twice. Bolts of lightning shot down from the sky and made Zhang Yi look invincible in midair. Zhang Yi slammed his palm down as the gigantic purple palm dove down. The moment it landed, Lin Yun's sword aura began to crumble. A second later, Lin Yun's sword aura crumbled completely. Oh shit! The hearts of everyone in the Heavenly Province Academy dropped. Even the elders couldn't help reacting as Zhang Yi was too powerful. This is the true foundation of an overlord force. How powerful! There's no way Lin Yun can face this head-on. Discussions rose in the surroundings and everyone thought that Lin Yun had lost. However, they all seemed to be forgetting something. Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword and the sword buzzed in his hand with excitement. With a cold light in Lin Yun's eyes, he smiled as he swung his sword. He quickly executed the Aquaselenic sword Luminous Moon. The moment Lin Yun drew his sword aura began to gather as his Xiantian sword intent soared into the sky in the form of a silver sword ray. The sword ray was like a dazzling moon that instantly pierced the purple palm, causing cracks to appear. 7 profound steps, golden crow wings. Lin Yun spread his arms apart as he soared into the sky towards the gigantic purple palm. Shortly after, the palm crumbled as a terrifying aura spread out. With a cloud of dust rising up, everyone could vaguely see a figure falling onto the ground. Flower burial, you really deserve your reputation. Zhang Yi coughed out blood as he never imagined that Lin Yun would be so powerful after drawing his sword. Not only him, but no one here had imagined that Lin Yun would be so powerful. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. Lin Yun's friend from the Great Qin Empire said that Lin Yun was totally different the moment he drew his sword. It looked like it was true. I guess I have to use my full strength. Being a disciple of the Cloud Trigram sect doesn't give me any advantage against him. Smiled Zhang Yi as he muttered to himself. In the next moment, his eyes blazed with flames. Traces of blood began to appear on his pale face as he pushed the primal chaos art to the limit. Then, his pupils became intense like flames. Along with that, a bright radiance began to spread out and everyone could clearly sense how powerful Zhang Yi had become. That's the Primal Chaos 9 transformation. This should be the first transformation. The Primal Chaos art is truly special because its reputation is widely known in the ancient southern domain. I heard that this cultivation technique is extremely terrifying and the first transformation can multiply the user's physical strength and origin energy. Legend has it that upon reaching the 9th transformation, one can destroy a city with a single flick. Looks like Zhang Yi is getting serious now. Everyone here could tell how terrifying this cultivation technique was. So when they saw Zhang Yi using the first transformation, their faces became grave. I guessed correctly. After all, Zhang Yi had cultivated the primal chaos art to the 8th stage, said Chao Xiao of the White Jade Academy. Chun Yu spoke without any changes to his face. He's indeed worthy of being ranked in the top 10 among the Cloud Trigram sect's inner disciples. It's fortunate that I don't have to face him. However, the youth with the great sword, Luoshin, had no changes to his face as he had already expected this. However, he wasn't optimistic of Lin Yun defeating Jiang Yi. I'm sorry. You might be able to surpass me in half a year, but I don't have a choice now because I have to win. You should surrender, said Jiang Yi calmly after he brought out his full power. His voice was calm, but everyone could hear the absolute confidence and pride in his tone. He was determined to win this battle. Surrender? You can say that again after watching this, smiled Lin Yun as he shook his right hand to execute the Overlord sword, Thunderbolt Slasher. The brilliant lightning blinded everyone's vision. When they recovered their vision a moment later, all of their faces changed as there was a huge gulf stretching out from Lin Yun's feet to Jiang Yi. When they looked at Jiang Yi, they noticed that the flames around him had died down under this attack. His aura had also reached rock bottom. Not many people could tell how Lin Yun attacked, but for those who could, they were deeply shocked. Jiang Yi's face was pale as his right hand began to tremble violently and his heart throbbed. He knew that Lin Yun had missed this attack on purpose. Lin Yun had practiced the Overlord sword to the second style, so he could control the first style as he wished without needing to accumulate his energy. If Lin Yun bothered accumulating his energy, then the power of this sword would be even more terrifying. Still not enough? Lin Yun said as boundless thunderclouds began to gather above him. In the next second, the thunderclouds formed a vortex that formed into a dragon that entered Lin Yun's body. I surrender, said Jiang Yi as he gnashed his teeth with shock in his eyes. Thank you for the battle, said Lin Yun as he dispersed his attack. No one had expected that Jiang Yi would end up surrendering. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with shock in their eyes. No one thought that Lin Yun could defeat Jiang Yi, who brought out the Primal Chaos 9 transformation. Furthermore, Jiang Yi was the one who surrendered. They were still captivated by the grace of Lin Yun's fight and they couldn't gather themselves. Everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy, except for the bitterly smiling Mu Shui, had joy on their faces. Lin Yun's last sword not only defeated Jiang Yi, but it also dealt Mu Shui a slap on the face and destroyed all her pride. So what if she was from an overlord force? Even Jiang Yi, who was ranked among the Cloud Trigram sect's top 10 inner disciples, had admitted defeat. The sad truth was that she wasn't any stronger than Jiang Yi. I nearly forgot that he's also a swordsman, smiled Lu Yunyan, as she recalled how mighty Lin Yun looked back at the Indigo Cloud Lake with his flower burial sword. We were right, chuckled Tang Yu as he stroked his beard. He was one of those who supported Lin Yun. Now that Lin Yun had revealed his strength, none of those elders who were against it could utter a word. That fellow is a little terrifying. Chun Yu of the White Jade Academy had shock on his face. Aside from him, the youth carrying the great sword, Luoshin, was most shocked. Before he joined the White Jade Academy, he had suffered a huge loss in the hands of a Cloud Trigram sect's disciple and nearly died. But he never thought that Lin Yun could force Jiang Yi into admitting defeat. I've never heard of him. Where did he come from? The Heavenly Province Academy really invited a strong helper this time. The White Jade Academy's elders all wore a grave expression. They never imagined that the Heavenly Province Academy would be their strongest opponent besides the Violet Hut Academy. But since it was only Lin Yun, they weren't too worried about it. After a brief discussion, Chao Xiu's eyes flashed coldly and he sneered. Leave that brat to me. I can use him to practice my skills before challenging Chao Jin. Lin Yun raised his head and saw that Jiang Yi had already dispelled the primal chaos art and was left with a pale face. Jiang Yi was greatly shocked by Lin Yun's sword, and he was wondering what would have happened to him if Lin Yun aimed that sword at him. Thinking about how he confidently asked Lin Yun to surrender, he instantly felt awkward. He smiled bitterly. You are exactly the way that your friend described you. You're not someone to be underestimated. Although Jiang Yi never underestimated Lin Yun, he still faced Lin Yun with pride as a genius from an overlord force. Then again, he couldn't be blamed for it since the 9 overlord forces were giants in the ancient southern domain. Wherever these disciples went, they would receive respect. Pride had already taken root in Zhang Yi's bones, and it couldn't be changed. Lin Yun didn't hate Zhang Yi as the latter faced him openly. However, he was curious about the friend mentioned by Zhang Yi. You want to know who that friend of yours is, right? Zhang Yi smiled. I can't tell you, but I can tell you that this person has been thinking about you. He's quickly growing strong and was taken in as a personal disciple of a great figure the moment he joined. I'll wait for him, said Lin Yun. There was nothing he could do except wait. After all, he would eventually find out during the Draconic Banquet. I believe the Heavenly Province Academy invited you to deal with Chao Zhan, but you should also be careful of the White Jade Academy. Chao Xiao isn't an easy opponent and you won't make it out if you're careless. Smiled Zhang Yi as he cupped his hands together and left. Lin Yun fell into deep thought because Zhang Yi didn't seem to place the Flowing Cloud Academy in his eyes. Was he so sure that the White Jade Academy could defeat the Flowing Cloud Academy? Lin Yun raised his head to look at the Violet Hut Academy's Chao Zhan, who was meditating with his eyes closed. He didn't seem to have any intention of opening his eyes. It seemed like he didn't care who his opponent was. In fact, the entire Violet Hut Academy was also calm and composed. Is Chao Zhan really as terrifying as the rumors? Lin Yun collected his thoughts and returned to his seat. Thank you, smiled Tang Yu as he stood up with Mo Ling and the rest. They had great respect for him. After all, it was thanks to Lin Yun that they could win this battle so beautifully. Congratulations. I admit that I've made a mistake, said Mu Shui as she came over. Lin Yun rubbed his nose and smiled. No worries. I knew you would admit it. Mu Shui glared at Lin Yun. You're really as arrogant as ever. But I don't hold it against you since you defeated Zhang Yi. Mo Ling smiled. All right. It's time for the Flowing Cloud Academy and White Jade Academy to fight. If nothing goes wrong, there's a high chance that the White Jade Academy will win. Everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy looked at the stage with seriousness. The White Jade Academy was a powerful enemy that stood in their way. Mo Ling spoke with a grave expression. Chao Xiao from the White Jade Academy is strong. Not to mention that there's also Luo Xin. One is a monstrous genius from the Black Flame sect, while the other is a wandering cultivator that they groomed. Plus, we know nothing about Luo Xin. Luo Xin? That weird youth with the great sword? Lin Yun turned to look in Luo Xin and Chao Xiao's direction. They're really not easy to deal with, Lin Yun muttered to himself. He could tell that the two were at least on the same level as Zhang Yi. In fact, Chao Xiao might be even stronger than Zhang Yi. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't be so wary of him. A brief moment later, the battle between the White Jade Academy and Flowing Cloud Academy began. The White Jade Academy sent out Luo Xin for the first battle and he walked out with an oversized greatsword. Because of the size, the crowd wondered if Luo Xin could really swing it. The outcome of the battle had shocked everyone. Not only was Luo Xin able to swing his sword, but the sword moved with great agility under his control. Every strike made the Flowing Cloud Academy's participant's face turn ugly, as if he was suffering great pain. 5 moves later, the participant from the Flowing Cloud Academy was sent flying. When he landed on the ground, he could no longer get up and his face was pale. Everyone was shocked by how quickly this battle ended. The faces of the Heavenly Province Academy's party also became grave as Mo Ling spoke out. This must be a chess piece purposely groomed by the White Jade Academy. His fighting style is weird, so you'll lose if you can't take his first attack. Mo Ling managed to piece some clues together from the fight. Lin Yun nodded his head in agreement. In his eyes, it was a pity that the battle ended too quickly because he could have observed Luo Xin even more. The second battle was surprising because the White Jade Academy sent out Chen Yu instead of Chao Xiao. Going by Mo Ling's information, Chen Yu was probably the weakest from the White Jade Academy. This also made many people surprised because no one expected that the White Jade Academy would send out Chen Yu to deal with a disciple of an overlord force. But the most conservative method was to use the weakest in the team to exhaust the other party's strongest fighter. With Chao Xiao last, it was practically destined that the White Jade Academy would win. But the outcome had shocked everyone once more. The weakest among the 3 actually defeated the Flowing Cloud Academy's helper. The White Jade Academy is a little too terrifying. The weakest Chen Yu is actually so powerful? Don't forget that there's still Xiao. The White Jade Academy seems to be going after the championship. Who knows, they might even snatch it from the Violet Hut Academy. Haha, this is interesting. It'll be even more difficult for the Heavenly Province Academy to retain that incomplete divine rune. The spectators became even more excited when they saw this. They could imagine the ferocious battle between the Heavenly Province Academy and White Jade Academy. After Chun Yu defeated his opponent, he looked at Lin Yun eerily. He raised his brow with an eerie smile filled with provocation. This is going to be difficult. Tang Yu wore a grave expression. Neither Mo Ling nor Lu Yunyan uttered a word. A grave atmosphere slowly spread out in the Heavenly Province Academy, washing away the joy from Lin Yun's victory. They expected the White Jade Academy to be strong, but not this strong. Even the confident Mu Shui became silent because she knew that her odds of beating Chen Yu or Luoxin was lower than 60%. The morale among the Heavenly Province Academy began to topple at this moment because they couldn't afford another loss. The sun hung high in the sky as the surrounding atmosphere became more excited. The Heavenly Province Academy was the only group that couldn't get excited though. However, the spectators didn't care about that. They were looking forward to seeing if the Heavenly Province Academy could cleanse their humiliation or if they would lose their incomplete divine rune. They also wanted to see if the White Jade Academy could become the champion. Everyone liked surprises, especially when it came to these kinds of competitions. With the White Jade Academy's victory, the competition had become even more exciting since there were so many possibilities. Both of the academies have sent out 2 participants. In my view, based on the 2 participants that the Heavenly Province Academy sent out, they will get 1 win and 1 loss. That's true. There's even a possibility that they might lose. Lu Yunyan is too weak compared to the 3 of them. As for Lin Yun, he only has 50% chances of winning Luoxin or Chun Yu in my view. That's right. After all, Chun Yu defeated the Flowing Cloud Academy's helper, and his performance wasn't any inferior to Lin Yun. So the key lies in Mu Shui. If Mu Shui wins, the Heavenly Province Academy might still have a chance. But if she loses, then the Heavenly Province Academy won't have any hope left. The surrounding discussion was heard by Mo Ling and the rest from the Heavenly Province Academy. But it didn't cause any fluctuation on their faces. They knew the spectators were correct. Mu Shui was the key to this group. But even if she could win, the situation was still unfavorable to them because Luoxin and Chen Yu were too powerful. The odds of Lu Yunyan winning were too low, so Lin Yun and Mu Shui would be under a lot of pressure. "I'm sorry to drag everyone down," said Lu Yunyan as she lowered her head. "You've already done your best. There's no one better than you in the academy. If anyone's in the wrong, it's me," said Tang Yu as he comforted Lu Yunyan. It wasn't that she wasn't hard-working, but her enemy was simply too powerful. If she was wrong, then wouldn't that mean that those disciples who were weaker than her were even worse? Furthermore, Lu Yunyan had already won a battle against the Azurefoot Academy. Mo Ling pondered briefly before she spoke out. "We still have a chance. We can put Yunyan first, Mu Shui second, and Lin Yun last. If Yunyan can run into Xiao or Chun Yu, the pressure on Mu Shui and Lin Yun will be smaller. That mindset is too naive. What if they send out Luoxin in the first battle and Xiaojin next? Doesn't that mean that we'll lose 2 rounds in a row? It doesn't seem proper no matter how we arrange it. But I have no opinion about placing Lin Yun last. That's right. I can tell that he hasn't used all his strength and we might have some hope with him at the end." The elders discussed the strategy with Mo Ling. The sequence was a headache because the arrangement didn't seem good no matter how they set it up. However, the White Jade Academy wasn't foolish, so there was no way they could put Xiao first. Lin Yun shook his head inwardly. If the difference in strength wasn't that great, they could use this sort of method to win. But if the difference in strength was too great, then any arrangement would be futile. "Let me go first," said Mu Shui. "I also agree to putting Lin Yun last. Since Big Sister Yunyan has fought once, we should let her rest." Everyone was surprised that Mu Shui would ask to fight first, but no one had a better idea and they could only go along with it. After all, it was no longer important who went first since they weren't optimistic about this battle. "Time's up. Heavenly Province Academy and White Jade Academy, please send out your first participants. The elder's voice echoed out on the stage once more. As two figures soared into the sky, Lin Yun was surprised to see the White Jade Academy sending out Luotian. The killing aura in Luotian's eyes were even more ferocious than the disciples who grew up in sections. You guys didn't send Flower Burial first? Are you guys possibly thinking of letting him go last? I thought you guys would at least try to get one win knowing that you will lose, said Luotian with a playful expression. You think you can beat me? Mu Shue's eyes flashed with rage. Although she wasn't sure if she could defeat Luotian, her pride as a disciple of an overlord force wouldn't allow her to be belittled. We'll see, sneered Luotian. As you wish. Mu Shue snorted as she drew her sword. Her sword flickered with a cold light. She was using a transcendent profound artifact, which was comparable to a cosmic artifact. Luotian smiled sinisterly as he reached out for the greatsword behind him. Looks like your side has seen something in my sword technique. But that doesn't matter because I'm not afraid of revealing it. That's right, you'll lose if you can't block the first move of my mountain-splitting sword. Luotian slammed his greatsword down on the ground beside him and it sank 2 inches into the ground. In the next second, the entire mountain began to start shaking as a violent aura began to spread out from Luotian. The first sword, smirked Luotian as he charged forward with the great sword streaking across the air. The moment his feet left the ground, it felt like an ancient beast had awakened from his body. He let out a roar that was accompanied by 9 dazzling sword rays that danced around him. Luotian was like an Azura from hell as his sinister smile sent shivers down everyone's back. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes because he could sense the 9 sword rays around Luotian. When Lin Yun poured his soul energy into his eyes, he could see crimson traces in the sword rays, which made them look extremely evil. Soon, the crimson traces quickly spread out into a blazing flame. Lin Yun finally understood why Luotian dared to speak with such confidence. His cultivation technique should be related to a certain demonic sword art that was similar to igniting the blood and aura within the body to gain a temporary increase in strength. This was why if Luotian's opponent couldn't block the first move, the next sword would be even more powerful. This meant that the slightest hesitation would place Luotian's opponent in a passive position. Lin Yun noticed the slight hesitation in Mu Shue's eyes. She seemed to be hesitating if she should use her trump card now. If her trump card couldn't block this move, then not only would she lose, but she would also be heavily injured. She lost, sighed Lin Yun. The outcome of the battle turned out just as Lin Yun had predicted. Mu Shue's hesitation ultimately caused her to lose as she was sent flying with her sword nearly knocked from her grip. 10 moves later, Luotian's sword rays enveloped him and turned into 9 crimson dragons. With another blow, Mu Shue threw up a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Is this the best that the Heavenly Sword Sect can offer? Luotian sneered as he soared into the sky, landing another hit on Mu Shue despite already securing his victory. Mu Shue defended this attack with all her might, but this blow was so powerful that the sounds of her bones breaking could be heard. This made everyone suck in a cold breath. Shock was written on their faces as they looked at Mu Shue being tossed around like a rag doll. But even so, Luotian had no intention of letting Mu Shue off as he pounced at her once more. But before his sword reached Mu Shue, a fan flew over and blocked his attack. The silver fan was tiny in comparison to the greatsword, but the fan had completely blocked the greatsword's attack. Then, Mo Ling spoke up. The Heavenly Province Academy admits defeat for this round. Admits defeat? She hasn't said anything yet, sneered Luotian. He clearly had no intention of letting Mu Shue off. I said, the Heavenly Province Academy admits defeat for this round. Mo Ling's face turned cold and she suppressed Luotian with her aura. Luotian, come back. Chao Xiao revealed a playful smile. The Heavenly Province Academy needed a lesson to learn who the winner was, but it was meaningless to force them too far. Humph! Luotian snorted as he left. When Mo Ling brought Mu Shue back, everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy wore an ugly expression as they looked at blood flowing from Mu Shue's waist that dyed her clothes red. It hurts. Mu Xue's face was pale as she whispered out softly. Lin Yun's face changed when he saw Mu Xue. He might not like Mu Xue, but there was no need to take another person's life in the competition. After all, you only have to win the battle. These two didn't even have a blood feud. Luo Xin was simply too brutal. Was he trying to compete with who was more ruthless? Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly and he calmly spoke. Let me go next. Lin Yun's voice left everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy shocked. From everyone's impression, Lin Yun was always calm and rarely got furious or changed his decision. But he actually requested to fight next even though they planned to let Lin Yun go last. Tang Yu, Mo Ling, and Lu Yunyan all looked at Lin Yun with shock in their eyes. They all had keen senses so they could roughly guess Lin Yun's idea. If they were destined to lose, then there was no need for Lu Yunyan to get on stage and suffer the same pain that Mu Xue went through. He would rather go next and teach the White Jade Academy a lesson. No, let me go next. Lu Yunyan's face was pale, but her eyes were filled with determination as she gnashed her teeth. Her voice broke. Although I don't have many chances against Chun Yu, I still have to give it a try. Please believe in me once. Lin Yun looked at Lu Yunyan, and he felt silent. He got angry when Mu Xue was beaten up, despite the fact that he didn't like her. If someone like Lu Yunyan or Bai Yi, whom he had friendships with, went through that sort of pain, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. Please let me try. You should be last. We need this victory, and I don't wish to give up, said Lu Yunyan. Everyone had their own persistence, and Lu Yunyan was willing to give her life for the academy. She knew that she had to go up for the slight chance that they had. Then Lin Yun would go last because he was the academy's hope. Heavenly Province Academy versus White Jade Academy. Please send out your participants for the second round. The elderly voice spoke once more. Lin Yun knew that many people were looking at him, but he didn't dare to look at them, especially Lu Yunyan. He knew that his heart would become soft if he did, but he eventually gave in and looked at Lu Yunyan. He looked into her eyes and saw himself in her. In the end, Lin Yun sighed and nodded his head. In the next second, two figures soared into the sky and landed on the stage. They were Lu Yunyan and Qin Yu. No one was surprised by this formation as the Heavenly Province Academy naturally had to leave Lin Yun for last. But this was based on the prerequisite that Lu Yunyan could defeat her opponent. I applaud your courage to show up before me after knowing that I can defeat the Flowing Cloud Academy's helper. Smiled Qin Yu with disdain. The outcome is still unknown unless we fight, said Lu Yunyan coldly. Chun Yu narrowed his eyes and he fanned himself. Haha. I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, I can only make you accountable for the humiliation my younger brother suffered. Let's see if you're even capable of doing that. Lu Yunyan barked as she drew her sword and charged forward. Pitiful tricks, smiled Qin Yu as he spun the fan in his hand. When the fan spun, a cold ray began to spread out from the fan. I only need 3 moves to defeat you. Chun Yu released his aura and gently waved the fan in his hand. His move might seem casual, but anyone could tell that the power Chun Yu had accumulated was like a tidal wave. When Lu Yunyan's sword bolted over, Chun Yu waved his fan and instantly caused an explosion that sent Lu Yunyan flying. The difference between their cultivation was too great. Furthermore, Chun Yu's attainments in the martial Dao were clearly higher. That's the first move, sneered Chun Yu as he opened his fan and pounced forward like a bolt of lightning. As he activated his movement technique, a cold ray shot out and left cracks on the ground, which shocked everyone since Chun Yu's previous attack was already so terrifying. Lin Yun looked up ahead as this was within his expectation. After all, Chun Yu could even defeat the disciple of an overlord force, not to mention Lu Yunyan. The faces of Mo Ling and the others weren't exactly great either as the miracle that they were hoping for didn't occur. Chun Yu didn't stop with his second attack and he threw out another move. 2 moves later, his aura had fully exploded as thunderclouds surged in the sky and brought along immense pressure. The pressure alone was enough to give Lu Yunyan difficulty to stand. This is the end. Chun Yu's eyes were filled with indifference as he slashed down with his fan like a sword. The thunderclouds in the surroundings gathered above his fan as a 300-meter-long lightning bolt shot out. It was so powerful that it could even split a mountain. Facing Chen Yu's attacks, Lu Yunyan's face became grave as she poured all her origin energy into her sword and charged forward. When the two clashed, their collision produced a rumbling explosion, but Chen Yui's attack still landed on her. Lu Yunyan was immediately sent flying with a mouthful of blood. When she landed on the stage, she had great difficulty remaining on her feet. "You're still not going to surrender?" Chen Yu landed on the ground with a smug grin as he fanned himself. However, a decisive light flashed through Lu Yunyan's eyes as she began to form an ancient seal with her hands. In the next second, countless spiritual runes intertwined around her and caused her aura to increase. This is the aura of a lesser divine ability. The spectators' faces changed when they sensed the abnormality in the atmosphere. Mo Ling also frowned her brows before she shook her head. As for Chen Yu, he was initially startled by the aura before he calmed down. He scoffed. "How stubborn. It's impossible for you to use a lesser divine ability with your attainments in spiritual runes. Let me give you a straightforward defeat." Chen Yu then charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Before Lu Yunyan could gather all the spiritual runes she needed, the spiritual runes around her crumbled as Chen Yu's fan slashed down like a sharp blade. Once again, Lu Yunyan threw up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. "You're courting death to try and use a lesser divine ability," said Chen Yu with disdain. Looking at Lu Yunyan, who was sent flying away, a figure charged out before Mo Ling could even stand up. Lin Yun had streaked across the sky as he held on to Lu Yunyan. When Chen Yu saw this, he frowned his brows and sneered. "The Heavenly Province Academy doesn't seem to have any capability aside from admitting defeat. I know that you're here to admit defeat, so don't bother talking." His ridicule soured the faces of everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy. But there was nothing they could say because it was the truth. Mo Ling had interfered in the previous battle, but now, Lin Yun showed up naturally to admit defeat on Lu Yunyan's behalf. When Lin Yun looked at the mockery on Chen Yu's face, his face became terrifyingly displeased. "Am I wrong?" Chen Yu fanned himself and smiled. "It's a pity that there's nothing you can do about it despite your anger. The Heavenly Province Academy has already lost. Get lost and don't embarrass yourself anymore." Chen Yu was happy with the rage he saw in Lin Yun's pupils. He liked the feeling of his opponent being helpless and not being able to do anything despite their anger. It was even more satisfying than defeating Lin Yun personally. "Don't lower yourself to his level. Let's go," said Lu Yunyan in Lin Yun's embrace. She had never suffered such a heavy injury in her life. She lived her life for the 5 academies competition, and now she had to live with the guilt of losing. "I've yet to accomplish what I promised you." "But we've already lost," said Lu Yunyan helplessly. "You forgot that I'm someone who came out from hell, so I don't mind going through it once more," smiled Lin Yun. He had once chosen hell mode for himself. Today, he was going to choose it once more for the promise he made with his friend. Placing Lu Yunyan down, Lin Yun looked around before he made a request. "I would like to make a request for hell mode." Hell mode! All the spectators were shocked when they heard it. Everyone looked at Lin Yun. Did he know what hell mode meant? Did he know that the Heavenly Province Academy was humiliated because of hell mode 2 decades ago? Could it be that the Heavenly Province Academy was going to tackle hell mode once more? The crowd felt that Lin Yun was simply insane. 2 decades ago, Lu Yunyan's father thoroughly lost in hell mode and made the academy suffer humiliation. It was so bad that not even their elders could raise their heads. This was the reason why Lu Yunyan had been under great pressure all along. But now, someone from the academy was going to challenge hell mode once more? The elderly judge appeared before Lin Yun. He could keep himself composed with how experienced he was. He looked at Lin Yun and asked, "Do you know the rules of hell mode?" Lin Yun nodded his head as he naturally knew about it. Hell mode for this was different from the Dragon Gate competition as the challenger had to face 3 participants from the White Jade Academy at once. Not only that, but the Flowing Cloud Academy and Azurefoot Academy could also send out a single participant. This meant that the challenger had to face 5 opponents at the same time, which was a lot more brutal than the Dragon Gate competition. But the decision didn't lie with Lin Yun, but the Heavenly Province Academy. 2 decades ago, the Heavenly Province Academy paid the price of a lesser divine ability, 100 4th grade pellets, 10 5th grade pellets, and an astronomical sum of spiritual jades. This choice simply made no sense to anyone. Furthermore, even if Lin Yun won, he still had to face Chao Zhen. Chao Zhen's cultivation already entered the lesser Yang stage a year ago, so there was a possibility that he had reached the greater Yang stage. After all, he was a monstrous genius groomed by the Northern Snow Manor for the Draconic Banquet. The 5 Academies competition was just a stepping stone for him. The Violet Hut Academy invited him over as a safeguard as they had to finish the promise they made 2 decades ago by obtaining the incomplete divine rune. There wasn't anyone Chao Zhen's age in the Nether Prefectural City that could surpass him. The faces of the Heavenly Province Academy's elders changed. Not mentioning Chao Zhen, but they weren't optimistic of Lin Yun completing Hell Mode. After all, there was a high possibility that Lin Yun would be killed before he could even admit defeat. The White Jade Academy would probably try and kill Lin Yun in Hell Mode because they were so brutal. However, while everyone hesitated, Lin Yun turned around and unleashed his aura. Right at this moment, he was like a sword waiting to be drawn. After all, there was nothing he could do if no one drew him. He didn't say a word as he looked at Tang Yu with confidence in his eyes. His gaze made Tang Yu's heart tremble and made Yu feel like she was suffocating. Mo Ling's eyes flashed as she spoke out. Agree to him. I ask of Senior Tang with my position as a direct descendant of the Mo clan to agree with him. If he loses, I'm willing to bear the consequences with him. The other elders were surprised by Mo Ling's words because it was the same as being a guarantor for Lin Yun. Tang Yu glanced at Mo Ling before he turned to look at Lin Yun. The Heavenly Province Academy doesn't have any objection. His words instantly caused a commotion among the spectators. The Heavenly Province Academy actually agreed to Hell Mode. Holy shit, they actually agreed. Looks like the Heavenly Province Academy is going to accompany Lin Yun's insanity. Was their loss 2 decades ago not enough? This decision left the 3 other academies shocked because they hadn't treated Lin Yun's words seriously. After all, the Heavenly Province Academy had to pay the price if Lin Yun lost. What arrogance! Since the Heavenly Province Academy wants to give us a fat gift, then we'll take it. Luo Xin and Chao Xiu both jumped onto the stage. When the judge looked at the Flowing Cloud Academy's direction, a figure also soared out. It was Bai Yuchen, the Flowing Cloud Academy's helper. There was no way they could let go of such an opportunity when they could take a piece of pie from the Heavenly Province Academy. The judge then turned to look at the Azurefoot Academy, but Zhang Yi persuaded the team not to join. When Lin Yun raised his head and Zhang Yi smiled in his direction, he was filled with admiration for Lin Yun, so this was the best he could do to help Lin Yun. Although he might admire Lin Yun's courage, he wasn't optimistic that Lin Yun could defeat his opponent. With Chun Yu, Luo Xin, Chao Xiu, and Bai Yuchen standing on the stage, the atmosphere suddenly became nervous as no one dared to utter a word. I hereby announce the beginning of Hell Mode. The judge grabbed onto Lu Yunyan and left the stage, leaving the stage to the 5 participants. There was no question that this would be a brutal fight, for powerful auras exploded and a violent gale was created. Lin Yun raised his head to look at Luo Xin and Chun Yu with fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Luo Xin smiled coldly as he looked at Lin Yun. That little lady who was chopped by me must be feeling terrible right now. But you don't have to worry about it because you'll soon be severed into 2 by my sword. You won't feel any pain. I can also grant you another way of dying if you wish. Chun Yu held onto his fan and smirked. Death? That'll be too easy for him. We should have some fun with him for challenging Hell Mode. You guys should worry about yourselves instead, said Lin Yun seriously. What arrogance! The 4 participants' faces changed. They all had a high status back in their own academies and sects, so they didn't think that Lin Yun was stronger than them. Flower Burial Lin Yun is here to fight. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly became cold. The Flower Burial sword also began to tremble lightly after sensing the killing aura in Lin Yun's heart. Before the 4 of them could make their moves, Lin Yun was already charging over. Interesting. Are you courting death that much? Looking at Lin Yun rushing over, the 4 participants wore a sneer on their faces. But in the next second, the smiles on their faces froze as an iris flower appeared above Lin Yun. In the name of my sword, bloom! A domineering sword aura exploded from Lin Yun, making him look like a lofty mountain in the eyes of others. In the next second, Lin Yun executed his movement technique and disappeared, which made the 4 participants' faces change and the atmosphere tense. With a sword buzz ringing out, a silvery sword ray appeared behind Bai Yuchen without any warning. Bai Yuchen didn't think too much about it and drew his sword to face it head-on. But the moment it clashed with his sword, Bai Yuchen was sent flying and blood dripped down from his palm. How is this possible? Bai Yuchen was shocked that Lin Yun's origin energy was actually stronger than his despite the difference in their cultivation. In addition to Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent, the power of their attacks was also vastly different. Knocking Bai Yuchen away, Lin Yun stabbed his sword backwards. His face remained aloof as a sword ray shot out. Damn it! Lin Yun's sword startled Xianxia as he quickly retreated. Chan Yu's eyes were grim as he charged towards Lin Yun's rear with his fan. However, Lin Yun was agile like a dancing butterfly as he turned around and swung his sword out, catching Chan Yu by surprise and suppressing the latter. Chan Yu's face sank as spiritual runes began to appear on his fan that unfolded out like a painting to block Lin Yun's attack. However, Chan Yu placed too much hope in himself. Lin Yun's sword was like a breeze as it blew through Chan Yu's guard and shot down at him. Facing Lin Yun's attack, Chan Yu could only gnash his teeth as he kept retreating. When he retreated 10 steps, Lin Yun suddenly increased the strength behind his sword and sent Chan Yu flying. But right at this moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble as Luoshin was about to make his move. His great sword smashed into the ground like a mountain, which made many people's faces change. They all knew that there was something unusual about Luoshin's sword technique. If Lin Yun couldn't take Luoshin's first strike, then he would definitely lose just like Mu Shui had. But just when Luoshin was about to grab onto his great sword, Lin Yun suddenly turned around and dashed towards Luoshin like a silver ray. Great! Luoshin's eyes surged with killing aura as he wore a sinister smile. But his smile soon froze as the flower burial sword chopped off his right arm. No one could see how Lin Yun attacked. They only saw a silver ray flashing out when Luoshin was about to grab onto his greatsword. Luoshin howled in pain, but he bore the pain and reached out with his left hand towards his greatsword. But there was no way Lin Yun would give him the opportunity to grab his sword. Lin Yun swung out his sword and sent Luoshin's left arm flying as well. When Lin Yun turned around, a silver ray shot out. When he turned back around, there was a decapitated head flying into the sky behind him. Everyone's jaw dropped when they saw the decapitated head flying in the air. Everyone was familiar with that head, but it felt unreal. After all, they had a deep impression of Luoshin's strength, who crushed Mu Shui from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Shui nearly lost her life earlier and the crowd could vividly recall that scene. But this time around, Luoshin had actually lost his life. Furthermore, Lin Yun had only used 3 swords to claim Luoshin's life. What was even more shocking was that Lin Yun had already turned around. He didn't even spare a glance at Luoshin's corpse. As for the 3 participants who were charging towards Lin Yun, they all felt their hearts being hammered when they saw the head flying behind Lin Yun. They still couldn't believe that Luoshin was dead. At this moment, they could feel a chill run down their spines as Lin Yun's killing aura made their faces pale. Retreat! The shock they felt from Lin Yun had disrupted their momentum, so they knew that it was courting death to continue to charge at Lin Yun right now. However, Lin Yun wouldn't give them the chance to retreat. Without any hesitation, he stabbed out with his sword towards the 3 participants. It was a bizarre scene. An azure-clothed youth was forcing back Xianxia, Bai Yuchen, and Chan Yu all by himself. Screw it! Knowing that there was no path of retreat, the 3 participants roared as they launched their attacks towards Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun seemed to have predicted their attacks as he chopped his sword downwards, leaving a gash on their arms. This made them groan out in pain, but Lin Yun didn't stop there as he continued to charge forward. In the next second, Chan Yu was stabbed in the chest and was sent flying. However, Xianxia and Bai Yuchen's eyes lit up at this opportunity, as they stepped forward and launched their strongest attacks. But things naturally wouldn't go their way as Lin Yun spread his arms apart and soared into the sky. Then, using the momentum, he dove back down with his sword. This caused Cao Xiu and Bai Yuchen to miss their attacks. Instead, their attacks made a huge crater in the ground. Before the two of them could get away, Lin Yun swung his sword, unleashing a radiant moon. It was naturally the luminous moon from the Aquaselenic sword technique. Further empowered by the Iris Sword Sutra, the power of his attack was unbelievably strong. Lin Yun's sword tore apart their defenses and left gashes on their bodies. How did he manage to do this? Cao Xiu and Bai Yuchen were shocked that Lin Yun's attack managed to injure them despite the fact that they defended together. It made no sense for Lin Yun to be so powerful with his cultivation only in the pinnacle stage. Just what cultivation technique did he learn? What a terrifying sword. This doesn't seem to be Lin Yun's strongest attack. His cultivation technique must be powerful. I'm afraid that it's not that simple. The Xianxia sword intent is terrifying to begin with. But did you notice that Lin Yun's sword intent is near completion? Now, it makes sense why his attack is so powerful. The brutality on the stage had plucked everyone's heartstrings. The strength that Lin Yun had displayed made everyone's eyes light up. After all, not even the Bloodwing Pavilion and Shattered Sword Pavilion in the Nether Prefectural City could nurture such a monstrous genius. When Zhang Yi heard the surrounding discussion, he shook his head lightly. These people weren't wrong, but they all neglected something. Lin Yun's reversal of the situation wasn't just because Luotian died. If the remaining 3 participants worked together, they would still have at least a 60% chance of winning. But Luotian's death had left a trauma in their hearts, which gave Lin Yun the upper hand. The most important factor was Lin Yun's mentality. He was calm and composed, which fully displayed the grace of a swordsman. Everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy was also shocked by this scene. What a terrifying sword technique. Great! Luo Shun is dead. Haha. Well done. Senior Sister Mo's eyesight is unique indeed. Even if we lose the competition, no one will dare to underestimate our academy. That's right. How many people can accomplish what Lin Yun just did? All of them were excited while watching Lin Yun's battle. Mu Shui was lying on the chair as she opened her eyes weakly. Her vision was blurred, but she could still identify the people on the stage. Right at this moment, she suddenly recalled how she tried to intimidate Lin Yun with her initial Xiantian sword intent. With Lin Yun's strength, he could easily embarrass her in front of Tang Yu if he was willing to. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel guilty that she had wronged Lin Yun. Back on the stage, when Lin Yun forced Cao Xiu and Bai Yuchen back, he didn't notice the venomous gaze on him. The gaze came from Chen Yu, who suffered a stab from Lin Yun. Die! The fan in Chen Yu's hand turned into a violet bolt of lightning as it flew towards Lin Yun's chest. He had been preparing this attack for a long time, so he was confident that he could heavily injure Lin Yun. Just when his fan was about to reach Lin Yun, it exploded into 12 thin blades aimed at Lin Yun's lethal spots. Looking at this scene, Chen Yu began to laugh out aloud. Ha ha! Lin Yun, you're dead! But Lin Yun suddenly turned around as he swung out 81 sword rays that bloomed like an iris flower, knocking all 12 thin blades away. This caught Chen Yu by surprise as the thin blades stabbed his own vital spots, making him look like a hedgehog. A thin blade in his forehead ended up claiming his life. Chen Yu's face turned pale as he could sense his vitality being drained away. I hate sneak attacks the most. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a chill as he recalled how Xian Ju died. He turned into a sword ray and pierced through Chen Yu's body, destroying Chen Yu's body completely, so that his corpse was unrecognizable. When Chen Yu's mutilated limbs fell onto the ground, waves and waves of sword aura eventually reduced what was left of Chen Yu's corpse into ashes. With that, the White Jade Academy's Chen Yu died an even more terrible death than Luotian. This made everyone's face twitch in shock. They could tell how ruthless Lin Yun's attack was, but they didn't know what Chen Yu did to Lin Yun to deserve this. Simultaneously, everyone from the White Jade Academy had their faces turned black with deep hatred in their eyes. They didn't know where Lin Yun came from. Bai Yuchen, don't hold back anymore. Otherwise, we might end up like them. Chao Xiu wiped the blood on his lips and he smiled bitterly as he looked at Lin Yun. This was too brutal. They initially thought that they could gang up and kill Lin Yun, but the situation had completely turned around. Hell mode had become their hell instead. On top of that, the White Jade Academy was humiliated and was going to become Lin Yun's stepping stone. But Chao Xiu didn't want that. He wanted Lin Yun to die no matter what. Mustering his killing aura, Chao Xiu's eyes became sharp. Standing beside Chao Xiu, Bai Yuchen also looked at Lin Yun coldly. Fine with me. I have no intention of going easy anymore. We won't be able to turn the tables around today if he doesn't die. But before he could finish speaking, a sword ray streaked across the stage and Chao Xiu was severed in two before he brought out his trump card. This instantly made Bai Yuchen's legs turn soft and his lips tremble. He recognized Lin Yun's sword as the one that forced Zhang Yi to surrender. Overlord Sword, Thunderbolt Slasher. The rumbling sound from the sword intent started to ring out, but Chao Xiu was already dead. Everyone was fixated on Lin Yun as he slowly walked towards Bai Yuchen. It was just like how Lin Yun walked towards the four participants at the beginning of Hell Mode. Lin Yun's sword intent roared like rumbling lightning and caused the clouds to roll. At the same time, everyone looked at the azure-clothed youth in shock. The White Jade Academy's trump card, Chao Xiu, was killed by the same attack that made Zhang Yi surrender. The White Jade Academy wasn't even willing to send Chao Xiu out in the first two matches, which made the situation even more pitiful. In the end, Lin Yun had once again brought out that attack that looked like a thunderbolt. Everyone had ultimately underestimated Lin Yun's attack. It was only after it fell onto Chao Xiu when they realized how powerful it was. The powerhouses couldn't believe that Lin Yun had such a powerful attack when he was only in the Yin stage of the Violet Palace realm. His attack was simply too powerful, which filled them with doubt. But no matter how unbelievable they thought it was, the fact remained that the White Jade Academy had completely lost. Lin Yun first severed Luoxin's arms before decapitating him. Then, Lin Yun turned Chen Yu into ashes. As for Chao Xiu, he died with the most grievance as he could clearly put up a fight. He even wanted to join hands with Bai Yuchen to kill Lin Yun, but he was severed in two before he could even attack. But death might not be the worst situation since they could have been crippled. Bai Yuchen was trembling in fear as he watched Lin Yun approaching him. He could sense his strength being drained from his legs and his trembled incessantly. He wanted to admit defeat, but he couldn't move his lips. However, no one laughed and the crowd looked at him with sympathy. They knew that they would look even more terrible if they were in his position. Bai Yuchen could feel his scalp tingling as the person that was talking to him a second ago was severed into two. But Lin Yun suddenly came to a stop as he turned to look at the judge. I've already won, right? His voice wasn't loud, but it rumbled throughout the mountain like thunder that dragged everyone back to reality. Indeed, he has already won. Bai Yuchen can't even admit defeat. He has embarrassed the Flowing Cloud Academy and the Azurewood Pavilion. You can't blame him. Anyone in his position would react the same way. Lin Yun was too brutal. Bai Yuchen ended up in a miserable state. At least he didn't suffer the same way that the White Jade Academy did. Their loss was a true tragedy. This should be the first time Hell Mode was a success in the 5 Academies competition. With this battle, the Heavenly Province Academy's position would be stabilized even if Lin Yun loses in tomorrow's fight. That's right. Reputation is the most important for a force, and Lin Yun's battle cleansed the Heavenly Province Academy of their humiliation 2 decades ago. Everyone began to whisper with each other after they recovered from their shock. But there were still people who were dumbfounded. There weren't many people who could be compared to Bai Yuchen, Chao Xiu, Chen Yu, or Luoxin. But all of them were defeated by Flower Burial Lin Yun. There was no doubt that this battle would make the name Flower Burial resound throughout the Nether Prefecture. As the judge of the competition, the elderly man had a decent ability in the Nether Prefectural City in terms of his eyesight and experience. But even he couldn't help being shocked by the outcome of this battle. He only glanced at Bai Yuchen briefly before his gaze was fixed on Lin Yun. It took a while, but he finally announced the outcome of the battle. Lin Yun wins this battle. The Heavenly Province Academy has succeeded in Hell Mode. Everyone from the White Jade Academy had dark faces. They had already won, but it was overruled with hell mode. So anyone could imagine how they were feeling right now. Furthermore, Luoxin, Chanyu, and even the Black Flame Sect's Chao Xiu had died. This was a great loss which would lead to their total collapse. Damn it! Who the hell is this brat? Why was he so ruthless to our White Jade Academy? Where did this person come from? Are you people idiots? How can you guys not have any information on someone like him? Investigate his origin. We have to take revenge no matter what. An elder of the White Jade Academy roared furiously because he wanted to tear Lin Yun apart. On the other hand, everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy had smiles on their faces. But they only cheered after the outcome of the battle was announced. We won. We succeeded in hell mode. 20 years. We have finally been cleansed of our humiliation. Everyone felt the burden of humiliation disappear because Lin Yun taught the White Jade Academy a brutal lesson. Big sister Mo, we won. Lin Yun really won. Lu Yunyan couldn't contain her emotions anymore as he burst into tears. Her emotions were out of control at this moment. Embracing Lu Yunyan, Mo Ling smiled. Don't cry. Lu Yunyan managed to contain her emotions a long time later, and she blushed when she recalled how she had acted. But when he raised her head to look at the youth on the stage, she smiled. Big sister Mo, look, Lin Yun seems different at this moment. Is that so? Mo Ling turned to look at Lin Yun sheathing his sword. He had shown a brutal side of him that he never showed in the Heavenly Province Academy. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun returned to the Heavenly Province Academy's party. When he landed, Tang Yu and the other elders came up to him with smiles. Are you injured? Some light injuries, but it's fine, replied Lin Yun. That's good. You might have a chance if you can face Chao Zhan in your top form, said Tang Yu as his eyes lit up. Lin Yun had cleansed the Heavenly Province Academy of the humiliation they suffered 2 decades ago. As an outside helper, Lin Yun's performance was perfect. Even if he lost the fight tomorrow, there would be no damage to the Heavenly Province Academy's reputation. As for the incomplete divine rune, they could always get it back in the future competitions. So this was a perfect outcome. After all, Chao Zhan could be in the Greater Yang stage, so the odds of Lin Yun winning weren't high. I'll fight Chao Zhan tomorrow? Asked Lin Yun. Tang Yu stroked his beard and smiled. Yeah, it should be the next round, but you can rest for the night since you've gone through hell mode. This is a rule set a long time ago, but you're the first person who actually succeeded in the challenge. But you can't let your guard down against Chao Zhan. Chao Zhan isn't like Bai Yuchen. He is a monstrous genius that the Northern Snow Manor is nurturing, said Mo Ling as she came over. Right at this moment, just as everyone was about to leave, a terrifying aura began to boil and instantly enveloped the entire mountain. When everyone turned their heads, they saw the frail youth who had been meditating right from the start releasing a cold aura from his body. Chao Zhan. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff when everyone saw that the aura came from Chao Zhan. Clearly, he had something to say. When Chao Zhan opened his eyes, he stared in one direction. More accurately speaking, he was looking at Lin Yun. Sensing the gaze, Lin Yun raised his head and looked back at Chao Zhan. This person had finally looked at him straight for once. He still remembered how Chao Zhan had ignored everyone and only focused on meditating as if this competition had nothing to do with him. Chao Zhan's cold gaze suddenly became a little warmer as he said, I'll wait for you tomorrow. Chao Zhan's voice was calm, but it caused a great commotion on the stage. It wouldn't have mattered if he said nothing, but since he spoke, he clearly viewed Lin Yun as an opponent. It seemed like Chao Zhan would take tomorrow's battle seriously. Without a doubt, the battle would be interesting. Due to that, everyone was filled with expectation. No one believed that Lin Yun could fight with Chao Zhan before today. But after witnessing Lin Yun's true strength, they weren't so sure anymore that Lin Yun would lose. Looking back at Chao Zhan, Lin Yun could feel a decent amount of pressure coming from the former. He could tell that this person was strong. After Chao Zhan finished talking, the Violet Hut Academy left. Watching Chao Zhan leave, Lin Yun's interest was piqued as he knew that tomorrow's battle would be important. He had a premonition that this would be his toughest battle since leaving the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Tomorrow's battle was crucial. If he lost, then his fangs that had just come out might be suppressed. Although he wouldn't collapse because of that, it would still affect him greatly. If that happened, it would be practically impossible for him to shine in the Draconic Banquet a year from now. It was hard to get into the Dragoncloud ranking, not to mention making it at the forefront. But he was a swordsman, so he would press forward without fearing death. At this moment, Lin Yun's eyes gradually blazed with fighting spirits. Cold wind blew into Lin Yun's residence at night under the moonlight. Lin Yun sat in the house as he cultivated the Iris Sword Sutra. The cold wind gradually calmed his blazing heart from the fight early today, but it was just the calm before the storm. The anticipation of tomorrow's battle was tugging at Lin Yun's heartstrings. As Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra faster, the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body. At this moment, Lin Yun was like a whale devouring all the spiritual energy to nourish his body and cultivation. He was enveloped by a silver luster that made him seem somewhat lonely. An hour later, Lin Yun opened his eyes as his pupils glowed like two bright stars from the sword intent that boiled in his body. It took some time for the boundless sword intent to calm down as it retreated back into Lin Yun's body. If anyone was here, they would be shocked by how majestic Lin Yun's sword intent was. Most importantly, Lin Yun could control it perfectly. If someone else had such a boundless sword intent, they would be like a child swinging a giant metal sword. The Iris Sword Sutra can effectively temper my sword intent, but I still can't make a breakthrough anytime soon. Lin Yun raised his head and looked at the bright moon outside. He tried making a breakthrough earlier with the Iris Sword Sutra, but all his attempts ended up in failure. Then again, this was already within Lin Yun's expectation because he was lacking in accumulation. His cultivation had progressed too quickly over the past few months, so he was finally hitting a wall. Then again, Lin Yun could refine the infernal flower to make a breakthrough, but it wouldn't be worth it. After all, the infernal flower was precious and not even the profound Yang Palace could obtain it easily. So it would be a waste if Lin Yun used it to make a breakthrough. But he could sense that Chao Jin had a powerful cultivation when he looked at the latter early today. Chao Jin had already reached the greater Yang stage. Therefore, he was a lot stronger than the likes of Jiang Yi and Chao Xiu. Lin Yun began to feel a pressure in his heart. It wasn't completely because of Chao Jin, but he was thinking further ahead. Chao Jin might be a monstrous genius, but he still has quite the distance to go before reaching the level of the Dragoncloud ranking. Chao Jin was already so terrifying. So if Lin Yun couldn't defeat Chao Jin, wanting to be ranked on the Dragoncloud ranking would be a pipe dream. How could he chase after Su Xiao if he failed? Tomorrow's battle will be a brutal one, Lin Yun muttered as his eyes glowed. He knew that he couldn't take a step back no matter what. After he collected his thoughts, Lin Yun tapped his interspatial pouch and retrieved the rose painting. It contained the same colossal and mighty tiger sniffing the rose on the man's palm. Lin Yun was too familiar with this painting, but when he looked at it again today, his soul energy began to fluctuate from his body. Where do the flowers bloom? The azure-clothed man in the painting muttered as the flower in his palm landed on the tip of his sword, and he began to perform a sword dance. As the man performed the sword dance, he began to emit a boundless sword aura that was several times stronger than the gigantic tiger. Then, the rose bloomed and he exploded into countless stars. It felt as though everything had trembled under the man's sword. When that man finished the sword dance, he suddenly looked at Lin Yun through the painting and smiled. Shortly after, an explosion sounded out as countless petals covered the mountain range. This forced Lin Yun to shut his eyes. He closed the painting as his heart throbbed. He didn't know how to describe what he was feeling right now. It seemed to be a mixture of anxiety, fear, and excitement. After a long while later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and raised his head. All the illusions he saw previously had disappeared, but Lin Yun's eyes shined with excitement. He muttered, "I saw it. I really saw it. This sword technique is completely different from what I saw previously. Where do the flowers bloom? That sword that made everything dim before it." Lin Yun had finally verified his speculation that he needed higher attainment in spiritual runes in order to comprehend the painting. He had already made a lot of progress, but he still couldn't withstand the blinding sword flash from the painting. When that man swung his sword, Lin Yun could sense that he would really be stabbed by the sword if he didn't close the painting. Lin Yun gradually simmered down. It looks like he had to comprehend the incomplete divine rune before trying to comprehend the sword technique left in the painting again. But even so, Lin Yun still fell into deep contemplation from that man's attack and smile. He was wondering if his sword could also break through the painting. Simultaneously, Chao Zhen was sitting at a table as he looked at the fragrant tea within the cup. No one knew how long he had been staring at it for. He finally drank it when someone came into the room. The visitor was the leader of the Violet Hut Academy's team, an existence on the same level as Tang Yu. There's an upcoming battle, so I thought you would be training bitterly. I didn't expect you to be so composed. It looks like you never considered Lin Yun an opponent, smiled the old man. Chao Zhen's eyes flashed as he shook his head. I just didn't feel the need to. I already practiced enough with my normal schedule. I won't be lacking because of one night of practice. I'm just thinking about why his sword was so fast today. You still haven't thought it through? Asked the elder nervously. In his mind, there was no way Lin Yun could be compared to Chao Zhen even if he defeated Chao Xiao and Zhang Yi. What was terrifying was Lin Yun's sword, especially the attack he used to kill Chao Xiao. That attack wasn't just quick, but it was also domineering. Chao Zhen shook his head. Not thoroughly. Wouldn't that put you in a disadvantageous position? The elder frowned at this. What makes you think so? There's no need for me to think it through as long as my saber is faster than his sword, said Chao Zhen. The next morning, before the sky even lit up, countless silhouettes made their way to the top of the mountain. It didn't take long for the entire mountain to be filled with spectators. As for the latecomers, they could only find a spot somewhere further away. At the Violet Hut Academy's area, a violet-clothed individual was sitting down with his eyes closed as he meditated. No one knew how long he had been here for, but it was naturally Chao Zhen. His presence instantly attracted everyone's attention. They were shocked that Chao Zhen came so early today. No matter how noisy the surrounding discussion was, there was no change in Chao Zhen's expression. That's Chao Zhen. There were many newcomers and they were shocked when they looked at him. Chao Zhen looked like a skinny saber, but everyone could tell with just one look that he was strong. But those who were familiar with Chao Zhen knew that he was more terrifying than his appearance let on. Many elders and disciples of the Violet Hut Academy were filled with confidence as they looked at him. Today, they would take the incomplete divine rune and fulfill the declaration they made 2 decades ago. With Chao Zhen around, there was nothing for them to be worried about. Flower burial, someone suddenly exclaimed, and everyone looked at the Heavenly Province Academy's party arriving with Lin Yun. Lin Yun carried a sword box, so it was easy to spot him. At the beginning of the competition, Lin Yun was deemed as the weakest helper of the 5 academies. But after yesterday's battle, Lin Yun had proved his strength along with the Heavenly Province Academy's eyesight. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Just thinking about how Luo Xin, Chen Yu, and Chao Xiao died miserably was enough to prove Lin Yun's strength. There was without a doubt that Lin Yun had become the center of focus. Lin Yun gently landed on the ground and looked at Chao Zhen. You're really early. I told you that I would wait for you, said Chao Zhen as he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, his pupils glowed bright like a sharp saber. In the next second, 2 figures soared into the sky and landed on the stage. One was like a sword that made the clouds tremble, while the other was like a sharp saber that emitted a cold, killing aura. Everyone knew that this was the final battle of the 5 academies competition. When Lin Yun and Chao Zhen landed on the stage, they raised their heads to look at each other before they unleashed their auras. Lin Yun knew that Chao Zhen wouldn't be an easy opponent, as this was the first time he sensed such a terrifying pressure. Compared to Chao Xiao and the rest, you barely qualify as an opponent. I have to advise you to be careful or you'll die a terrible death, said Chao Zhen. Everyone could sense the eerie killing aura bursting from his body. At this moment, his frail body looked like an Azura from hell. When he said those words, Everyone could sense that the surrounding atmosphere had frozen. Were they going to start immediately? The surroundings suddenly became quiet as both the Violet Hut Academy and Heavenly Province Academy's parties wore nervous expressions. They could tell that Lin Yun and Chao Zhen were strong, so neither could guarantee a win. Even if the Violet Hut Academy's party had a certain degree of confidence, they were still worried when they thought about Lin Yun's Thunderbolt Slasher. Everyone is afraid of death, but there are things we have to prove in life even with death, said Lin Yun. He was naturally afraid of death, but compared to death, he was even more afraid that he would lose his way as a swordsman. This was the toughest battle he would have since leaving the Great Qin Empire. He wasn't just doing this because of his promise to Lu Yunyan or to further temper himself. He was ready to jump in because his sword never wavered. Defeating you today is what I, Lin Yun, will have to do today. Lin Yun's eyes blazed with fighting spirits as he took a step forward and unleashed his origin energy. Let's fight then, smiled Chao Zhen. Both of them made their moves at the same time as they disappeared. Where are they? How fast? Has the fight begun? Exclamations came from the surroundings since no one imagined that the two would act so quickly. Lin Yun and Chao Zhen had disappeared before they could react. Without warning, an explosion rang out on the stage as a sword and saber clashed together. The collision of the two weapons caused the entire mountain to start trembling. Before some of the spectators could react, they felt their internal organs tremble from the explosion. When they recovered from their shock, they quickly turned their heads to where the sounds came from. They saw a silver sword and a white saber clashing in midair at the center of the stage, with ripples that could be seen spreading out in the air. The sheer force of their collision swept up a powerful gale along with clouds of dust that forced many spectators to close their eyes. Many people even had difficulty standing despite the stage being a few thousand meters away. The fight was terrifying. Throughout the fight, Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent continued to grow incessantly as waves of terrifying sword aura gushed out from his body. As he twisted his wrist, the flower burial sword created countless sword rays that shot out. All the sword rays looked real, so it wasn't easy to tell which were illusions. Lin Yun had perfectly combined the Overlord sword and Aquaselenic sword together before using the Iris Sword Sutra to unleash many terrifying sword rays. Interesting. Chao Zhen frowned at this move. He had to admit that Lin Yun's sword technique was giving him a headache. Compared to yesterday, Lin Yun's attacks were very different and caught him by surprise. Absolute Cloud's saber shattered clouds. Each slash from Chao Zhen's saber brought along a violent wind that moved the clouds above. After 10 odd attacks later, the aura around Chao Zhen had reached an overwhelming level. But right at this moment, Lin Yun's sword burst out with a sharp killing aura. Aquaselenic sword, heavenly cloud shatter. This attack made Chao Zhen's face change slightly as he avoided it. Lin Yun's sword landed on the stage and left behind a long ravine that was at least 1,000 meters. When the sword ray reached the end of the stage, it suddenly exploded and created a crater over 100 meters wide. The entire mountain trembled from the impact. Even though this was only a transcendent spiritual grade sword technique, it was terrifying since it had reached the manifestation stage. If Chao Zhen was struck by it, he would be in a terrible position. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yun in shock, as they were all surprised by Lin Yun's attainments with the sword. Chao Zhen narrowed his eyes and he said, "You have quite a few means. I'm surprised that you can force me this far without using the sword technique you used yesterday. But it's time for you to bring out your true strength." Chao Zhen's aura began to rise and his origin energy began to boil. When everyone sensed his aura, their hearts throbbed because Chao Zhen had really reached the Greater Yang stage before the age of 20. The sky turned dark when Chao Zhen brought out his true cultivation. He didn't give Lin Yun the slightest chance as he soared into the sky and unleashed his aura. He was finally going to use his strongest attack. In the name of my sword, bloom! The outline of a massive iris sword flower bloomed behind as Lin Yun and his sword aura began to rise. He immediately stabbed his sword at Chao Zhen. The saber ray descended from the sky and collided with the flower burial sword. The ferocious collision made the entire stage tremble as explosions began to sound out. This was followed by the stage ripping apart and forming terrifying ravines. As a gigantic cloud of dust rose into the sky, the spiritual array on the stage lit up with a dazzling radiance. However, the array was having great difficulty containing Lin Yun and Chao Zhen's attacks. Everyone who saw the scene sucked in a deep breath. They could guess that Chao Zhen was in the greater Yang stage, but they didn't know exactly how terrifying he was. His saber had turned the entire stage into a mess. However, the crowd was even more shocked that Lin Yun was able to withstand Chao Zhen's attack. Although he looked a little pathetic, he didn't suffer any major injuries from the collision. If someone else was in his position, their body would have been mutilated by the terrifying saber. Then, the crowd searched for Lin Yun inside the cloud of dust. When the dust eventually settled down, Lin Yun's figure was revealed. He was covered in wounds that dyed his azure clothes red. When the spectators saw this scene, many of them shook their heads inwardly. Holy shit! Lin Yun barely managed to withstand Chao Zhen's attack. Chao Zhen is, after all, the monstrous genius nurtured by the Northern Snow Manor. There isn't any suspense in this fight anymore. Everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy had concern in their eyes as the difference in Lin Yun and Chao Zhen's cultivation was too great. It didn't even matter that Lin Yun brought out dazzling moment. Although Lin Yun's origin energy could easily suppress the likes of Luoxin, Chen Yu, Bai Yuchen, and Chao Xiu, there was still a huge gap between him and Chao Zhen. The ancient Iris Sword Sutra was powerful, but there was nothing Lin Yun could do if he was too far behind in his cultivation. The Heavenly Province Academy is too naive to think that they can challenge Chao Zhen with this strength. They're not at the same level at all. The Violet Hut Academy's party all had joy on their faces. Only the elderly man who led the party wore a grave expression as he said, "Don't rejoice too early. Chao Zhen might have gotten the upper hand in the previous collision, but Lin Yun didn't suffer too much of a loss. His injuries are superficial, so he can still put up a fight." The elder was experienced, so he knew that nothing was certain in a battle. But even so, he felt more assurance in Chao Zhen. Even if Lin Yun had his opportunities, he still couldn't get any upper hand against Chao Zhen. "Your sword sutra is impressive," said Chao Zhen. After all, even disciples in the same cultivation as him wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on. Not only did Lin Yun take his attack head-on, but he only suffered some light injuries. What terrifying cultivation! Lin Yun looked at his injuries as he wore a serious expression. This was the first time he suffered such a great loss after reaching the Violet Palace realm. He knew that the difference between them was great. Even Chao Xiu, Bai Yuchen, Luoxin, and Chen Yu couldn't take an attack from Chao Zhen. "You've given me a surprise, but this is just the beginning." Chao Zhen snorted as he disappeared once more and clashed with Lin Yun once again. Lin Yun wore a grave expression as he faced Chao Zhen head-on while circulating the Iris Sword Sutra frantically. But in just 10 moves, Lin Yun was starting to feel burdened as he could sense the stability of Chao Zhen's cultivation. He could also tell that Chao Zhen's origin was carefully refined. If Lin Yun hadn't consumed the Yin-Yang Jade Cloud pellet, he would only be able to fight with Chao Zhen by relying on secret techniques. If that happened, he would lose in just 3 moves. Even now, he could barely contend with Chao Zhen by reverse circulation of the iris flower in his Violet Palace. There was no way he could maintain this state for long, so he would be the one to have his origin energy consumed first. "Are you wavering now? You should surrender if you're starting to feel fear. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you," barked Chao Zhen as he sensed the fluctuation in Lin Yun's heart before he charged with his boundless saber aura. As Lin Yun continued to clash with Chao Zhen, cracks began to appear on the iris flower above his head. Many of the spectating experts noticed it. Chao Zhen is really terrifying. Lin Yun can't grab the upper hand even with his Xiantian sword intent. Once that iris flower shatters, it won't take long for Lin Yun to be defeated. The Absolute Cloud Saber is a profound technique. Can it be that this saber technique counters Lin Yun? Many people could see that Lin Yun wasn't in an optimistic position as the fight continued. However, only Chao Zhen knew that he was feeling vexed with Lin Yun. Lin Yun had pushed the Iris Sword Sutra to the limit, and despite having the upper hand, Chao Zhen couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He knew that Lin Yun would instantly turn the tables around if he did. If that happened, Chao Jun wouldn't be able to escape with only light injuries. What an annoyance! Chao Jun's pupils flashed with rage as his saber ray manifested into a roaring python that unleashed an ice breath from its mouth. The python was massive and its size occupied half the stage. Shit! The faces of the Heavenly Province Academy's party changed as this attack caught them by surprise. Even from a few thousand meters away, they could sense how terrifying this attack was. They couldn't imagine the pressure that Lin Yun was feeling right now. Luminous moon. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes into slits as he swung out his sword. A radiant moon flew out as it separated into 9 silver rays. When the silver sword rays clashed with the python, a series of violent explosions rang out in the mountain. The explosions created craters on the ground, and the shockwave from the collision was visible to the spectators. Many spectators had to squint their eyes from the wind, and fear was even reflected in the depths of their pupils. This collision was simply too powerful. It didn't seem like something 2 youths under the age of 20 could unleash. As the last explosion rang out, 2 figures flew out from the cloud of dust, which attracted everyone's attention. I never imagined that you would be so powerful despite your cultivation. But no one can stop me from getting what belongs to the Violet Hut Academy. Chao Jun's eyes flashed coldly. You'll have to ask my sword for permission, smiled Lin Yun with his brow raised. He was covered in blood, but his pupils boiled with fighting spirit while his sword buzzed in disagreement. With the flower burial sword in his hand, he would never surrender. Lin Yun's injuries didn't affect his fighting spirits one bit, especially since the flower burial sword was still in his hand. Sensing Lin Yun's aura, Chao Jun was surprised as he said, I admire your confidence, but you have to submit. You don't have any other choice. The sword you used yesterday was eye-opening. Let me experience it today. My next move is called Cloud Devourer. Chao Jun tightened his grip on his saber and his aura began to grow violently. This made his Greater Yang Stage's aura even more terrifying. When he poured all his origin energy into his sword, clouds rolled above the stage and turned the sky dark. At this moment, only Chao Jun's saber radiated light. Then, a terrifying aura that seemed like it could devour everything began to emit from Chao Jun's saber. Chao Jun formed a saber ray that wiggled like a viper and the clouds churned in response to this. Shortly after, a chilling aura began to sweep out from the saber that made everyone fearful. How terrifying! It's really devouring the clouds. This is one of the 3 ultimate moves of the Absolute Cloud Saber. I heard that a core disciple of the Northern Snowmanor once used this move to kill a Yin-Yang Stage wandering cultivator. I don't think Lin Yun can block it. The faces of the Heavenly Province Academy's elders sank. They were all Yin-Yang Stage cultivators, so they could sense the terror of this attack. That brat is already at his limits. I don't think he can withstand this attack. He'll die for sure. The faces of the White Jade Academy's elders became sinister with deep hatred written on their faces. Their hatred for Lin Yun had taken root in their hearts when Lin Yun killed the participants from their academy. Naturally, they were eager to watch Lin Yun die. They could even imagine the scene of Lin Yun being dismembered by Chao Jun's attack. When the terrifying aura reached its limit, Lin Yun felt an unprecedented pressure falling onto him. He knew that he would be struck down if he showed any flaws, but his heart and sword was calm even when facing this attack. His pupils were boiling with torrential fighting spirit as he unleashed his Xiantian sword intent. Along with a radiance coming from the flower burial sword, Chao Jun's saber was no longer the sole source of light on the stage. Cloud Devourer! Chao Jun roared as he hacked down with his saber. His attack caused the clouds to explode as a dazzling radiance dove down and shrouded the entire stage. Chao Jun was hovering in the air like a deity with the saber ray reflected on his face. When he unleashed his attack, the surrounding spectators could feel their hearts beating wildly as they finally saw the Northern Snow Manor's Absolute Cloud Saber that they'd heard so much about. Perfect! However, Lin Yun's reaction had surprised everyone because his eyes lit up brightly with fighting spirit. Only this attack was worthy of him using the second style of the Overlord Sword. Overlord Sword, Solar Slash. While the spectators exclaimed, Lin Yun faced Chao Zhen's attack head-on and swung his sword. When he swung his sword, a rumbling explosion roared as powerful gales formed on both of his sides. The violent wind covered a few hundred meters and looked like the wings of a kuanping. Holding onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun soared into the sky and stabbed out. All the light shattered and the surrounding fell into absolute darkness. What's going on? Everyone was shocked by the sudden darkness. The mighty saber ray had been shattered shortly after Lin Yun stabbed his sword. Lin Yun stood with his clothes covered in blood. His sword would never admit defeat, even if everyone else had bowed to the saber ray. As the two attacks clashed, the boundless darkness instantly dispersed. Everyone could see the violent clash as terrifying origin energy fluctuated out. Shit! Many spectators' faces changed because the shockwave was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave had turned the stage into ruins and was now headed for the crowd. Many spectators were caught by surprise as they were sent flying while blood filled their mouths. Amidst the panic, the experts from the various academies made their moves to block the shockwave. But after this ordeal, many people's faces had turned pale. The ferocious clash was beyond anyone's expectation. They all wondered how terrifying it would be to face the attack head-on. Just thinking about it made many people tremble with fear. In the center of the stage, Lin Yun and Chao Zhen were both suffering from the aftermath of the attacks. Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood and laid on the ground where cracks had spread out beneath him. As for Chao Zhen, he was also in a terrible state as he suffered heavy injuries. He was clutching onto his chest and threw up mouthfuls of blood every time he opened his mouth. But right at this moment, a sword fell and plunged into the ground. It was Lin Yun's sword, the flower burial sword. Not good. The faces of everyone from the Heavenly Province Academy changed as they stood up. Lin Yun had lost control of his sword. A swordsman was only powerful with his sword, so everyone could imagine the dire consequences of a swordsman without his sword. No swordsman would let go of their sword if they could help it. Since Lin Yun wasn't able to hold his sword tightly, he must have reached his limit. Lin Yun had lost half the battle. Although Chao Zhen was also in a terrible state, he still held onto his saber tightly. Chao Zhen gasped for his breath with a smile on his pale face. He had won in the end, but he didn't expect that victory would be so hard to achieve. This battle was the first step in spreading his reputation throughout the ancient southern domain. But right at this moment, Lin Yun suddenly slammed his right palm on the ground and soared into the sky to attack Chao Zhen. His clothes had been reduced to torn pieces of cloth that clung to his body. He was covered with injuries that constantly poured out blood. But his pupils were still radiating with intense fighting spirit. His physique is really terrifying to be able to stand despite his injuries. If someone suffered such heavy injuries, they wouldn't even be able to move. Lin Yun must practice a formidable body refining technique. So what? He's just courting his death now without his sword. The Violet Hut Academy was startled at first when they saw Lin Yun charging at Chao Zhen. However, they quickly calmed down. In their view, Lin Yun charging at Chao Zhen without his sword was just courting death. Don't blame me since you're courting death. Chao Zhen's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Lin Yun coming at him. But a boundless killing aura suddenly descended onto the stage and everything seemed to be frozen in time. The killing aura naturally came from Lin Yun after it was multiplied sevenfold. This shocked Chao Zhen. It was already too late for him to retreat after he collected himself. In the end, he could only charge forward at Lin Yun with his saber. Omnipresent anger and raging sky. The horrifying power of the seven slaughtering seal exploded. The power of this attack had completely brought out Lin Yun's cultivation in the pinnacle Yin stage. Additionally, his temperament had undergone a transformation. When he threw his punch, it felt like an army was charging over with their boundless killing aura. Defiant frustration and resonance. With another roar, Lin Yun threw his punches. This time, Chao Zhen could no longer defend himself as his ribs shattered and he was sent flying. The 4 punches from Lin Yun had shocked everyone present. Although Lin Yun was still standing, his head was buzzing and his figure was on the verge of collapsing. He was experiencing a splitting headache right at this moment. But through his blurred vision, Lin Yun could see Chaozhen struggling to get back up on his feet. Exhaustion began to overwhelm Lin Yun's consciousness. He wanted to charge forward, but his legs wouldn't listen to him. When he wanted to go left, his body went right. Lin Yun could barely use a forbidden fist technique like the 7 slaughtering fist when he was at peak condition. For him to use it under this state, he was naturally dealing damage to his enemy at the expense of suffering from the backlash. Watching Chaozhen slowly get back up on his feet with his cold eyes glowing, Lin Yun knew he was at his limit. He could barely remain on his feet at this moment while his body swayed left and right. The spectators were silently watching this scene as the brutality of this battle had exceeded their expectations. They knew that Lin Yun was barely able to stand. Without a doubt, if Lin Yun fell down right now, he wouldn't be able to get back up. Right at this moment, Lin Yun vomited a mouthful of blood from the intense pain in his chest. He could no longer support his tattered body as he finally collapsed towards the ground. When Chaozhen saw this scene, he revealed a smile on his lips. Damn it! Am I going to lose here? Lin Yun's consciousness was fading away as he was overwhelmed by pain and exhaustion. Although it wasn't bad to fall down since he could no longer feel the pain and he would get to sleep. However, he would be letting himself down as a swordsman if he gave up. But just when he was about to land on the ground, he opened his eyes and roared with all his might, "Sword!" A sword buzz rang out and the flower burial sword flew over. The flower burial sword had always been with him and had never left. Even if Lin Yun had loosened his grip on it and everyone had forgotten about it, it had always been with Lin Yun. If he called its name, it would come. Along with a brilliant sword buzz, the flower burial sword turned into a streak of light and flew into Lin Yun's hand. Just when Lin Yun was about to collapse on the ground, he raised his head to look at Chaozhen and threw his sword at him. The sword streaked across the stage like a meteor as it plunged into Chaozhen's chest. The force from the impact sent Chaozhen flying. When he landed, he found that he was pinned to the ground by the sword. Chaozhen's aura dwindled as he vomited blood. No matter how hard he tried moving the flower burial sword, he couldn't pull it out. At the same time, Lin Yun also collapsed on the ground. Everyone could still hear Lin Yun's hoarse roar echoing in their ears. Shortly after, everyone exclaimed as they watched the scene unfold before them. No one could have imagined that Lin Yun would actually turn the tables. They initially thought that the battle had ended when Lin Yun was falling, so no one had expected that Lin Yun would suddenly call for his sword and send Chaozhen flying away. Although Lin Yun had fainted, Chaozhen was pinned to the ground by the flower burial sword. It was clear who had won. Furthermore, no one had expected that the fight between Lin Yun and Chaozhen would be so brutal. After all, the outcome of their battle was only determined at the final moment. Both Lin Yun and Chaozhen HD proved that they were ruthless. They weren't only ruthless to their opponents, but also to themselves. Chaozhen was relying on his willpower to stand up after being hit by Lin Yun's 7 slaughtering fist. His terrifying willpower convinced everyone that he had won. But Lin Yun wouldn't let that happen. In the end, Lin Yun had won. This left everyone from the Violet Hut Academy dumbfounded, especially the elder leading the team. His jaw dropped in disbelief that the Violet Hut Academy actually lost. So what if we leave it with trash like you? We'll just take it away in 2 decades. Those were the arrogant words they said 20 years ago. It had finally come back to slap them in the face. While everyone slowly digested the scene, 2 figures charged out from the Heavenly Province Academy's party. They were naturally Mo Ling and Lu Yunyan. Their faces changed when they saw Lin Yun lying in the ruins. Although they already saw Lin Yun covered in blood, their faces still changed when they saw his wounds. Mo Ling placed her hand on Lin Yun's wrist. When she sensed the cold origin energy within Lin Yun's body, her expression gradually became grave. This made Lu Yunyan worried. But a brief moment later, Mo Ling smiled as she relaxed her expression. He can still be saved. Help me out. Lu Yunyan let out a breath of relief as she quickly picked Lin Yun up while Mo Ling retrieved a red pellet from a jade bottle. Then, Mo Ling placed the pellet inside Lin Yun's mouth. The pellet melted the instant it entered Lin Yun's mouth, and a warm current coursed throughout Lin Yun's meridians. As time passed, Lu Yunyan could sense Lin Yun's body temperature warming up. Lin Yun didn't disperse the chilling origin energy from Chao Zhan's attack. Otherwise, his internal injuries wouldn't be so serious, said Mo Ling. But he should be fine now after taking the pellet. He can recover by himself with his powerful physique. Although Lin Yun's injuries had stabilized, Mo Ling and Lu Yunyan still wore grave expressions. They understood how tough the fight with Chao Zhan was. Winner, Lin Yun. The Heavenly Province Academy succeeded in the challenge and is the champion of this competition. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded out. Then, everyone narrowed their eyes and turned to look at Chao Zhan, who was still pinned to the ground. The sword was still plunged into Chao Zhan's body, and they could sense the fighting spirits coming from it. No matter what Chao Zhan did, he wasn't able to pull it out of his body. Damn it! Chao Zhan helplessly released his grip on the sword. When he tried to raise his head and look at his opponent who defeated him, he could see that Lin Yun was being carried by a woman while another woman cared for him. He had an impression of both of them. After all, they were pretty famous in the Nether Prefecture, not to mention that Mo Ling was on the Dragon Cloud ranking. As for the Vialthat Academy, they were overcome with bitter pain and they couldn't be bothered with Chao Zhan right now. Chao Zhan knew at this moment that he had lost as he laid on the ground and looked at the clouds. When everyone looked at Chao Zhan's bleak appearance, they felt emotional. Who would have thought that Chao Zhan would be defeated by a nobody? Although that nobody had challenged Hell Mode and defeated the 4 contenders. Everyone in the ancient southern domain had already considered Chao Zhan to be a strong competitor for the Dragon Cloud ranking. But he was defeated by Lin Yun, who was only 18. In the end, he became Lin Yun's stepping stone. Without a doubt, Lin Yun's fame would spread throughout the Nether Prefecture and maybe even the ancient southern domain. Lin Yun coughed as he awoke in Lu Yunyan's embrace. He opened his eyes with great difficulty to see both Lu Yunyan and Mo Ling. "You're up." Lu Yunyan rejoiced while Mo Ling reacted rather calmly. She had already examined Lin Yun's injuries, so she knew that Lin Yun would be fine after suppressing the chilling saber energy within his body. "Help me up," smiled Lin Yu. As the 2 ladies helped him up, Lin Yun was emotional. He turned to look at the flower burial sword that pinned Chao Zhan down. He slowly walked towards Chao Zhan. Back then, when he grabbed onto the flower burial sword, there were many scenes that flashed through his mind. However, he ultimately remembered the azure-clothed man from the rose painting. At that moment, he could sense that he seemed to have fused with the azure-clothed man, which was why his sword was so terrifying. So he was surprised that Chao Zhan actually managed to protect his vital spot and survive the attack. "You won," said Chao Zhan powerlessly as he looked at Lin Yun. He knew what this defeat meant to him. This meant that he had become Lin Yun's stepping stone and that he would be suppressed by Lin Yun for a long time. "Sorry about it," said Lin Yun as he looked at the flower burial sword before turning back to Chao Zhan. He was signaling that he wanted to pull out his sword, which Chao Zhan approved of with a nod of his head. When Lin Yun pulled out the flower burial sword, blood spurted out of Chao Zhan's wound and his face became distorted. But it only lasted for a moment before he relaxed. When his origin energy could circulate again within his body, he gasped for his breath as he got back up with great difficulty. Based on that alone, anyone could tell how terrifying his cultivation was at the Greater Yang stage. "You grasped your Xiantian sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm?" Chao Zhan asked just when he was about to pass Lin Yun. Lin Yun nodded. He didn't bother hiding it from Chao Zhan. "No wonder." Chao Zhan smiled bitterly and his eyes dimmed. Once Lin Yun nodded his head, he knew that it was impossible for him to catch up to Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun had grasped the Xiantian sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm, just like his senior brother Nangong Wanyu. Chao Zhan looked around before he sighed. "My loss wasn't an unfair one. Others don't know what it means to grasp the Xiantian sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm. But I do. After all, my senior brother is that sort of monstrous genius." Chao Zhan then shook his head and went to retrieve his saber. "What did he say?" asked Lu Yunyan and Mo Ling. "Nothing much," smiled Lin Yun as he fell into deep thought. He made up his mind to take a look at Nangong Wanyu at the Draconic Banquet. As Chao Zhan left the stage, the competition finally came to an end. Those that were leaving were still deeply shocked from the battle. This battle would spread the name Flower Burial throughout the Nether Prefectural City. As Lin Yun returned to the Heavenly Province Academy, all the disciples looked at him with respect. Tang Yu smiled as he cupped his hands together. "Thank you for your help. The Heavenly Province Academy will reward you handsomely. It's fine. You guys just have to let me observe the divine rune as promised," said Lin Yun. "Of course. All of us witnessed your contributions in this competition, so the Academy won't let you down. Just focus on healing up right now. You can observe it for however long you want when you're done," smiled Tang Yu as he stroked his beard. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with expectation when he heard that. His rose painting definitely held a great secret. That was the only explanation for the azure-clothed man's origin and the ghosts that Senior Hong saw back then. However, the one thing that Lin Yu knew was that the rose painting contained a terrifying sword technique. In fact, his sword technique would grow to terrifying heights as long as he could comprehend just a bit of it. He knew that the incomplete divine rune was the key to do this, so he was filled with anticipation. 3 days later, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes. He had fully recovered from his injuries by relying on the Dracophant battle physique. In addition to recovering, Lin Yun also digested his experience from the competition. He benefited greatly from the fights, especially the last one. Chao Zhen's Absolute Cloud Saber had left a deep impression on him. When he thought about it, he barely won the battle. Without a doubt, luck was involved in his victory. If my swordsmanship can get stronger, I'll surely be able to beat him. Lin Yun pondered as his eyes flashed brightly. The Overlord sword might be powerful, but it didn't increase his swordsmanship. This was why he mostly used the Aquaselenic sword or the Seven Slaughtering Fist in his battles. However, he put that thought to the side because he was more concerned about when the Heavenly Province Academy would honor their promise. He also wasn't sure if anything would happen in the meantime. After all, the incomplete divine rune was incredibly precious. But he was worried for nothing. After knowing that he had recovered from his injuries, Mo Ling visited the next day and led him to a mysterious cave. The mysterious cave was a forbidden ground that was heavily guarded. This is the Qianyang Cave. This place contains all the spiritual runes the Academy has collected, and many of them were lost through time. As for why it's called Qianyang, that's because the name of the Academy's founder is Qianyang, explained Mo Ling. With Mo Ling leading Lin Yun, the elders standing guard naturally didn't stop them. Many elders heard about the competition, so they looked at Lin Yun curiously with shock in their eyes. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun was only 18 and that he came from the Great Qin Empire. Following behind Mo Ling, Lin Yun noticed many stone tablets everywhere. Each tablet was covered with all sorts of spiritual runes. But if one looked at them closely, they would notice that the spiritual runes weren't disorderly. The spiritual runes were all engraved by 4th-grade spiritualists. These are all 3rd-grade spiritual runes. There are many different types here: runes for refining artifacts, pellets, and even runes for arrays. Many of the spiritual runes here aren't available to disciples, not even to the core disciples. Only elders who are loyal to the Academy can have an opportunity to observe them, said Mo Ling. As they went further in, spiritual runes weren't the only thing that Lin Yun saw. There were 9 stone tablets, and each one had a complete spiritual diagram recorded on it. When Lin Yun placed his foot down, he could sense the tense atmosphere. When he walked to one of the stone tablets, he was surprised to see the ablaze phoenix painting. He could even sense the terrifying power coming from it. The phoenix on the wall seemed like it could devour him whole, and the only thing he could do was stare at it. It's vastly different from the one I drew. Lin Yun was shocked, but he quickly recovered. He could sense the soul energy fluctuation that was left behind by the Creator. 9 out of the 10 strongest 3rd-grade spiritual diagrams are here. All of them are complete, and they were left behind by 4th-grade spiritualists, explained Mo Ling. Clearly, this wasn't her first time here. Lin Yun took a few glances at the other spiritual diagrams, and he was shocked by the Academy's foundation. The disciples of the Academy had probably only come in contact with the surface of the Academy's foundation. After all, the path of a spiritualist was a dry one, and only talented individuals could become third-grade spiritualists before reaching middle age. So only those elders who could endure that sort of boredom could accept the Academy's inheritance. Then again, a monstrous genius like Mo Ling definitely wasn't like them. She wasn't far from becoming a fourth-grade spiritualist, and she was an existence equivalent to the pinnacle yang stage. As they continued forward, Lin Yun could sense the surrounding aura gradually becoming mysterious. There seemed to be a thin fog covering the surroundings, and he could also sense danger. Spiritual array. Lin Yun instantly figured out that he had entered a spiritual array. Therefore, he didn't dare to move carelessly and followed Mo Ling closely. "We're here," said Mo Ling. But when Lin Yun raised his head, he didn't see anything special about this place. But suddenly, he noticed starlight descending. The space above him had turned into a starry sky without him noticing. Lin Yun shook his head. When he looked again, he noticed that it wasn't really a starry sky, but a star diagram engraved on the walls. When he looked at it carefully, he noticed that the stars were actually spiritual runes. Those are all fourth-grade spiritual runes, and each of them are precious. You should know that a spiritualist is stronger with more spiritual runes formed in their profound palace. But fourth-grade spiritual runes are rare, and they happen to be the foundation of all the academies. No one will leak them willingly. We have a total of 74. So, what do you think? Mo Ling's voice rang in Lin Yun's ears. I didn't expect that I would get the honor to see them when I'm only here for the incomplete divine rune. Lin Yun smiled because this place had greatly widened his vision. He quickly went from being unfazed to shocked. He could sense that each spiritual rune contained a terrifying energy that could instantly destroy him. These are nothing compared to the incomplete divine rune. I believe that you're getting impatient. Let's hurry up and see it, said Mo Ling as she continued forward. Next, they came to a place filled with powerful spiritual treasures. When they arrived at the next place, Lin Yun was shocked. The entire area was filled with an army of armored puppets. Mo Ling even told him that a powerful fourth-grade spiritualist could control 100 of them and easily suppress anyone of the same cultivation. However, although they could be controlled, it wasn't easy for a spiritualist of that level to create these many puppets. It didn't take long for Mo Ling to finally come to a stop. We're here, she said. Where is it? Lin Yun looked around, but he didn't see the incomplete divine rune anywhere. Relax, smiled Mo Ling as she retrieved a jade strip and poured her soul energy into it. In the next second, the ground began to tremble and a crack appeared before Lin Yun that lit up the entire place. The light was too bright, but Lin Yun had to shield his eyes and squint to look forward. It didn't take long for the ground to completely open up and for a flight of stairs to appear. Going down the stairs, Lin Yun noticed that this was actually an underground palace. Then, he noticed an altar at the center of the room. An ancient parchment covered in flames hovered over the altar. A brilliant golden radiance was coming from the parchment. That must be it. Lin Yun's eyes lit up with stars as the pressure coming from the parchment was similar to the aura that the azure-clothed man emitted. Looking at the parchment, Lin Yun became emotional for a long time. Then, with the energy of the nearby divine runes, the soul mark within Lin Yun's profound palace began to absorb energy. Shortly after, Lin Yun could sense his soul mark growing and heat rising up within his body. It only took a split second for the heat to spread throughout his body. Lin Yun was surprised as he clenched his fists together. He could sense his soul energy and origin energy growing. It had been a long time since he felt himself getting stronger after reaching the pinnacle stage. Mo Ling glanced at him briefly before she smiled. You sensed it? The fire energy coming from the divine rune is extremely massive, just like the sun. You'll benefit greatly here even if you do nothing. It's truly magical, smiled Lin Yun. The divine rune might be powerful, but you should be able to sense that you can't stay here for long before you get injured. Don't try and get too close to it or you might even be burned to ashes. The divine rune is domineering and it attacks anyone who tries to get close, said Mo Ling in a grave tone. Lin Yun nodded his head as he could tell that Mo Ling wasn't lying to him. Here, take this. You can observe the rune here. Don't push yourself if you can't hold on, reminded Mo Ling before she left. Shortly after, Lin Yun was the only one present. Looking at the flight of stairs leading up to the altar, Lin Yun wore a grave expression. When he placed his foot on a stair, he instantly felt a force pressing down on his body. Felt like a mountain was weighing down on him. He gnashed his teeth as it was difficult to take another step forward. In the end, Lin Yun resorted to pushing the Iris Sword Sutra to the limit in order to walk forward. It took nearly half an hour for Lin Yun to travel 1,000 meters. He was covered in sweat as he walked forward. Suddenly, the pressure weighing down on him increased and Lin Yun dropped to one knee. When he looked around, he could see the divine rune's energy floating around in the form of a yellow gas that contained unimaginable pressure. But this was still the border of the altar, and Lin Yun estimated that he was still 3,000 meters away from the altar. When he looked at the altar, he noticed that the yellow energy was condensed into a golden lake. The lake was in the last 300 meters until the altar and would be the hardest stretch. He now understood why Mo Ling said that he would be burned into ashes if he got close carelessly. The ancient divine rune was truly magical, and it contained too many secrets. He couldn't imagine how that era vanished. Letting out a long breath, Lin Yun gritted his teeth as he got up on his feet with great difficulty. Throughout the entire process, his eyes were fixed on the parchment. I can't proceed any further, and I only made it this far because of my physique. If someone else was in my position, they would have given up by now. Lin Yun stared at the golden rune on the parchment that looked cryptic. Suddenly, he sensed a destructive power rushing towards him. The mysterious rune looked like a golden flame as it tried to devour him whole. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun reached his limit as he quickly closed his eyes. After a long time passed, he opened his eyes. But this time he didn't dare to look at the altar. He frowned his brows as he sat down, and an iris flower opened up beneath him as the surrounding energy gushed into his body. This divine rune is similar to the attack of that azure-clothed man. If I can increase my resistance against this divine rune's pressure, I might be able to unleash that sword from the painting. But for now, I should take it easy and refine my body with the energy here. I'll give it a try again once my soul energy improves. The boundless energy flowed into his body and coursed through his meridians and internal organs. His skin had turned red, and Lin Yun could clearly sense his origin energy, soul energy, bones, and flesh greedily absorbing the energy. At the same time, a burning pain spread throughout his body. He would feel pain even if he did nothing because he was absorbing the divine rune's energy. Under the violent energy, the silver iris flower in his violet palace began to show cracks, showing signs of making a breakthrough. Upon noticing that, Lin Yun rejoiced inwardly. The Iris Sword Sutra had been stuck in the pinnacle 9th stage for a long time now. Even after refining the profoundine flower, he didn't see any indicators of a breakthrough. But now, the iris flower was buzzing like a treasured sword. Lin Yun knew that if he could use this opportunity to make a breakthrough, his strength would be boosted exponentially. But at the same time, Lin Yun recalled Mo Ling's warning that it wasn't wise for him to stay for too long. So if he became too focused on his cultivation, he would lose the concept of time. In the end, Lin Yun decided to take the gamble. If he could make a breakthrough, he would be able to suppress the violent energy coming from the divine rune. Furthermore, his Dracophant battle physique had already reached the pinnacle, so his physique wasn't as weak as a normal spiritualist's physique. He knew that he might not get this chance again if he missed it. The further he went in the Iris Sword Sutra, the more powerful it would get. At the pinnacle 9th stage, he could already contend with cultivators in the lesser Yang stage. So if he reached the 10th stage, he would be able to face greater Yang stage cultivators with more ease. I'm going to gamble on myself. Lin Yun's hesitation disappeared the moment he came to a decision. The iris flower in his violet palace bloomed and endlessly devoured the divine rune's energy. As he refined the fiery energy from the divine rune, Lin Yun's body was submerged in a golden flame. He looked like a treasured sword getting tempered. Meanwhile, the iris flower in his violet palace was flickering incessantly. The iris flower would flash like a glowing sword, and every time this happened, it would emit a powerful aura. Under the cold flashes, the golden flames around the altar began to fluctuate. A sword buzz rang out from the iris flower in his violet palace as he finally made a breakthrough. The iris flower grew to 82 petals. Although there might only be one additional petal, the aura coming from the iris flower had utterly changed. The chill aura that it emitted could even quench the golden flames rampaging within his body. Lin Yun sighed in relief. He knew that his physique would reach its limit if the Iris Sword Sutra didn't make a breakthrough. Empowered by the 82 petals, the silver origin energy within his violet palace had gotten stronger. But that wasn't the only thing that Lin Yun noticed. The origin energy he refined with the Yin-Yang Jade Cloud pellet was replenished by the Divine Rune's energy. This made the foundation of his cultivation even stronger. When he thought about it, he had only spent 2 months in the Violet Palace realm so far. He had reached the pinnacle in stage unbelievably fast. Because of this, there were many hidden damages to his foundation even though he had the Iris Sword Sutra. After all, advancing recklessly was a taboo in the path of cultivation since it might cause one to run amok. But right now, all of the hidden damage was repaired. If he were to reverse the circulation of his Iris Sword Sutra, he would now be able to do it at least 8 times. Although he made improvements, it wasn't quite enough for him to reach 9 circulations. Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and 2 bright lights flickered in his pupils that tore the Divine Rune's energy in the surroundings apart. Although the light quickly dissipated, traces of it could still be seen in the depth of Lin Yun's eyes. When Lin Yun slowly got up, he noticed that the surrounding pressure was a lot lighter. He could even hear a sword buzz coming from within his body. The buzz came from the iris flower in his violet palace, and it caused his origin energy to boil. The Iris Sword Sutra really is powerful. Lin Yun clenched his fist and he could sense the immense power flowing throughout his body. Not only did his breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra make his origin energy stronger, but it also improved the soul mark in his profound palace. Now, Lin Yun stared at the parchment fearlessly. A brief moment later, the mysterious rune manifested a flaming hell that felt like it could burn souls. However, this time Lin Yun didn't avoid it and looked directly at it. In front of his sword aura, a crack appeared on the terrifying hell. This made Lin Yun smile as he walked towards the altar. Lin Yun stepped through the crack and walked a few hundred meters forward. When he swept his glance out, the Divine Rune's energy had turned into a burning golden mist. As for the core region around the altar, the golden liquid boiled like magma. Lin Yun frowned at this. His sword aura could barely break the Divine Rune's pressure, but his physical body couldn't handle this. He could only stop 300 meters away from the golden lake and look at the parchment. The terror of the Divine Rune had exceeded his expectations. It looked like there was no way he could get any more benefits from the Divine Rune. Even though Lin Yun felt like he still hadn't extracted the full potential of the Divine Rune, it was already good enough that he was able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. The Iris Sword Sutra was already his greatest advantage, so there was no need for him to take further risks. By the looks of it, he had no choice but to retreat. But right at this moment, the Dracophant battle physique began to circulate by itself as a beastly roar echoed out from Lin Yun's body. A purple radiance emitted out, fusing with the surrounding golden liquid. Right at this moment, his body devoured the golden liquid greedily. A violet and golden energy began to spread throughout his body, which caused his skin to transform. An ancient aura began to spread out from Lin Yun's body, and his physique felt like an awakened ancient dragon. Under this transformation, Lin Yun could sense that his physique was undergoing huge changes. For some reason, the Dracophant battle physique that had already reached its limit was actually showing signs of making a breakthrough. Lin Yun was headed for the unknown. Lin Yun suppressed the joy in his heart and gradually calmed down. He was shocked that the Dracophant battle physique actually had another stage above the pinnacle. This was surprising because he had used a Heavenly Soul Realms beast core to cultivate his Dracophant battle physique to the pinnacle 6th stage. The 6th stage allowed him to unleash 20 cauldrons worth of strength in a single punch. He never thought about the possibility that there was another stage. But thinking about it again, it wasn't so impossible. Many cultivation techniques were incomplete and had flaws, such as the Overlord sword. Legend had it that it wasn't just limited to 9 swords and that there was even an Overlord sword sutra that went along with it. But the complete version had been lost long ago. So it wasn't impossible that there was a hidden stage in this body refining technique. The Dracophant was an ancient beast and the divine rune also belonged to ancient times. So it wasn't impossible that the fire energy from the divine rune forced out the true potential of the Dracophant battle physique. But the current transformation was out of his control. While Lin Yun was undergoing the transformation, his eyes flickered as he looked at the altar 300 meters away. With the sudden change in events, Lin Yun could try approaching the altar. It didn't take long for him to make a decision and step into the golden liquid. In the next second, a beastly roar came from his body as the purple radiance absorbed the boundless flames. As the radiance strengthened itself, it gave off the feeling of an ancient Dracophant being revived. "I managed to endure it," rejoiced Lin Yun. He had gambled correctly since his physique didn't melt on the spot. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun headed for the altar. A brief moment later and he was only 30 meters away. The parchment was finally within his reach. However, when he raised his head to look at it, it felt like he was looking at a lofty mountain. The rune on the parchment looked like an endless abyss made up of countless distorted runes. "There's no way I can remember them." Lin Yun's head was aching. No wonder the founder of the academy wasn't able to comprehend this incomplete divine rune. Compared to spiritual runes, divine runes were simply incomprehensible. At this moment, Lin Yun finally knew that it was impossible for him to comprehend the divine rune given his current cultivation. However, it had been difficult for him to reach this spot. It would be a pity if he gave up now. A brief moment later, Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Since he couldn't comprehend it, he would just try and take it forcibly. By his estimate, he could take a trace amount of it. The divine rune on the parchment was like a towering tree and a trace of it was the same as taking away a leaf. It wouldn't harm the incomplete divine rune, but it could mean a huge transformation for Lin Yun. Lin Yun immediately acted as he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra to the limit and released his sword intent. In the next second, Lin Yun narrowed his eyes as he flicked his finger. Lin Yun shot out a sword ray, but when it was 10 meters away from the altar, it was reflected back. Lin Yun groaned with a trace of blood leaking from his lips. His face was pale and he looked at the altar as he muttered, "It's harder than I imagined, but I have to keep trying. Even if I don't succeed, I can treat this as training for my sword intent." Lin Yun took a brief rest before he tried a second time. Once again, he poured his sword intent into his finger and a ray shot out. As time gradually flowed, Lin Yun patiently tried and failed many times. However, his effort was rewarded as his sword intent gradually became even more refined. He had a vague feeling that even if he didn't succeed, his Xianxia sword intent would reach completion. At the same time, Lin Yun's physique had continued to undergo constant transformation from the divine rune's flames. 3 days later, a crack was formed on the divine rune's aura that protected the parchment. Lin Yun's eyes lit up at this and he threw a punch. Under his punch, the barrier cracked and Lin Yun quickly dashed towards the parchment while stretching his hand out in the process. But as Lin Yun approached, the palm-sized parchment suddenly looked immensely huge. His hand reached into the boundless abyss briefly before he quickly retreated the moment he grabbed onto something. When he backed off, the pressure of the barrier repaired itself around the parchment. If he was a second slower, he would have been trapped within the pressure. Lin Yun opened his hand and a tiny golden flame the size of a thin hair blazed in his hand. Lin Yun exclaimed, "How gorgeous!" When he composed himself, he looked at the parchment. Like usual, the parchment hovered in the air and the divine rune imprinted on it still emitting flames on the altar. Even if someone were to come, they wouldn't be able to see anything different with the divine rune. If it's just a trace amount, I should be able to refine it. Lin Yun brought out his soul mark, the firefeather rune, and merged it with the divine rune that he had taken. In the next second, something magical happened. The firefeather rune began to expand and transform, slowly turning into the wing of a phoenix. This was a shocking transformation. The Firefeather rune was a powerful third-grade spiritual rune, to begin with. If it could refine the divine rune, there was no telling what it would transform into. However, Lin Yun was certain that he would be able to comprehend the sword technique in the rose painting. Outside the Qianyang cave, many people were waiting with their brows knitted. It had been half a month since Mo Ling came out. This meant that Lin Yun had been inside for half a month, which startled Tang Yu. Even the dean was shocked by this. After all, elders could barely last 4 to 5 days before they would be forced to come out. As for the weaker elders, they could barely last half a day. Even Tang Yu only managed to last for 7 days at the 300-meter threshold. However, Lin Yun actually lasted for half a month. Even if he was 3,000 meters away from the altar, this was cause for concern. Mo Ling, did you warn him? The dean asked with a grave expression. Mo Ling responded with a nod of her head. She was certain that Lin Yun had heard her. I'll go take a look. The dean frowned because something was amiss. It would be terrible if the savior of their academy died. Everyone's faces began to change at the old man's words. They began to wonder if anything happened to Lin Yun. Just thinking about the outcome itself made everyone worry. Grandfather, Lin Yun will be fine, right? Mu Shui asked with her eyes glued to the bronze door. The dean wore a grave expression as he sighed. I can't say for sure. The incomplete divine rune is powerful, and not even Lord Qianyang could refine it. I'm sure Lin Yun won't be greedy. He'll benefit greatly if he didn't try and refine the divine rune since he stayed in there for half a month. But everyone knew what he wanted to say. People could rarely stay there for a week, let alone half a month. You guys stay here, said the dean. But right at this moment, the door began to open. Everyone's heart began to jump as they quickly looked at the entrance. As the bronze door slowly opened, an azure-clothed figure gradually came out. Everyone looked at the youth with surprise on their faces as they rejoiced. First, Lin Yun looked at the sky and then he took a deep breath. The outside air was so much better. The underground palace might be filled with the divine rune's energy, but it was still too stuffy. Now that he took a deep breath of the outside air, he was refreshed. When he looked at Mo Ling and the rest, he wore a smile. But his smile soon froze when he saw Mo Ling and everyone else charge over in excitement. All of them looked even more excited than he was. What are you guys trying to do? Smiled Lin Yun. You're finally out. Mo Ling glared at Lin Yun. She clearly reminded Lin Yun not to stay inside for too long. But Lin Yun had stayed there for half a month. You're finally out. You have no idea how worried everyone was for you, smiled Mu Shui. She looked at Lin Yun and continued. If you had stayed any longer, my grandfather would have gone inside personally to look for you. Lu Yunyan smiled by the side. She too felt relieved when she saw Lin Yun. Lin Yun scratched his head with a bitter smile. His strength had boosted exponentially in the underground palace, but now he felt guilty for making all of them worry. In the end, he could only smile apologetically before quickly looking at the dean, who was smiling at him. Lin Yun quickly headed over and greeted him. Greetings, Elder Tang and Lord Dean. You really had us worried. But I believe you also benefited greatly the past 2 weeks, said the dean with a smile. Through his reminder, everyone composed themselves as they looked at Lin Yun. Although there were no changes in Lin Yun's cultivation, the aura coming from him was even more terrifying than before. This wasn't just a change on the surface, but even a change to Lin Yun's temperament. Anyone could clearly sense the terrifying power within Lin Yun's body. I have to thank the Academy for giving me the opportunity to observe the incomplete divine rune, smiled Lin Yun. Not only did he make a breakthrough to the 10th stage in his cultivation technique, but his physique had also undergone a transformation. He could now throw a punch with 30 cauldrons worth of strength. Most importantly, he refined a trace portion of the divine rune, which benefited him even more. If the dean were to find out, he would definitely be shocked beyond belief. The dean laughed. You must be joking. It's because of you that we can keep the incomplete divine rune, so it's natural for us to let you observe it. My junior brother, Tang Yu, and I have thought about it carefully. We'll both give you a gift when you leave the academy. Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that, The dean seemed to understand that he would eventually leave the academy, so he didn't try to hide it. Then I'll have to thank you in advance. I believe I'll be surprised by it, said Lin Yun. Expect something great. After all, I would be embarrassed if it couldn't compare to the help you gave us, laughed the dean. Thank you then, replied Lin Yun. What is there to thank me about? I believe that you need some time to digest what you gained over the past 2 weeks. You'll benefit the most in your first time observing the divine rune, so don't waste the experience. The dean was a decisive person, and he allowed Lin Yun to go after a brief chat. This made Mo Ling and the others shocked. As the dean of the academy, he was a revered figure in the academy. Not many people could chat with him so casually without feeling afraid. Grandfather, why didn't you try and persuade him to stay? Mu Shui asked after Lin Yun left. He's someone who even defeated Chao Jin. He'll definitely shine brightly during the draconic banquet. Do you think he'll stay? Asked the dean casually. This? Mu Shui was instantly speechless. Not to mention the academy, I'm afraid not even the Heavenly Sword Sect can get him to stay. He'll only represent the Sword Firmament Pavilion on the draconic banquet. He's someone who values relationships greatly, said the dean in a profound voice. Lu Yunyan spoke out. He's different from others. Yes, he is. Mo Ling's eyes shined brightly as she continued. The Draconic Banquet is a gathering of monstrous geniuses all over the ancient southern domain, and he might not be able to get a good ranking at his age. But his temperament is unique. I rarely see anyone with it. Mo Ling was naturally talking about those geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking. She has participated in the Draconic Banquet in the past, so she had seen many geniuses, even those more talented than Lin Yun. But she has never seen someone as stubborn and prideful as Lin Yun. Lin Yun clearly had good enough talent to become an Overlord Force's disciple if he wished. However, he was stubborn and wouldn't join any of them. Let him be. The road he walks on is tough. But if he makes it out, then his achievements will be so shocking that even I can't predict them. Right now, our academy can be considered to have formed a good relationship with him, said the dean. His words left everyone shocked because the dean could be considered a great figure even in the entire ancient southern domain. So they were shocked that the dean could give such an evaluation of Lin Yun. When Lin Yun returned to his residence, he was still boiling in excitement as he benefited greatly from observing the divine rune. With a nudge of his will, purple light began to radiate on his body, and he could hear a beastly roar. Shortly after, he was enveloped by the Dracophant energy. Clenching his fists together, Lin Yun punched out with excitement. This is the power of 30 cauldrons worth of strength? The air exploded when he punched it, and he could see a ripple spreading out in the air. It was just a casual punch since he didn't activate the Dracophant battle physique at all. When the purple radiance gradually calmed down, Lin Yun's pupils radiated with boundless confidence. This is the true form of the Dracophant battle physique. If he ran into Chao Zhen again, Lin Yun was confident that he wouldn't win with such difficulty anymore. He waved his hand and a golden flame appeared on his palm in the shape of a golden feather. It was his soul mark formed with the fire feather rune. However, it had evolved into a phoenix feather and now contained the boundless power to incinerate anything in the world. Even someone in the greater Yang stage wouldn't dare to take the flames head-on. If he used his feather to create the ablaze phoenix painting again, he was confident that it would be a lot more powerful. But Lin Yun didn't forget about his objective in coming to the academy. He retracted his soul mark and retrieved the rose painting. As he slowly unfolded the painting, his eyes radiated with confidence. This time, he wanted to see the sword attack used by that azure-clothed man and uncover its secret once and for all. The painting hovered before Lin Yun as it slowly unfolded. In just a brief moment, the ferocious tiger that left a deep impression on Lin Yun appeared before him. The tiger had occupied almost all of the painting, and one wouldn't notice the azure-clothed figure if they didn't look clearly. More accurately speaking, many people couldn't even bear the impact from the ferocious tiger before they closed the painting. After all, the tiger exuded kingly pressure. Only those who could bear the pressure coming from the tiger could notice the other details of the painting, such as the tiger sniffing the rose in the azure-clothed man's hand. What appeared before Lin Yun was a scene that he had seen many times. He knew that the rose in the azure-clothed man's hand would rise and that man would become the main focus of the painting. But the painting would start to blur, and those without any attainments in spiritual runes wouldn't be able to see it carefully. A brief moment later, mist began to cover the painting as Lin Yun could vaguely see the azure-clothed man. When he looked at the man, the soul mark in his profound palace began to shine, releasing a ripple from his body. This time, Lin Yun could finally see it as the painting gradually became clearer. He could see the rose rising up from the azure-clothed man's hand as he brandished his sword with his right hand. When the rose landed on the tip of his sword, the azure-clothed man suddenly unleashed a boundless aura that was a lot stronger than the majestic tiger. When the rose bloomed on the tip of the sword, it looked like a starry sky as the mountain and lake began to tremble. When that azure-clothed man sheathed his sword, the petals from the rose began to fall. Right at this moment, the azure-clothed man turned around and smiled. He looked at Lin Yun through the painting, which sent chills into Lin Yun's heart. Lin Yun knew that the sword that could break out of the painting was coming. He failed to defend himself against that sword in the past, so he couldn't figure out the true essence of this sword technique. Lin Yun's heart began to beat wildly as he wore a grave expression. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. After all, he couldn't help being nervous since the sword terrified him every time he saw it. He had worked so hard to come to where he was right now. If he failed, then all his hard work would go down the drain and his self-confidence would suffer a huge blow. Lin Yun might not seem to care about many things, but when he cared about something, no one could match his stubbornness and pride. A crack suddenly rang out from the painting as the azure-clothed man smiled and leaped into the air. In that split second, it felt like he was going to leap out of the painting. Lin Yun squinted his eyes because when the painting cracked, there were also fine cracks that formed in the real world as if a mirror were being shattered. All of Lin Yun's thoughts froze as his mouth dropped. He wanted to close his mouth, but he couldn't no matter how he tried. Time seemed to have stopped and he couldn't move or breathe. Boundless fear began to sweep over from the surroundings, and it felt like he was being engulfed by darkness. Was he going to die now? Damn it! Lin Yun didn't expect that nothing had changed even after his strength had totally transformed. This caught him by surprise and strong reluctance began to brew in his heart. He yelled to himself that he couldn't die, but there was nothing he could do about being devoured by the darkness. Suddenly, the world became quiet as Lin Yun could no longer sense anything aside from his consciousness slowly plunging into an abyss. But just when his soul was about to be devoured, the firefeather rune in his profound palace suddenly blazed violently and emitted a trace of the divine rune's might. As the firefeather rune began to blaze, the darkness was instantly dispersed and Lin Yun regained his vision. He could see a figure pouncing at him, which startled him greatly. But before he could react, he was grabbed by his wrist and pulled forward. Lin Yun didn't move, but he could sense that his soul had been pulled out of his body. He looked around curiously and saw a man and woman up ahead. The man was donned in azure clothes as he held onto the flower burial sword. He had flawless and defined features. It's him. Lin Yun had seen this person many times in the painting, but he didn't expect that this man would have such a stunning appearance. But Lin Yun was even more shocked by the woman who was beside the man. The woman's beauty was captivating and Lin Yun was pulled in without being able to do anything about it. The couple didn't look like mortals, but celestials instead. While Lin Yun observed them, the azure-clothed man quickly walked over with the woman in his hand. So he wasn't trying to pull my hand. Shit, they're coming towards me. But before Lin Yun could react, the two had passed through him. Lin Yun instantly understood that he was in the painting and that the painting was a memory from long ago. When he turned around, the azure-clothed man had already started to swing his sword, while the woman watched quietly with a smile. Where do the flowers bloom? Her voice was shocking and contained boundless charm. The azure-clothed man responded by stabbing his sword out. When he did, the flower petals rose into the sky and a rose landed on the tip of his sword. When the rose landed on the tip of his sword and bloomed, it made all the other flowers in this world look pale in comparison. It felt as if the man could pierce through mountains with his sword. "Where do I come from?" The woman's smile became denser as the azure-clothed man swung his sword and disappeared. The rose on the tip of his sword suddenly exploded into countless petals that formed a tornado. When the tornado spun violently, a sword buzz echoed out. The endless mountain and lake, the crisping leaves and wind. When the tornado died down, the sword ray appeared once more. At this moment, Lin Yun instantly understood that the azure-clothed man had always been there and was simply hiding within his sword aura. The sword ray that flew out released a brilliant sword buzz as the sword looked mighty within the man's hand. When a breeze blew past, only a leaf drifted along with the wind. The leaf was tiny, but the leaf was buzzing in the wind and made Lin Yun's eyes light up. "Drifting flowers like dreams, and sorrow like fine rain," said the woman in her ethereal voice. But her voice soon became firm as the azure-clothed man's sword aura was suddenly filled with dominance. "No one possesses everything in this world, and I shall give the Lord a white lily. I came from heaven." The azure-clothed man's figure suddenly became clear in the sword aura, and he roared as he descended from the sky while swinging his sword, which destroyed everything in its path. "The flower blooms in my hand." Grasping the flower burial sword in front of him, the azure-clothed man spread his arm apart with a flower bud opening up in his palm as he lifted his left hand up. When the flower bud opened up, a terrifying sword intent began to surge from his body that even caused the sky to begin trembling. A speck of dust. The flower bud suddenly opened up and the azure-clothed man raised his brow as he roared, "Shines through the mountain and river." The flower in his palm suddenly bloomed and enveloped the azure-clothed man in a majestic sword aura. The man became as bright as the sun, which forced Lin Yun to close his eyes. In that moment, he felt a boundless aura pushing him out. Lin Yun staggered backwards and raised his head to see that the painting hovering in the air was suddenly dropping. He quickly waved his hand and held onto the painting in a daze. A brief moment later, Lin Yun revealed a lost expression on his face. Lin Yun didn't expect that he would have an opportunity to witness the sword's grace by entering the painting himself. This experience had greatly shocked him. But a long time later, Lin Yun revealed a determined expression. "I have to learn this sword technique no matter what." The sword technique recorded in the painting was terrifying, but there wasn't any information on it. For instance, Lin Yun didn't know its name or grade. Lin Yun speculated that the creator of this sword technique had a romantic relationship with the woman and created a sword technique based on poems. This was just a piece of memory from the azure-clothed man. Perhaps to the azure-clothed man, the woman in the painting was more important than this sword technique. In fact, he might have done all of that with his sword as a means to remember her. But the sword technique he left behind was absolutely breathtaking. "Let's call this the Dustlight sword art for the time being," Lin Yun muttered as he got the inspiration from the last phrase spoken by the azure-clothed man. As for its grade, Lin Yun couldn't estimate it right now. The sword technique was too powerful, and it didn't help that the azure-clothed man could casually use it as he wished. But Lin Yun could compare it with the Overlord sword. Compared to the Overlord sword, the Dustlight sword art placed an emphasis on the mood. For instance, the azure-clothed man unleashed a boundless domineering aura with a simple glance backwards. Lin Yun could sense that this sword technique could improve his heart greatly. Reaching the pinnacle of this technique, Lin Yun could even destroy a mountain with just a thought. This was a technique that he had to practice as a whole to reach the appropriate power. As for the Overlord sword, it was divided into several styles and would get more powerful with each move. Lin Yun gathered his thoughts shortly after and looked at the painting with excitement. He had his guesses that this painting might contain the azure-clothed man's thoughts and memories. According to Senior Hong, the man in the painting was the Southern Emperor. But Lin Yun had never heard this name from anyone else aside from Senior Hong. There weren't any traces left behind by this Southern Emperor. Perhaps it has to do with my scope and strength. Lin Yun put the painting away and looked for a place to practice the Dustlight sword art. Clearly, this courtyard wasn't appropriate. 3 days later, Spiritwood Peak was shrouded in a dense fog like it had been for many years. Many disciples would cultivate here in normal days, but they wouldn't go too further inside as there were demonic beasts as well. As the sun hung high in the sky, a golden glow in the fog created a dazzling rainbow. If a disciple was witnessing this scene, they would avoid it. It was the core of the spiritwood peak that was guarded by demonic beasts of the yang and yin-yang stages. Not even elders dared to go in too deep. Lin Yun was standing on a small hill as he carried the sword box behind him. This place might be dangerous, but it was a great place for Lin Yun to practice his sword. His eyes flashed with his Xianxia sword intent that was like an erupting volcano. He was looking at two demonic beasts fighting over a few thousand meters away. The two demonic beasts were in the yang stage and they were both overlord demonic beasts. This meant that they had a strong sense for their territory and they would try to kill anyone who intruded. Lin Yun was already used to such scenes, so there was no change in his expression. Right at this moment, a bark roared out and Lin Yun could sense that even the clouds were trembling as a silver hound covered with spikes on its upper body appeared. If he remembered correctly, this demonic beast was called the Ironbone Demon Hound. Because this demonic beast practically didn't have any flesh with its skin sticking to its bones, it had a powerful defense that not even ordinary cosmic artifacts could damage. On the contrary, attacks would provoke its ferocity instead. Furthermore, this was a demonic beast that traveled in packs. In the next second, a miserable howl rang out as the Ironbone Demon Hound's opponent was pierced in the chest with a spear. Shortly after, the Ironbone Demon Hound bit on its opponent's throat at lightning speed. With that, the outcome had been determined with the Ironbone Demon Hound being the survivor. It was brutal, but demonic beasts have always practiced jungle rules. As the Ironbone Demon Hound gave off a victory howl, dozens of Ironbone Demon Hounds appeared from the surroundings. They were all in the greater yang stage, but they didn't have the strength of an overlord beast. This meant that the silver Ironbone Demon Hound that fought must be the alpha. To be able to kill a fellow overlord demonic beast so easily, "You're worthy to be my opponent," muttered Lin Yun to himself. If someone else heard what he said, they would definitely laugh at him. A greater yang stage demonic beast was terrifying enough, not to mention an overlord demonic beast. Even a monstrous genius in the greater yang stage also wouldn't dare to provoke such a demonic beast so casually. Just when the ironback demon hounds were about to feast upon the dead demonic beast, Lin Yun descended from the sky. He was like a sharp sword as he dove down and landed firmly on the ground. In the next second, countless crimson eyes turned to look at Lin Yun as the hounds released a warning cry. As for the silver Ironbone Demon Hound, its eyes were flashing with bloodlust. But after going through a tough fight, the hound lowered its upper body with caution. Its intelligence was telling it that this youth wasn't a pushover. However, if it couldn't avoid a fight, then it had to kill its opponent as quickly as possible. The silver Ironbone Demon Hound didn't move, and under its instruction, dozens of Ironbone Demon Hound barked ferociously. It was truly terrifying to face a group of greater yang stage demonic beasts. Even the demonic aura that blew towards him felt like it could devour him. But Lin Yun didn't move as he allowed the demonic aura to envelop him. This surprised the silver Ironbone Demon Hound because the torrential demonic aura didn't even move Lin Yun's hair. It swept a cold glance at Lin Yun before turning to look at the dead demonic beast with much reluctance. It didn't want to give up on its trophy, but it appeared that it didn't have a choice now. But just when it turned around and was about to leave, it suddenly turned back and pounced over. The speed of this demonic beast was terrifying. It was like a silver bolt of lightning as it charged at Lin Yun with the dozens of Ironbone Demon Hounds. Courting death, Lin Yun drew his sword and his Xiantian sword intent began to gush out of his eyes. When he swung his sword, the silver Ironbone Demon Hound was blasted away faster than when it pounced at Lin Yun. When it hit the ground, it created a large crater. But that wasn't all, as it bounced off the ground several times and flew for a few hundred meters. It only stopped flying after smashing into a colossal tree. Scarily, the force of the impact actually snapped the tree in half. Seeing that the dozens of Ironbone Demon Hounds took this opportunity to pounce on him, Lin Yun stomped his foot on the ground and soared into the sky. "Where do the flowers bloom?" A rose bloomed on the tip of his sword, and the flower burial sword moved like a dragon as it sent all the iron-bone demon hounds flying away. His attack left deep gashes on their bodies, and some of them even had several bones broken. When they fell onto the ground, they all mourned out in pain. But before Lin Yun could sheath his sword, the silver iron-bone demon hound disregarded its injuries and pounced at Lin Yun once more from a tricky angle. It was approaching from the blind spot for most swordsmen. "Where do I come from?" Lin Yun sneered as he stabbed his sword out backwards. In the next second, Lin Yun had disappeared, and the rose on the tip of his sword suddenly exploded and formed a tornado. As the petals spiraled and formed a tornado, a buzzing sword noise came from it. In the next second, the silver iron-bone demon hound was knocked flying away with countless injuries inflicted on its body. The endless mountain and lake, the crisping leaves and wind. Before the hound landed on the ground, a breeze blew past and a sword ray flew over. Whenever the sword ray moved, a piece of the silver iron-bone demon hound's bone would be sliced off, drifting flowers like dreams and sorrow like fine rain. "No one possesses everything in this world, and I shall give the Lord a white lily." Lin Yun's sword aura changed once again as the petals danced and drifted with the fine drizzling rain. It constantly sliced the hound's bone off like wood shavings. In the next second, the overlord ironbone demon hound was erased from existence. All that was left were the bone shavings still floating in the air. But when a domineering aura spread out, the bone shavings were instantly reduced to ashes. When the dozens of ironbone demon hounds got back on their feet, they were terrified to see their alpha being erased from existence. Shortly after, they were like rabid hounds as they pounced at Lin Yun. "I come from heaven." Lin Yun's figure suddenly appeared as he swung his sword, severing 5 iron-bone demon hounds that were in his path in half. "The flower blooms in my hand." Lin Yun plunged his sword into the ground and he opened his hand. A flower bud appeared in his hand and slowly bloomed. When that happened, Lin Yun's sword intent began to rise so sharply that even the ground started to tremble. This frightened the iron-bone demon hounds so much that they quickly turned and ran. "A speck of dust shines through the mountain and river." Lin Yun roared as his sword aura began to shine brightly like a sun in his palm. When it reached the limit, it suddenly exploded and everything within a 5,000-meter radius was reduced to ashes. Lin Yun let out a long breath as he looked around with his pupils narrowed. The terrifying power of this attack had also startled him. He didn't expect this attack to be so powerful when he had only practiced it for 3 days. Felt strange to him. He had clearly practiced it for 3 days, but the essence of this sword technique felt as if they were imprinted in his mind. It felt as if the azure-clothed man's memory had become his, so he could easily use the sword technique as he wished. It felt as though he had been practicing this sword technique for more than 3 years. He had to practice the Overlord sword for a long time, but the Dustlight sword art was completely different. In fact, it felt completely different from all the martial techniques that he practiced. Composing his thoughts, Lin Yun looked at the flower burial sword before him and drew it out from the ground. As the sword buzzed, Lin Yun muttered, "This sword technique is really powerful. Even my sword intent seems to have improved. Where do the flowers bloom? Where do I come from?" He didn't know the answers to those questions in the past, but he knew them now. The flower was his heart. It had to be prideful like the flower, and it wouldn't tolerate even a speck of dust. Where do the flowers bloom? This was the same as asking why practice the sword. Where do I come from? This referred to the direction of his sword. So why practice the sword? It was so that he could disperse the dust and let his heart become pure again. As for the direction of his sword, it signified the ability to press on without the fear of death. Lin Yun didn't know the azure-clothed man's answers, but these were his conclusions. As he practiced the sword technique, he could look into his heart more clearly. This meant that he could temper his sword intent. If a woman were to practice this sword instead, her focus might be different. For instance, she might focus on "No one possesses everything in this world, and I shall give the Lord a white lily." There was a flower in this world called the calla lily, which represented innocent love. For the woman in the painting, The lily represented her love for the azure-clothed man. 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun was seated on top of a hill, slowly opening his eyes. His black pupils shined like black gems as they reflected the clouds in the sky. But the reflection of the clouds weren't actually the clouds in the sky. These clouds were part of Lin Yun's boundless sword intent. Lin Yun stood up as he recalled all his sword intent into his body. My Xiantian sword intent actually reached complete mastery in just 7 days. He had spent the past 7 days practicing the dustlight sword art. Aside from getting more familiar with it, the power of this sword technique didn't increase. But that didn't mean he didn't have a harvest, because his heart became clearer. And today, his pinnacle Xiantian sword intent had reached complete mastery. Sword intent was classified into 9 grades, with the Xiantian sword intent being the first step. Above the Xiantian sword intent was the spiritual sword intent. But there weren't many in the ancient southern domain with a spiritual sword intent. Lin Yun also wasn't in a hurry to get there, as he preferred to let things proceed smoothly. The dustlight sword art is really profound. But it's time for me to return now. Lin Yun turned around as he headed back to the Spiritwood Peak. When he turned around, the clouds that had been split into 2 slowly joined together. The splitting of the clouds had been caused by a glance from Lin Yun. If it was someone else, they would have rejoiced that their Xiantian sword intent reached lesser mastery. But Lin Yun was calm despite his Xiantian sword intent reaching complete mastery. This was because his scope had been widened after seeing the azure-clothed man. The change in Lin Yun's mentality might seem insignificant, but it made a great difference for his future. When he came out of the mountain range, 2 people jumped down from the trees. Lin Yun had already sensed them and knew that they were from the academy. You have my admiration. None of us dared to step into the forbidden zone, but you can come and go as you wish, said the 2 disciples in a respectful tone. After the 5 academies competition, Lin Yun had become a legend in the academy. All the disciples were filled with admiration for him. You guys seem to have been waiting for me. Does someone want to see me? Asked Lin Yun. The 2 disciples exchanged a glance before they smiled. We're under Senior Sister Mo's orders to wait for you. We would have gone after you if the Forbidden Zone wasn't so dangerous. Senior Sister Mo wants you to pay her a visit when you're done. So it turns out that Mo Ling was looking for him. Lin Yun said goodbye to the 2 disciples and left. It didn't take long for him to return to the academy, since the path along the way was empty. It seems that something has happened in the academy that attracted everyone over. Although it was weird, Lin Yun didn't think too much about it. After all, he would be leaving the academy soon, and this had nothing to do with him. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to arrive at Mo Ling's residence. Mo Ling was dressed in a purple dress as she spoke unhappily. You really can't stay at one place, can you? You just came out from the Chenyang cave and you headed straight to the Spiritwood Peak. It took me a great deal of effort to look for you. The 2 were well acquainted. So Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. You're looking for me? When do you intend to leave and where are you going? Asked Mo Ling. Her question stunned Lin Yun because he never expected that she would ask him about this. Farewells were always filled with sorrow, but nothing was eternal in the world. He had completed everything he needed at the academy, so it was time for him to leave. Lin Yun pondered briefly before he replied, 7 days at most. I'm still not sure where I'll be going. I plan to travel around the ancient southern domain as much as possible before the Draconic banquet. Perhaps I'll pay a visit to the Sword Sect's ruins. The Sword Sect was once a super overlord force that once ruled the ancient southern domain. His overlord sword came from the Sword Sect, so it would be great if he could find the missing techniques in the ruins. Then again, he didn't hold much hope for that. God knows how long the Sword Sect had been destroyed. 7 days? That's really quick, sighed Mo Ling. She looked at Lin Yun and asked, but what will happen to Yunyan if you leave like that? Lin Yun was shocked by those words. He had no idea why Lu Yunyan was related to this matter. But Lin Yun soon understood what she meant after Mo Ling explained it to him. So it turns out that Mo Ling had misunderstood that he had feelings for Lu Yunyan based on his conversation with Lu Yunyan back at the library hall. Lin Yun spent a great deal of effort before he managed to convince Mo Ling that he wasn't interested in Lu Yunyan. But Mo Ling chuckled as she looked at Lin Yun. Our Yun Yan is so beautiful. What don't you like about her? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. Mo Ling no longer looked like the cold person she once was in the past. Quick or I won't let you leave, said Mo Ling. I already have someone I like, said Lin Yun. Really? She asked. Yi? Ah, confirmed Lin Yun. Mo Ling was curious. Is she beautiful? More beautiful than Yun Yan. Lin Yun nodded his head in response. What about me then? Mo Ling smiled, which gave Lin Yun a whole new impression of her. Lin Yun really couldn't tell who was better between Su Xiao and Mo Ling. The two ladies had different temperaments. But there was no doubt that Mo Ling was a great beauty in the Nether Prefectural City, not to mention that she was also a monstrous genius on the Dragon Cloud ranking. But when Lin Yun recalled Su Xiao back in the Great Qin Palace, he smiled as he nodded his head. She should be more beautiful than you. Mo Ling's smile disappeared and she replied, No wonder you would fall for her. But I'm really curious about how she looks now. Let's put a pause on this topic for now. Why are you looking for me? Lin Yun quickly closed the topic before it got out of hand. I'll let you off for now then. But if I find out that she isn't as pretty as me, then I won't let you off easily. Mo Ling glared at Lin Yun before she revealed a smile. She continued, Something big happened in the Nether Prefectural City, but I'm not sure if you're interested in it since you're intending on leaving so soon. What is it? Lin Yun asked anyway. He couldn't help connecting it to the empty academy he noticed along the way. Looking at the curiosity on Lin Yun's face, Mo Ling smiled. There's a dangerous land in the Nether Prefecture called the Wither North Sea that's also connected to the Azure and Cloud Prefectures. You have heard of it before, right? Lin Yun didn't waste his time purely cultivating in the academy. He also took some time to understand the entire ancient southern domain. Therefore, he knew a thing or two about the Wither North Sea. According to his knowledge, it wasn't like your typical sea. Rather than being a sea of water, it was a boundless desert. It was so vast that no one had ever come out of it alive after going in too deep. It was also said that the Wither North Sea was a place where many sects were established in the ancient times, and that it only became a barren desert due to a great battle. Although the Wither North Sea was a dangerous place to be, some ancient treasures were occasionally found by adventurers. So Lin Yun wouldn't be surprised if something happened in the Wither North Sea. He asked calmly, Did someone find an ancient ruin? Obtain an ancient treasure? Or is a treasure appearing? None of those, smiled Mo Ling mysteriously. None? Then what is it? Lin Yun's curiosity was piqued by Mo Ling's denial. Someone found an ancient tomb in the Wither North Sea. An ancient tomb? There was no change to Lin Yun's expression as he fell into deep thoughts. Since it was an ancient battlefield, it wasn't surprising that a tomb would be found. After all, there might be an ancient tomb beneath any tattered tablet in the desert. But those ancient tombs generally wouldn't have any value as the owner of those tombs were usually small fries of a sect. But since Mo Ling said it was a big deal, then the owner of this tomb must have an extraordinary identity. Mo Ling continued, The owner of the tomb might be an Empyrean realm powerhouse. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that as he asked, Are you serious? Heavenly Soul Realm experts were so rare in the ancient southern domain that even a quasi-overlord force like the Heavenly Province Academy only had 2 to 3 of them. Although this was also due to the fact that the Academy mainly researched spiritual runes instead of improving their martial cultivation, the other quasi-overlord forces also didn't have many Heavenly Soul Realm experts. Only Overlord forces had more Heavenly Soul Realm experts. But even then, they only had a few more. Additionally, the Heavenly Soul Realm was divided into different stages. So the Empyrean realm that Mo Ling mentioned was above the Heavenly Soul Realm. Those existences were grand elders of the various sects in ancient times. They had reached a realm so lofty that not even the 9 Overlord forces could boast of having an Empyrean realm expert. At best, they only had pinnacle Heavenly Soul Realms. Naturally, Lin Yun was shocked that the tomb might belong to an Empyrean realm powerhouse. An Empyrean realm powerhouse was also called Empyreans. As for their stages, Lin Yun didn't really know anything about them. I was also shocked when I heard it, said Mo Ling. Ancient treasures have frequently appeared in the Wither North Sea, and there have also been many incomplete ancient cultivation techniques that have leaked out. As for ancient tombs, they're even rarer. However, no one expected to find an Empyrean realm powerhouse's tomb. But looking at the way things are right now, it must be true. So much so that there might not only be one tomb, but a whole graveyard, explained Mo Ling. She was very clearly shocked by the news. A whole graveyard belonging to Empyreans? Lin Yun took a deep breath as he muttered, "This is huge. No wonder you had someone wait for my return. The news should be true. The overlord forces of the 3 nearby prefectures have sent people over, including the Heavenly Sword Sect. Lil Shui is currently attending to them right now," said Mo Ling. "The Heavenly Sword Sect sent out their disciples? No wonder the academy was so empty. The Heavenly Sword Sect disciples naturally attracted everyone's attention. After all, they were an overlord force. You can explore if you're not in a hurry to leave. Following the Heavenly Sword Sect will be less dangerous. Who knows, you might even find the profound Yin water," said Mo Ling seriously. "Profound Yin water? What's that?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "It's extremely rare and it can only be found in the overlord forces. Only disciples with monstrous talents will be rewarded with them. This is one of the reasons why the overlord forces' geniuses are so powerful. Aside from their monstrous talent, the resources that they are exposed to play a large role in their strength," said Mo Ling. "The profound Yin water is something every monstrous genius wants. They're extremely precious as they can be refined in the Yin stage. However, they cannot be brought with spiritual jades. The profound Yin water was a precious resource that not very many overlord forces disciples knew about. The reason why Mo Ling knew about it was most likely related to her Mo clan. The Mo clan was an ancient clan in the Nether Prefecture, and many of their descendants had joined overlord forces. By itself, the Mo clan alone was nothing. However, this would be a different story if they could blossom in the future. For instance, Mo Ling displayed her talent and would take control of the academy in the future. Fortunately, there were many descendants like her in the Mo clan. There is a chance that the profound Yin water can be found in the tomb, so you might be able to obtain it if you go," said Mo Ling. She believed that if there were profound Yin waters in the ancient tomb, Lin Yun would naturally be able to get a share with his strength. The main prize in these kinds of ancient tombs are naturally the expert's legacy, their treasures, and sometimes their corpses. However, the tomb will definitely attract experts on the Dragon Cloud ranking. It might not be easy for Lin Yun to fight for the legacies, but he could definitely get his hands on the profound Yin water. Furthermore, with how Lin Yun's strength far exceeded his cultivation, there was a high chance that he might catch everyone by surprise. So she didn't wish for Lin Yun to miss this opportunity. "I'll give you my reply 3 days from now. Thanks for letting me know about it," said Lin Yun. He wouldn't mind taking the risk if he didn't comprehend the rose painting. But his harvest from the rose painting was good enough. He only needed to stabilize his foundation. At that time, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the level of those geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Additionally, it was a little risky for him to get involved with an intense competition when he had just comprehended the secrets from the rose painting. He was someone who would give it his all the moment he decided to do something. So if he really dipped his hands in the tomb's affairs, how would he be satisfied with mere profound Yin water? "I'll get angry if you continue acting so politely," laughed Mo Ling. Lin Yun smiled bitterly, and he cupped his hands before he left. When he left Mo Ling's residence, he took a deep breath. Whither North Sea, Empyrean's tomb, and the profound Yin water. The Empyrean realm was too far from him. Plus, he couldn't even contend with Heavenly Soul Realm experts. Furthermore, if the tomb really belonged to an Empyrean, it should have been found a long time ago. It was a little weird for it to only surface now. Lin Yun wasn't sure what sort of turbulence he would have to face, but he could be sure that the opponents he would be facing would at least be on Chao Zhen's level. If not, then he would be facing the geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Chao Zhen might be strong, but he was still too tender compared to those on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Before he returned, Lin Yun walked past the Infernal Plaza. This was a field where disciples would usually cultivate and engage in sparring. But today, this place was even busier than when the White Jade Academy sent their disciples over. Lin Yun instantly guessed that someone was here. When outsiders came to the academy, they would usually have an exchange, and it seemed that the Heavenly Sword Sect wasn't an exception. Lin Yun shook his head because he wasn't interested. The Heavenly Province Academy's foundation in martial techniques was rather weak, so as long as the Heavenly Sword Sect didn't send out their weakest disciples, they should be able to fight with the Academy's core disciples or even defeat them. How powerful! Even Senior Brother Mei can't last long. Senior Brother Mei has defeated 3 people in a row, but the moment this youth made his move, the entire situation changed. I'm afraid Senior Brother Mei won't last long. Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that. He was surprised that Mei Zian was actually fighting. Mei Zian was an aloof person, and Lin Yun even felt that he wasn't any weaker than Mo Ling. So Lin Yun never expected that Mei Zian would be in such a pathetic state from a Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple. This piqued Lin Yun's interest a little as he quietly walked towards the Infernal Plaza. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and saw 4 luxuriously dressed youths standing in the Infernal Plaza. All of them were smiling with pride as they watched the 2 people fighting on the stage. Clearly, their temperament was different from the Academy's disciples. When Lin Yun swept his glance over, he saw a cloud pattern with a sword embroidered on the middle of their clothes. Lin Yun naturally recognized those patterns since Mu Shui also had them. They must be inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. But when Lin Yun didn't see any core disciples around, he was surprised. It looks like the true expert from the Heavenly Sword Sect must be in the Imperial Study Hall with Mu Shui and the elders. Lin Yun then turned his attention to the stage to the youth who was fighting with Mei Zian. The youth seemed like he was barely 18, but the sword aura he was releasing placed Mei Zian in a disadvantageous position. Is this all you have? It's not enough. The youth smiled as he raised his brow at Mei Zian. Mei Zian didn't utter a word despite all the grievance pent up in his chest. Instead, he spread his origin energy all over his body before he took a step forward and threw a punch. You're finally going to unleash your strength in the Lesser Yang stage? You're barely qualified to be my opponent now. The youth smiled when he sensed Mei Zian's punch as he reached out and grabbed onto Mei Zian's fist. How is this possible? Mei Zian had shock written on his face. He couldn't believe that the youth had so easily caught his attack at the pinnacle Lesser Yang stage. Get back down. The youth sneered as he tossed Mei Zian. He then barraged him with punches as he yelled, "You're still a little too weak." All the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples wore an unsightly expression because they clearly didn't expect Mei Zian to lose so easily. "Let's end this," barked the youth as his right fist suddenly became sharp like a sword that pierced through Mei Zian's aura. His punch landed on Mei Zian's chest and Mei Zian threw up a mouthful of blood. When the fluctuation calmed down, Mei Zian took several steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. The Heavenly Province Academy's foundation in martial techniques is too weak. You might still be young, but you're too weak. So is there a need for us to continue? The youth said with disappointment in his eyes. This youth was named Mu Chan and he was ranked in the top 3 among the inner disciples. Furthermore, he was only 18, which meant that his potential was terrifying. No one dared to underestimate him back in the Heavenly Sword Sect, so he naturally didn't have to give Mei Zian any face. The Heavenly Sword Sect is really impressive indeed, but you're not invincible in our academy. We have someone here the same age as you who even defeated Chao Zhan from the Northern Snow Manor, said Mei Zian with an awkward smile. I've heard of him and I'm here to meet him. Do you know where he is? Mu Chun was briefly stunned before his eyes flared with dense fighting spirits. Isn't he over there? Mei Zian's eyes flashed coldly as he turned to look at Lin Yun. He had perfectly diverted the crisis to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, Deacon Lin. All the Academy's disciples instantly noticed Lin Yun. Lin Yun had retracted his aura earlier, but he still became the center of attention. Are you Flower Burial Lin Yun from the rumors? Mu Chun looked at Lin Yun with interest. At the same time, he was doubtful that Lin Yun's cultivation was only in the pinnacle Yin stage. Although the aura coming from Lin Yun was powerful, it still didn't change the fact that Lin Yun's cultivation was only in the pinnacle Yin stage. He smiled. Chao Zhen is formidable and I initially wanted to fight him, but I didn't expect him to be defeated by a swordsman from the Great Qin Empire. Since you're here, are you interested in sparring? Mu Chun and Lin Yun were both the same age, but their temperaments were different. Mu Chen's aura was unrestrained, while Lin Yun's aura was more reserved. Lin Yun was this way even after his Xiantian sword intent reached complete mastery. Not interested, said Lin Yun as he retracted his gaze. He wasn't interested in Mu Chun, who wasn't even a core disciple. This person roughly had the same strength as Chao Zhen. He would be either slightly stronger or weaker than Chao Zhen, so Lin Yun wasn't interested in that. Even if he ran into Chao Zhen again, Lin Yun was confident that he could defeat Chao Zhen in 3 moves. So he wasn't interested in someone who treated Chao Zhen as his opponent. Lin Yun, are you afraid? Mei Zian said in a teasing voice. He could sense that Mu Chun didn't use all his strength, which meant that Mu Chun was definitely stronger than Chao Zhen. Do I need to explain myself to trash like you? You should be thinking about why you were defeated so badly. Lin Yun sneered as he turned to leave. You want to leave? Did I agree to it? Mu Chun charged forward with his origin energy released as he threw a punch. Sensing the powerful punch, Lin Yun turned around and casually threw out a punch. Facing Lin Yun's punch, Mu Chun froze in midair before he was sent flying. When he fell onto the ground, shock was written all over his face. What refined origin energy! The other Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples were also shocked by this scene. Even the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples were briefly stunned when they saw how Lin Yun sent Mu Chun flying so easily before they responded with cheers. On the other hand, Mei Zian's face had changed drastically as his heart sank. He had no idea how Lin Yun got so powerful in just half a month. He could sense that Lin Yun's strength had undergone a total transformation since the 5 academies competition. Looking at Mu Chun coldly, Lin Yun said, "Like I said, I don't have any interest in you. Don't bother embarrassing yourself with your strength." What an arrogant fellow. Junior brother Mu hasn't even used his sword. The faces of the 4 Heavenly Province Academies' faces became ugly. As disciples of an overlord force, they all felt that they were above the Heavenly Province Academy. But they didn't expect that they would be humiliated so badly by Lin Yun. No wonder you defeated Chao Zhen. All the more reason you can't leave today. Mu Chun stood up as he wiped the blood off his lips. With fighting spirit blazing in his eyes, Mu Chun began to release a terrifying aura along with a pressure that belonged to the greater Yang stage. Junior brother, catch. Teach this brat a lesson. The 4 disciples threw out a sword towards Mu Chun. The moment Mu Chun grabbed onto the sword, he stabbed it into the ground. A buzzing noise instantly caused cracks to start spreading out on the ground. Simultaneously, Mu Chen's aura had undergone a drastic change as he sneered. "Since you said it, show me how you'll embarrass me." Everyone could sense the terrifying chill coming from Mu Chun at this moment. Lin Yun also felt helpless as he knew that there was no way he could avoid this battle anymore. Then again, he could also take this opportunity to evaluate the strength of an Overlord Force's disciple. Chao Zhen might be strong, but he wasn't the same as Mu Chun, who came from a sect that practiced swords. Hold it right there. Just when fighting spirits began to boil in Lin Yun's heart, a cold bark sounded out as 2 figures descended from the sky. It was a man and woman. The woman was naturally Mu Shui. The man that was with her had 2 swords embroidered on the cloud pattern on his chest. With just a glance, Lin Yun instantly knew what that emblem meant. That emblem meant that this man was a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The appearance of Mu Shui and the core disciple instantly made all the inner disciples' faces change. Even Mu Chun had reluctance in his eyes, as the inner disciples went up to the core disciple and greeted him, "Senior brother Zhang." The youth nodded his head and turned to look at Mu Chun. "Mu Chun, the elders have briefed us that we need to rely on the Heavenly Province Academy's help. I don't have any opinion about you sparing with their disciples, but there's no need to draw your sword." Retracting his aura back into his body, Mu Chun smiled. "Yes, you're right," but he then turned to throw a provoking look at Lin Yun. He clearly had no remorse in his tone. Mu Shui quickly came forward and made introductions. "Lin Yun, this is senior brother Zhang Yuan." a core disciple in the Heavenly Province sect. "Brother Lin, I've heard of your name," greeted Zhang Yuan as he came forward with a smile. Lin Yun examined this person and could tell that this person was in the pinnacle Greater Yang stage. It seemed like he was able to step into the pinnacle Yang stage anytime. But that wasn't the main thing that Lin Yun noticed, as he could sense a powerful pressure coming from Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan must have cultivated a powerful sword sutra. The origin energy refined by a sword sutra was vastly different from origin energy refined by ordinary cultivation techniques. There was a great difference at the same stage. Lin Yun retracted his gaze and replied with a nod of his head. Seeing that Lin Yun's temperament was steady at such a young age, Zhang Yuan also nodded his head as he replied, "Brother Lin, don't take it to heart. Junior brother Mu is still young and he isn't as experienced as you are. So pardon his temper. It's nothing, even if we fight," smiled Lin Yun. He didn't hate Zhang Yuan, and now he could tell why Zhang Yuan was the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sex Party. Lin Yun thought highly of Zhang Yuan's temperament. "You'll be coming along with us, right?" smiled Zhang Yuan. "Probably," replied Lin Yun. "Then we might need your help. After all, the appearance of the ancient tomb has alarmed many overlord forces." "You're being too polite." Lin Yun cupped his hands and took his leave. Looking at Lin Yun leaving, Mu Shui quickly chased up to him. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan fell into deep thoughts as he looked at Lin Yun and Mu Shui's silhouette. Lin Yun's temperament and composure was rare among his age. If someone else had defeated a monstrous genius like Chao Zhen, they would be filled with arrogance by now. "Don't underestimate this person," smiled Zhang Yuan. "He doesn't seem impressive to me. I heard that he defeated Chao Zhen by luck." Mu Chun was naturally unhappy that Zhang Yuan gave Lin Yun such a high evaluation. In response to Mu Chen's words, Zhang Yuan merely smiled. Mu Shui chased after Lin Yun and examined him for a long time. When she saw that Lin Yun wasn't speaking, she smiled bitterly. "Do you know who it was that you sent flying earlier? He's ranked in the top 3 among the inner disciples. This is the first time I've seen him suffer such a huge loss against someone his age." "I'm more interested in that Zhang Yuan," replied Lin Yun. "Hee, your eyesight isn't shallow. Only core disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect can practice the Great Flow Sword Sutra, and senior brother Zhang has reached the 8th stage in it. He also has a high rank among the core disciples. He might not be on the Dragon Cloud ranking, but he's comparable to those ranked around the 60s, said Mu Shui with reverence in her tone. "The Great Flow Sword Sutra? It looks like he really can't underestimate the foundation of overlord forces." Just when he was about to return to his residence, Mu Shui suddenly became hesitant to speak, which made Lin Yun smile. "Did Zhang Yuan have a message for me?" Mu Shui was first stunned before she smiled bitterly. "I really can't hide anything from you. Senior brother Zhang wishes to recommend you to the Heavenly Sword Sutra. The Draconic Banquet will start in 9 months from now, and all the overlord forces have a high request for geniuses. You've defeated Chao Zhen, and this act has piqued the interest of many elders. Not to mention that you're also a swordsman. But..." Mu Shui paused briefly before she continued. "I know that you won't agree to it, but I've brought you the message, so it's up to you now." Mu Shui now has a rough understanding of Lin Yun. Zhang Yuan seemed confident when he requested Mu Shui to deliver the message, but Mu Shui knew that it was practically impossible. "Got it. I'll let you know after I make my decision," replied Lin Yun with a nod of his head. "Hee. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll see you again 5 days from now." Mu Shui winked and smiled. "I believe you won't miss the ancient tomb." With a candle flickering in the room, Lin Yun cultivated with his eyes closed as he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy while circulating the Iris Sword Sutra. There was a silver iris flower beneath him that slowly opened and greedily refined the spiritual energy. This process lasted for a few hours before Lin Yun opened his eyes and breathed out. He could sense that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle stage, and there was no way he could take another step forward. He needed an opportunity to make his breakthrough. Just as Zhang Yuan said, the ancient tomb would attract lots of experts and there would be a ferocious battle. Although Lin Yun was confident of fighting with most people with his strength, fighting wasn't enough. He needed absolute strength before heading there. Since he couldn't make any more progress in his cultivation, he could only try progressing in the Iris Sword Sutra. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he gently tapped his interspatial pouch to retrieve a flower made up of flames. He could see energy flowing from the bud to the petals that looked like flames. Lin Yun initially planned to refine this flower after reaching the Yang stage, but it looks like he couldn't wait until then. Then again, he didn't have to refine all of it. He could just refine a petal and then refine the whole thing after reaching the Yang stage. Otherwise, it would be a great waste if he reached the Yang stage so quickly. He heard from Mo Ling that he wouldn't be able to refine the profound Yin water after reaching Yang stage, which was his greatest target for the ancient tomb. Plucking a petal and smelling its fragrance, Lin Yun nodded his head with satisfaction. A petal alone was probably comparable to a fourth-grade pellet. Lin Yun completed a cycle of the Iris Sword Sutra before he tossed the petal into his mouth without hesitation. When the petal entered his mouth, it instantly melted into a massive energy that poured towards his profound veins and origin energy. Simultaneously, the iris flower in his violet palace bloomed and absorbed the energy coming from the petal he plucked. Lin Yun could sense that the iris flower was gradually getting bright as it refined the energy. As time passed, Lin Yun could sense the iris flower slowly growing and the origin energy it contained became even more refined. This process lasted for 2 days before Lin Yun was finally done refining it. When he absorbed the last energy from the petal, the iris flower suddenly trembled and a boundless energy began to release from it. In the next second, another petal grew out of the iris flower, reaching 83 petals. Lin Yun's violet palace suddenly boiled like a volcano as it began to tremble. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, 2 beams shot out of his eyes. Although the iris flower only increased by 1 petal, Lin Yun knew what it meant. This wasn't any inferior to making a breakthrough to the Yang stage. His origin energy had multiplied by 2. Sensing this, a smile filled Lin Yun's face. The Iris Sword Sutra is truly formidable, Lin Yun muttered as he got back up on his feet. With my current strength now, I should be able to fight against those geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking. This didn't mean that he could barely fend off their attacks, but he could retreat if needed. In some cases, he might even be able to defeat them. But this still wasn't assuring enough as he needed another trump card. It was always good to prepare multiple trump cards. Lin Yun came out of the cultivating room and entered the study room. He retrieved 9 blank papers along with the spiritual brush. He wanted to inscribe an ablaze phoenix painting, one that would even shock Mo Ling. With a single thought, the soul mark in his profound palace began to blaze with golden flames as traces of feeble flames that belonged to the divine rune slowly covered the entire painting. It might be weak now, but it would be a different story once it became a painting. 2 days later, the news about the Empyrean's tomb spread throughout the Nether Prefectural City like a wildfire, enveloping the entire city instantly. All powers, from the profound Yang Palace down to wandering cultivators, moved out towards the ancient tomb. The tomb of an Empyrean was attractive to everyone. After all, these were practically sovereigns of the ancient southern domain back in the Golden Era. There was no doubt that an ancient Empyrean could easily destroy a modern-era Empyrean. So if anyone could obtain that Empyrean's legacy, they would soar to unimaginable heights. At the very least, they could obtain some treasure and become the lord of a region. The Nether Prefectural City gradually became busier while Lin Yun finished inscribing the Ablaze Phoenix painting. He had spent 2 days inscribing this painting, which took a lot of effort. But when he saw the 9 paintings together, he revealed a satisfied smile on his exhausted face. Lin Yun reached out with his hand and stored the painting carefully. Finally done. Lin Yun was confident now that he had another trump card. However, he wasn't in a hurry to meet the others as he first headed to the Academy's Beast Garden. Each sect had their own beast garden and they all varied in size. Lin Yun was naturally here to look for the dragon-blooded horse. It wasn't convenient for him to ride Lil Red around in the Academy, so he could only leave it in the Beast Garden. Therefore, Lin Yun decided to bring it for a stroll before heading to the ancient tomb. Not long after, Lin Yun came to the Beast Garden's deacon. When the deacon saw Lin Yun, his eyes lit up, and he quickly came up with a smile. "Young Master Lin, you're finally here. How's my dragon-blooded horse?" asked Lin Yun. The deacon's face became stiff and he pointed his hand out. "Look at it yourself. I just fed it beast cores." Lin Yun instantly knew that something happened. When he went in, he saw Lil Red gobbling down on beast cores to the point that its mouth was stuffed. When it began to look around, Lin Yun instantly knew what it wanted to do. "This fellow's appetite is huge. I gave it twice the normal portion, but it wasn't satisfied. It was only satisfied after snatching the other demonic beast's beast cores. This fellow is clearly a horse, but it's terrifyingly fierce. Several overlord demonic beasts here had been tamed by it," said the deacon. Lin Yun was placed in an awkward spot. He knew that beast cores were precious and only overlord forces would feed them to demonic beasts. As for the academy, it all depended on the spiritualist's wealth. No wonder Lil Red was so happy here. So it turns out that it had become the overlord here. Lin Yun replied, "Sorry for all the troubles it has given you." "Haha, it's nothing. Missy Mo has already instructed me to treat it well. Furthermore, you're the benefactor of the academy, and this is nothing," smiled the deacon. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw Lil Red slowly walking towards an indigo runic lion. The lion was suddenly kicked by Lil Red on its butt, and it fell onto the ground trembling as it ran to the side. The lion could only watch as its beast cores were eaten by Lil Red. It didn't dare to utter a word. Lin Yun shook his head as he flicked his finger, sending out a sword ray that hit Lil Red and caused the latter to jump. But when Lil Red saw Lin Yun, it instantly revealed its iconic bucktooth. At the Infernal Plaza, Zhang Yuan, Mu Chun and everyone else from the Heavenly Sword Sect were gathered. In addition to them, Lu Yunyan, Mu Shui, and Mo Ling were also present. They seemed to have arrived a long time ago, but it didn't look like they were in a hurry to leave. Finally, Mu Chun ran out of patience as he ranted, "Is that fellow coming? I heard that he has many enemies in the Nether Prefectural City, and that the Bloodwing Pavilion has issued a bounty on him. Can it be that he's afraid to show up?" Mo Ling glanced at Mu Chun briefly and said, "He might not be coming, but it's not because he's afraid to come." "Is that so?" Mu Chun said with a playful smile as doubt was written on his face. "What are you trying to say here? If you're not willing to wait, then you can leave first," said Lu Yunyan. "He's here." Just when Mu Chun was about to say something, a youth and a horse came over. Zhang Yuan glanced at Lin Yun before he turned to look at Lil Red with shock on his face. Everyone naturally brought their mounts for the journey, but those mounts were inferior to Lin Yun's dragon-blooded horse. Everyone could tell that Lin Yun's horse was a rare breed from the violent aura covering it. When Lin Yun arrived, he greeted everyone before paying his respect to Tang Yu. Tang Yu nodded his head and spoke, "We'll leave shortly, but I have some words to say before we go. The Wither North Sea is an ancient battlefield and treasures have appeared occasionally. It's a forbidden land, where even Inyang stage experts might die. This journey is also for the tomb of an Empyrean, so it's extremely dangerous. This was nothing new as the Wither North Sea was famed for being dangerous. If it wasn't so, the news of the ancient tomb wouldn't spread so quickly. But it would definitely be even more dangerous than Tang Yu had described." Everyone left shortly after, and the Academy paid a great deal of attention to this matter. In addition to having a Heavenly Soul Realm expert like Tang Yu following the group, there were also dozens of Inyang stage elders that joined. The journey itself was dangerous, which necessitated such a huge party. If they got into conflict with other forces, even the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples might suffer without a Heavenly Soul Realm expert backing them up. The Empyrean tomb not only attracted the various forces, but also wandering cultivators. Many of the wandering cultivators were wanted by the various forces, to begin with, so they weren't afraid of killing more of the sect's disciples if there were profits to reap. 2 hours later, the party arrived at a mountain range. It was the Flame Cloud Mountain Range, a place they had to cross to head to the Wither North Sea. Because of the Empyrean tomb's appearance, the Flame Cloud Mountain Range was filled with people. The Flame Cloud Mountain Range was connected to several prefectures. Not only was it the biggest mountain range in the Nether Prefectural City, but it was also well known in the entire ancient southern domain. Many powerful demonic beasts lived in this mountain range and took the lives of heavenly soul realm experts. People would rarely cross this mountain range, but this fear had been ignored momentarily. When the party arrived at the border of the mountain range, they could see people entering. Without a doubt, everyone's destination was the Wither North Sea and the Empyrean's tomb, but it was uncertain how many people would actually make it. It wasn't safe even with a heavenly soul realm expert. The most conservative estimate was that at least 1/3 of everyone who entered the mountain range would die. It's the Heavenly Province Academy. That must be the Lin Yun whose name has been making waves recently, right? The Heavenly Sword sect came as well. Wow, even Senior Tang came. What a huge formation! The Heavenly Province Academy's party instantly attracted everyone's attention because of their Heavenly Soul Realm expert. Lin Yun also drew attention since he had become a famous figure after the 5 Academies competition. Compared to Lin Yun's composure, Mu Chun flung his lips with disdain as he muttered to himself. He was someone who liked to compete, so he naturally felt unhappy that so many people knew Lin Yun's name. Junior brother Mu, don't worry about him. He's only famous because of Chao Zhen. That's right. If he didn't beat Chao Zhen through luck, no one would know him. You'll surpass him sooner or later. He's just someone from the Great Qin Empire, so how can he possibly compete with our Heavenly Sword sect? The other Heavenly Sword sect's inner disciples whispered. Zhang Yuan, who was leading the party, turned around to glare at them, which made them shut up. Mu Shui was also in an awkward position. After all, she was also a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, but these people were talking about Lin Yun behind his back. She sneaked a peek at Lin Yun, who was behind her. When she noticed that Lin Yun was still calm and composed, she let out a sigh of relief. She was worried that Lin Yun might flare up. After all, she had personally witnessed Lin Yun slay 3 people in a fit of rage. Mu Chan and the other inner disciples definitely wouldn't wish to experience Lin Yun's rage. The Flame Cloud mountain range was filled with demonic beasts, but those demonic beasts couldn't pose a threat to the Heavenly Province Academy's party. So much so that Tang Yu didn't even need to act since the threat could be easily resolved by Mo Ling and Zhang Yuan. Since Mu Chan and the other inner disciples rarely left the Heavenly Sword sect, they were filled with excitement for this trip. The moment there was an opportunity for them to perform, they would charge forward without a second thought. On the contrary, Lin Yun wasn't interested. This wasn't his first time traveling, so he wouldn't act unless there was a need. The group's journey in the mountain range gradually slowed down as they traveled further. Thunderclouds covered the sky and the environment was harsh. Simultaneously, the demonic beasts they ran into also gradually became even more terrifying. Even the Yin-Yang stage elders gradually started to take action. At the same time, this trip had widened Lin Yun's scope. This was the first time he witnessed the power of a Yin-Yang stage expert and so many powerful demonic beasts. But the demonic beasts were easily dealt with by the Yin-Yang stage elders. The Violet Palace realm was divided into 3 stages, the Yin, Yang, and Yin-Yang stages. Right now, Lin Yun was in the pinnacle Yin stage. He had already come in contact with the border of the Yang stage, but he still had a long way to go to the Yin-Yang stage. Legend had it that upon reaching the Yin-Yang stage, the cultivator's martial soul would undergo a transformation and become stronger. Upon reaching that stage, the transformation of the martial soul was important as the cultivation of martial souls was crucial if one could make a breakthrough into the heavenly soul realm. 5 days later, the party finally met an obstruction in the Flame Cloud mountain range. Several Yin-Yang stage elders attacked, but even that lineup wasn't enough. If they forcibly attacked, then they might even endanger their lives. In the end, Tang Yu acted and killed that demonic beast quickly. This was Lin Yun's first time seeing a heavenly soul realm expert kill a powerful enemy, and he was shocked by the power. The Yin-Yang stage elders were powerful, but Lin Yun was confident that he could flee from them if it came down to it. However, the same couldn't be said if he had to deal with a heavenly soul realm expert. The sky had already turned dark when Tang Yu said, "Let's rest for the day. We can continue our journey tomorrow. We're not far from the Wither North Sea now." No one had any objections since they didn't get a break ever since they entered the Flame Cloud mountain range. Even Lin Yun felt somewhat exhausted. Furthermore, this place was perfect to use as their camp for the day. Since this place was an overlord demonic beast's territory, it was naturally safe from other demonic beasts. Additionally, the spiritual energy was very dense, which would allow them to recover. Mu Chan stepped forward. Elder Tang, we're already late. Won't the others get a leg up on us if we stop now? Mu Chen's tone was filled with reverence for Tang Yu, especially after witnessing Tang Yu's strength. Tang Yu smiled. Don't worry about it. The Wither North Sea is covered in a sandstorm, and there are only a few days every month when the sandstorm is calm enough for humans to enter. Even if those people aren't afraid of death, they won't be able to find the ancient tomb so quickly. Is there something unusual about the Wither North Sea? Asked Mu Chan. You'll see. The Wither North Sea isn't called a sea for nothing. The desert changes often from the sand's flow. Sometimes you won't even know where it's bringing you even if you stand at the same spot. But that doesn't mean there's no solution to that. I'll tell you guys more about it when we get there, replied Tang Yu. Sand flow? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. Now, the Wither North Sea was getting interesting. He had never seen a sea of sand before, so he could take this opportunity to brush up his scope. As night descended, the Flame Cloud mountain range became even darker, which loomed in everyone's hearts. Occasionally, they could even hear beast roars coming from afar. Suddenly, the party could hear footsteps approaching, and they could tell that this approaching party had quite a bit of people. They ran into many parties along the way, but no one dared to provoke them with Tang Yu around. But it was different this time, as it didn't take long for a massive party to arrive before them. When Mo Ling raised her head and looked over, her face changed. Even Lu Yunyan exclaimed out, "It's the Threezealot Manor and Bloodwing Pavilion. They're actually traveling together." The Threezealot Manor and Bloodwing Pavilion were quasi-overlord forces in the Nether Prefectural City, just like the Academy. However, the Bloodwing Pavilion wasn't exactly on good terms with the Academy, which Lin Yun experienced back in the Indigo Flame Gold Lotuses competition. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, and he raised his head to see two youths leading the party. They were both in the Pinnacle Yang stage and attracted everyone's attention. It's the Bloodwing Pavilion's Lung Haoyu and Threezealot Manor's Lin Ziyuan. Lu Yunyan whispered beside Lin Yun with fear lingering in her eyes. Lin Yun found those names familiar and recalled that they were among the 4 elites in the Nether Prefectural City, which excluded the profound Yang Palace's disciples. Among the 4, Lung Haoyu had the highest ranking at 87. On the other hand, Lin Ziyuan was slightly weaker as he was ranked 97. But regardless of their rankings, they were monstrous geniuses in the ancient southern domain. Those who could make it into the Dragon Cloud ranking didn't just have a reputation, but also had the strength to back it up. When Lin Yun looked at them, he was briefly stunned to see that both the Bloodwing Pavilion and Threezealot Manor sent out a Heavenly Soul Realm expert. What a coincidence for us to run into the Heavenly Province Academy in such a massive mountain range. It has been a long time, Miss Mo. Lung Haoyu was stunned when he saw the Heavenly Province Academy's party before his eyes started to flicker. Sorry, but we were here first. You guys can leave now, replied Mo Ling. First come, first served doesn't work in this world. Otherwise, why would the demonic beast here be killed by you guys? The youth standing beside Lung Haoyu smiled as he looked at Mo Ling. They had confidence in their strength, so their tone wasn't friendly. The atmosphere became intense and enveloped everyone from the academy. In terms of martial techniques foundation, the academy was naturally inferior to both of these forces, not to mention that the two forces were working together. So if they were insistent on chasing the Heavenly Province Academy away, they could only suck it up. You guys seem to have some preconceived ideas about us? Zhang Yuan spoke right at this moment. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're qualified to speak here? Lin Ziyuan barked when he heard someone interrupt their conversation. When the two parties met, the Heavenly Soul Realm experts decided to leave this matter to the younger generation. So it was naturally rude that someone had interrupted the conversation. But it was a pity that Zhang Yuan wasn't just anyone and that Lin Ziyuan had flared up at the wrong time. My senior brother is a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Who the hell do you think you are? Mu Chan said coldly as the other disciples from the heavenly sword sect's faces also became ugly. When Lin Ziyuan and Leng Haoyu heard that and saw the emblem on Zhang Yuan's chest, they were surprised. After all, a quasi-overlord force still couldn't be compared to a genuine overlord force. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I have no enmity towards the heavenly sword sect. May I ask about your name? Lin Ziyuan apologized as he cupped his face. He had ultimately chosen to bow his head. I'm Zhang Yuan. You guys aren't intending to fight here when we're not even near the ancient tomb, right? Since we've occupied this place first, why don't you guys take a step back and give the heavenly sword sect some face? I believe the two seniors also won't choose to fight with us here, smiled Zhang Yuan. The Flame Cloud mountain range was incredibly massive, so this was just a matter of face. Zhang Yuan knew this well, which was why his gaze was on the two heavenly soul realm experts instead of Lin Ziyuan and Leng Haoyu. Youngsters might fight because of face, but elders wouldn't be that impulsive. After all, there wasn't any profit for them to fight here. You're right. A mere temporary camping ground has no need for heavenly soul realm experts to act. Brother Zhang, what do you think of this instead? Leng Haoyu suddenly smiled. We both send someone out and exchange a move. The winner will stay, and the loser will scram. If you don't mind, you can participate personally. Leng Haoyu kept smiling, but he wasn't giving Zhang Yuan any face at all with his words, especially the last part that was filled with provocation. This meant that Leng Haoyu wasn't afraid that Zhang Yuan was from a core disciple of the heavenly sword sect. Leng Haoyu said those words while maintaining a smile on his face, showing just how much of a schemer he was. His provocation had caused the atmosphere to become intense again. If anyone dared to say those words to a heavenly sword sect's core disciple, no one would have taken it for real. But Leng Haoyu was ranked 87 on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts as he looked from afar. He wanted to see how Zhang Yuan would react. Plus, he wanted to know who was stronger, the core disciple of an overlord force or someone on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Zhang Yuan was briefly stunned before he smiled. The loser will leave? Haha, Brother Leng, is there any need to take it so far? After all, you're cutting off your path of retreat as well. It doesn't matter. Just treat it like I'm asking to be humiliated. Anyhow, it's not embarrassing to be defeated by a heavenly sword sect's core disciple, replied Leng Haoyu. Zhang Yuan turned to look at Tang Yu. When he saw the latter nodding his head, Zhang Yuan turned around and replied, Since you insist, at the very least it's better than our two sides clashing. We'll determine who's the winner with an attack. Afterwards, the loser will leave. Leng Haoyu stepped forward. I hope that you can give it your best. Otherwise, I'll be very disappointed. It didn't take long for everyone to retreat and leave an open area. The Bloodwing Pavilion's disciples were excited as they never expected that their senior brother Leng would challenge a core disciple of an overlord force. It would be glorious if Leng Haoyu could win. After both sides took several breaths, Zhang Yuan began to emit a violet aura from his body. But if someone looked at it clearly, they would be able to see the fine sword rays wandering within the violet aura. Those who were exceptionally strong could even hear the sword clashes within the violet aura. Only a powerful cultivator could see how powerful this cultivation technique was. When all the experts saw the rising violet aura, their faces changed. There truly are no weaklings among the heavenly sword sect's core disciples, smiled Leng Haoyu as a crimson aura burst out from him. The aura produced a rubbing sound when it came in contact with the air. The bloodlust sword energy. Mo Ling's face became grave when she saw this scene. The Bloodlust Sword Sutra was famous in the Nether Prefectural City and could form the Bloodlust Sword energy. Upon reaching the 7th stage, the sword energy could easily tear apart the opponent's defensive origin energy. Clearly, Leng Haoyu was prepared for this battle. He suddenly roared as he pounced forward and threw his palm out. When everyone in the surroundings sensed the power within Leng Haoyu's palm, their faces changed. The crimson aura shrouded Leng Haoyu's hand to make it look like a claw. As for Zhang Yuan, he merely pushed his palm forward. There wasn't anything special about his action, but the air around his palm began to tremble violently. When the two palms clashed, hundreds of violet rays circled behind Zhang Yuan and formed 3 violet swords. An explosion broke out as cracks began to spread on the ground. Even the surrounding trees were incinerated. Facing the shockwave from the collision, everyone had to push their palms out to resist it. Most of the disciples were able to resolve the shockwave, but the ones that couldn't were sent flying. It was fortunate that they were only facing the shockwave. Lin Yun didn't even budge. When the shockwave was about to reach him, it was suddenly dispersed by an invisible sword aura. But Lin Yun was shocked by how powerful the two of them were. Evidently, those that were ranked at the bottom of the Dragon Cloud ranking weren't weak. The two had only used a single move, so it was naturally impossible for them to differentiate the winner and loser, as they were both evenly matched in power. However, the rebound from the attacks forced them to retreat. Lin Yun counted every step that they took backwards. Zhang Yuan took a total of 12 steps back, and Leng Haoyu took a total of 13 steps. It was clear that Zhang Yuan had won, albeit by one step. With this outcome, the faces of the Bloodwing Pavilion's disciples turned ugly. Leng Haoyu's eyes were gloomy for a while before he smiled. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Great Flow Sword Sutra is truly impressive, but I wonder which one of us will win if we really fight. Let's go. Clearly, Leng Haoyu didn't want to admit that he was weaker than Zhang Yu. But when he turned around, he wore a profound smile as he looked at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun raised his head, he also noticed the Heavenly Soul Realm's elder looking at him. It looks like these people didn't forget that he had killed the Nethercloud Ghost's disciple. He also heard that the Bloodwing Pavilion's disciples were interested in his head because of Nethercloud Ghost's legacy. Cheers rang out from Mu Chan and the other disciples in light of Zhang Yuan's victory. Zhang Yuan was only in the Greater Yang stage and was able to beat Leng Haoyu, who was in the Pinnacle Yang stage. It seemed like they owed their thanks to the Great Flow Sword Sutra. The Great Flow Sword Sutra was the dream of many swordsmen in the ancient southern domain. Compared to other cultivation techniques, a sword sutra naturally fitted a swordsman the best. Only core disciples in the Heavenly Sword Sect could learn the Great Flow Sword Sutra. Witnessing it today, everyone could tell that the Sword Sutra was truly impressive. Then again, the true power of the Sword Sutra could only be brought out in the hands of a genius. If it was someone else, they might not be able to achieve what Zhang Yuan did. Lin Yun, however, possessed the Iris Sword Sutra, so he wasn't one bit envious of Zhang Yuan. Since the Bloodwing Pavilion and Threezelet Manor have worked together, it won't be favorable to us, said Lu Yunyan. There will be many overlord forces in this trip to the ancient tomb, and there will also be geniuses from the Dragon Cloud ranking. They won't be able to gain anything if they don't work together, said Zhang Yuan. Will those from the top 10 come? Asked Lin Yun. They won't. Only those who are ranked towards the bottom will be anxious for the Empyrean's tomb. I bet those within the top 50 won't appear. Even if they did, there won't be many of them, smiled Zhang Yuan confidently. There were 100 positions on the Dragon Cloud ranking that were broken into two tiers. Those that were in the top 50 represented the inner rankings, while the others were in the outer rankings. According to Zhang Yuan, those on the inner ranking were in the Yin-Yang stage, and those within the top 10 had even come in contact with the Heavenly Soul Realm. For those with a high cultivation, the gains they got from a new legacy wouldn't cover the loss of their current one. More accurately speaking, those who belonged to the inner ranking had their own opportunities, and the legacy they had wasn't weaker than what they could get in the Empyrean's tomb. After all, those who could climb to the peak naturally wouldn't lack in talent, willpower, or luck. Lin Yun was shocked. Those in the top 10 had already come in contact with the Heavenly Soul Realm, so just how powerful were they? Additionally, none of them exceeded the age of 25, and they were actually around the same age as him. So the Empyrean's tomb is basically the stage for geniuses in the outer ranking. To them, the Empyrean's tomb is exactly what they need to take the next step. Zhang Yuan paused briefly, and he looked at Lin Yun with a deep smile. You still have some distance to go before reaching the outer ranking, but you can easily catch up. Even Leng Haoyu, who's in the Pinnacle Yang stage, is slightly weaker than me. This is the foundation of an overlord force. The hint behind his words were clear. If Lin Yun joined the Heavenly Sword Sect, it wouldn't take long until he was comparable to those geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. Senior brother means that if you join the Heavenly Sword Sect, You can practice the Great Flow Sword Sutra. He's very confident in you. Mu Shui came over and continued her explanation. Lin Yun, this is an opportunity for you. Since senior brother Zhang has already given you a hint, he must have received the elder's approval. You can give it some consideration. Lin Yun didn't reply to her and asked her a question instead. Do you think there is a huge gap between me and the geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking? Mu Shui pondered briefly and answered him. There's still a clear gap. Lung Haoyu is ranked 87 and he already has the strength in the pinnacle yang stage. I was really worried about my senior brother earlier, but it's fortunate that had the Great Flow Sword Sutra. With your talent and the Heavenly Sword Sex Foundation, you can definitely reach senior brother Zhang's level within 6 months. Mu Shui was giving Lin Yun a high evaluation, but Lin Yun merely smiled. Let's drop it for now. Lin Yun gradually submerged into the darkness and returned to his tent. Then Zhang Yuan and Mu Chun walked up to Mu Shui. Mu Chun complained, Senior brother, you should just give up on him. He doesn't seem to appreciate your offer. Even though he didn't have the qualification to practice the Great Flow Sword Sutra, Zhang Yuan actually hinted to Lin Yun that he could practice it if he joined the Heavenly Sword Sect. Lin Yun's rejection was a great blow to his pride. Zhang Yuan shook his head at Mu Chun. After all, he couldn't see through Lin Yun. He had no idea what was going through Lin Yun's mind after witnessing the power of the Great Flow Sword Sutra. After the Bloodwing Pavilion and Threezealot Manor's people left, the Academy temporarily had peace. However, this event was a reminder to the Academy that this was only the beginning. Everyone knew that the real challenge would begin in the Wither North Sea. Over the next few days, they ran into more teams, but the journey continued to be smooth. Finally, a week later, they successfully walked out of the Flame Cloud mountain range. Their eyes suddenly expanded as they could see the Wither North Sea in front of them. This is the Wither North Sea? Lin Yun looked at the reddish-orange sea that stretched to the far ends of the horizon like a desolate painting. The boundless sea of sand was an impactful scene. The atmosphere was filled with a blazing fire from the surrounding spiritual energy. When a breeze blew past, it didn't provide a cool feeling at all. On the contrary, it was blazing hot. What the hell is this place? It's already so hot and we're not even on the sand. Mu Chun wiped his sweat and was forced to circulate his origin energy to disperse the heat building up in his body. The others weren't in a better position either. The heat was constantly trying to invade their bodies, so they had to circulate their origin energy to protect themselves. After all, even someone with a high cultivation couldn't last long in the heat. The Wither North Sea looked bigger than the Nether Prefectural City. The size made sense since it was an ancient battlefield. After all, it only became a desert after the earth-shattering battle. Although the Golden Era had passed, everyone could still see traces of the ancient era. At the far end, everyone could see a black storm, which Lin Yun was shocked by. What a powerful sandstorm! Tang Yu smiled and explained, sandstorms can be frequently seen in the Wither North Sea. There's a fixed day every month when the sandstorms will calm down. Otherwise, not even someone in the Heavenly Soul Realm will dare to enter. Is that terrifying? Lin Yun couldn't imagine how powerful a sandstorm would need to be in order to scare Heavenly Soul Realm experts. Tang Yu smiled. You'll know when we get there. Let's find a place to set up our camp for now. Under Tang Yu's lead, the group headed towards the border of the Wither North Sea. The entire journey took 2 hours and everyone could clearly see the boundless sandstorm. It was more massive than what anyone imagined. Every speck of sand in the sandstorm looked like a blazing meteor, and Lin Yun finally knew what Tang Yu meant. If anyone intruded carelessly, the consequences were unimaginable. Even someone with a powerful physique would be instantly incinerated. This was why Heavenly Soul Realm experts didn't dare to enter carelessly. Even if they could make it out alive, they would definitely be covered with injuries. As for those beneath the Heavenly Soul Realm, they would certainly die. The other sects also gradually arrived at the border of the sandstorm, and the number of people present reached a few thousand. This included sects from other prefectures, not just the Nether Prefectural City's sects. The first to arrive from the Nether Prefectural City was the Shattered Sword Pavilion. Lin Yun noticed that there were many experts in their party and most of them were in the Yang stage. When making a comparison, Lin Yun could tell that the Academy's foundation in martial cultivation was weaker even though they were both quasi-overlord forces. After all, the Academy didn't have many disciples in the Yang stage. Lin Yun noticed Lu Qinyi, the direct descendant of the Shattered Sword Pavilion's chief and also one of the 4 elites in the Nether Prefectural City. He was also on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Lin Yun had met him once back in the Infernal Realm. From that encounter, Lin Yun had a deep impression of Lu Qinyi, who said that he would regret not joining the Shattered Sword Pavilion. When Lu Qinyi sensed a gaze on him, he raised his head to see Lin Yun. He was briefly shocked before he nodded his head as a greeting. I would be surprised if he wasn't here, but there will be lots of experts on the Dragon Cloud ranking on this trip. I'm afraid he will be disappointed. Lu Qinyi muttered to himself. He only had a meeting with Lin Yun, so he didn't have a deep relationship with the latter. There were too many monstrous geniuses here. Lin Yun might have defeated Chao Zhen, but he was far from being the center of attention. However, Lin Yun wasn't bothered by it. When he shifted his gaze away from the Shattered Sword Pavilion, Lin Yun narrowed his eyes from shock. He noticed many experts here and that half of the disciples were in the Yang stage. There were many in the Pinnacle Yang stage and there were those who weren't weaker than Zhang Yuan. What shocked Lin Yun even more was the fact that there were a few youths who had roughly come in contact with the Yin-Yang stage. Furthermore, the aura they were giving off wasn't any weaker than the Yin-Yang stage elders. So many familiar faces. Mo Ling sighed with a grave expression. Mo Ling, you're more familiar with them than I am. Why don't you tell me about them? Smiled Zhang Yuan. Mo Ling had participated in the previous Draconic banquet, not to mention that she was on the Dragon Cloud ranking. It was only natural that she recognized more people on the ranking than him. Nodding her head, Mo Ling explained, it's pretty much just like you said. They're all experts from the outer ranking. But outer rankings are also classified into different rankings. The weakest were naturally those at the rear of the ranking, but even they are in the Pinnacle Yang stage. Anyone who can make it into the 70s on the outer ranking is even more terrifying. I remember that they already reached the Yang stage 3 years ago. As for the top 10 on the outer ranking, they're even more terrifying. They're practically invincible in the outer ranking. Mu Chun pursed his lips and said, they're just in the Pinnacle Yang stage. Are they really as terrifying as you've described? You can't imagine what kind of fight it was without joining the Draconic banquet. Cultivation cannot be the only method in estimating someone's strength. There are naturally those who are invincible in the same cultivation, and there are also monstrous geniuses who can fight those above him. You might be from the Heavenly Sword sect, but you're not even qualified to participate in the Draconic banquet with your strength, said Mo Ling as she glanced at Mu Chan. Is that so? Then I have to experience their strength when we're in the Wither North Sea, said Mu Chan as his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Anyone could tell that Mu Chan was confident in himself and that he had considered this trip to the Empyrean's tomb as an opportunity for him. As a monstrous genius from the Heavenly Sword sect who reached the Greater Yang stage at the age of 18, he naturally had the qualification to be proud of himself. Lin Yun ignored Mu Chan and asked, Senior sister, are there any individuals that we have to take note of? Mo Ling nodded and turned to the east. With fear flickering in her eyes, she said, Look there. That person donned in black clothes is Ji Wuye of the Blood War Pavilion. He's 22 this year and he's ranked 53 on the Dragon Cloud ranking. His sword is a lot more terrifying than Lung Haoyu's. Not only is he strong, but he's also brutal. In the previous Draconic banquet, at least 100 people were killed by him. That's why he's also known as the Bloody Butcher. Lin Yun smacked his lips. This was a common nickname, but he couldn't imagine it for a swordsman. No matter how brutal a sword could be, was it even more brutal than a knife in a butcher's hand? Mu Chan and the rest looked at the black-clothed youth surrounded by a group of people. He wasn't eye-catching, but a single glance from him could make everyone feel a chill. He's a terrifying person, said Zhang Yuan. As a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, he had keen senses. He recognized that Ji Wuye was even more terrifying than Lung Haoyu even though he didn't participate in the previous Draconic banquet. After all, Ji Wuye could send chills down their spines with just a mere casual glance. Mo Ling shifted her gaze as she looked at someone else. That person is Yen Kong. He's the same age as Ji Wuya and he's ranked 54. They can be considered archenemies from the Draconic Banquet. They're also pretty much evenly matched. He's called the Ghost Blade Yen Kong, and his brutality isn't any inferior to Ji Wuya. Lin Yun examined the two of them and could sense a dense killing aura from them. It was rare to see such dense killing aura from those that weren't wandering cultivators. Lin Yun was a decisive person and he had killed many people along the way. But he was also inferior to these two. But he was confident in facing their killing aura with the 7 slaughtering seal. Right at this moment, a group came from the north. When they appeared, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Yuan immediately identified them. The Cloud Trigram sect has come. The Cloud Trigram sect was one of the 9 overlord forces in the ancient southern domain. Lin Yun instantly paid attention to the Cloud Trigram sect because Zhang Yi told him that he had an acquaintance from the Great Qin Empire in the Cloud Trigram sect. Would that person be here today? The Cloud Trigram sect has only sent out a few people this time and they were rather low profile. But as one of the 9 overlord forces in the ancient southern domain, they still attracted a great amount of attention even though they were low profile. Everyone was donned in blue clothes with gorgeous cloud patterns engraved on their chest. They also emitted a domineering aura that belonged to the overlord forces. Among them, the one leading the party carried a sword with his hair tied into a bun with a purple hairpin inserted. The Cloud Trigram sect actually sent him. Mo Ling was surprised. He's Xianxia, ranked 57 from the previous Draconic Banquet. This meant that he was ranked 7th in the outer ranking. At the same time, everyone noticed that Ji Wuya and Yen Kong paused their gazes on Xianxia for a long time. It was without any question that Xianxia was strong. Lin Yun merely swept his glance over and was shocked to see another person. Although he quickly hid the shock in his eyes, Zhang Yuan noticed it and smiled. That's Bai Li Xuan. Like you, he's also from the Great Qin Empire. I heard he possesses the Saint physique and several overlord forces nearly fought over him. In the end, he was accepted by an elder from the Cloud Trigram sect as his inner disciple. Bai Li Xuan, who also had the title White. Lin Yun was disappointed that Zhang Yi was referring to Bai Li Xuan. He initially thought it would be Zui Yun, Drifting Goblet, or Situ Yi. He and Bai Li Xuan might be from the same sect, but they didn't have a good relationship, not to mention that they even had some grudges in the past. The grudge had already been settled with Bai Li Xuan being defeated. He could tell that Bai Li Xuan had grown swiftly in the Cloud Trigram sect and had already reached the Greater Yang stage. Furthermore, the aura coming from him was even stronger than Mu Chun. Then again, it wasn't surprising since Bai Li Xuan possesses the Saint physique. If I remember correctly, he once lost to you, said Zhang Yuan as he looked at Lin Yun. You defeated Bai Li Xuan? Mu Chun was shocked as he exclaimed. Bai Li Xuan's name is even more famous than Chaojin. Lin Yun remained silent, which served as an acknowledgement. Mu Chen's shock quickly faded and he smiled. But that was in the past. The two of you are on 2 different levels now. I'm afraid he can easily defeat you with a few moves. But if you're willing to join the Heavenly Sword sect, then you might be able to catch up to him. Otherwise, you can only look at his silhouette. Zhang Yuan gave Lin Yun a smile, and the meaning behind it was evident. Mu Chen's words might be rude, but it was the truth. You should have noticed that most of the outer rankings are occupied by chief disciples of the quasi-overlord forces. As for the inner ranking, they're mostly occupied by the overlord forces. Those in the top 10 have even come in contact with the Heavenly Soul Realm, and they're also from overlord forces, said Zhang Yuan. Only a powerful sect can groom a monstrous genius such as Bai Li Xuan. He now has the qualification to compete with those on the Dragon Cloud ranking. You also have the talent, but you don't have the sect to excavate your talent. If you did, you could catch up to Bai Li Xuan. The Cloud Trigram sect probably has the same thoughts as our Heavenly Sword sect, using this event to groom their younger generations. They must be intending to let Bai Li Xuan's fame spread through this opportunity. Lin Yun smiled in response. His sword intent has already reached complete mastery. But since it hadn't been long, he still needed to temper it. But he was confident that he could compete with those on the Dragoncloud ranking if he really fought. Furthermore, the Dracophant battle physique also reached an unprecedented stage, and he could make a breakthrough to the Yang stage anytime he wanted. Furthermore, he also had the 7 Slaughtering Fist, Dustlight Sword Art, a Blaze Phoenix painting, and Iris Sword array that would soon reach 9 circulations. He had more trump cards than anyone could imagine, but there was no need for him to reveal this. Zhang Yuan might say this with goodwill, but he had still underestimated Lin Yun. As for Mu Chun, he had practically looked down on Lin Yun to the point of being shocked that Lin Yun had once defeated Bai Lishuan. Even now, Lin Yun was confident in defeating Bai Lishuan. But Lin Yun wasn't the type who would reveal his trump cards just to get an upper hand in a conversation. When Zhang Yuan saw Lin Yun's reaction, he shook his head helplessly. But right at this moment a group came riding on horses. When Mo Ling saw them, she raised her brow. Another 2 from the top 10 in the outer ranking. 2 youths jumped down from their horses. One had a skinny frame and carried an ancient saber on his back, while the other had crimson eyes like a venomous python. Pei Yu, the core disciple of the Azure Prefectural City's overlord force, Azurewood Pavilion. He was ranked 58 in the previous Draconic Banquet. The saber on his back is a powerful cosmic artifact called Nethercloud. The other person is Qin En, and he specializes in whips. 4 years ago, many people suffered greatly at his hands. He was also ranked 59. Listening to Mo Ling's explanation, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. All those on the top 10 were practically in the pinnacle Yang stage, and the aura coming from them wasn't any weaker than a Sex Yin Yang stage elder. There was no doubt that these people would definitely shine in the Wither North Sea. Zhang Yuan wasn't wrong to say that the Wither North Sea was a stage for those geniuses on the Dragoncloud ranking. Even if the other geniuses on the outer ranking weren't as eye-catching as them, this didn't mean that they were weak. Even Lung Haoyu, who was ranked towards the bottom, dared to provoke the core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Hee. Looks like there are a lot of people here, smiled Pei Yu as he looked around. On the contrary, Qinen sneered. Aside from those old friends on the Dragoncloud ranking, there isn't anyone here that can catch my attention. There's a bunch of trash here that are courting death if they think that they can compete with me for the treasures in the Empyrean's tomb. Don't be so sure about that. It'll be embarrassing if you get defeated, replied Pei Yu. You think that's possible? Smiled Qinen. Well, no, ha ha ha. The two began to laugh as they looked down on everyone that wasn't on the Dragoncloud ranking. They didn't even bother lowering their voices when doing this. But this was how the geniuses on the Dragoncloud ranking though. If you weren't on the ranking, you were trash. Only those who were well-mannered would conceal such thoughts. Mo Ling sneered. They're still as arrogant as before, revealing their true nature since they don't see anyone from the inner ranking. 4 years ago, I remembered that those two suffered badly in the hands of Nangong Wanyu. Let's rest first. It's best not to provoke them or it'll be troublesome, said Tang Yu. People as arrogant as them like to torture their opponents more than a bloodthirsty individual. They might not resort to killing, but they had endless means to torturing someone. So no one could say for sure if a bloodthirsty person or an arrogant person was worse. In the Heavenly Province Academy's camping ground, Lin Yun sat with his legs crossed in his tent as he cultivated. He was already in the pinnacle Yin stage now and he couldn't make any progress anymore. However, he could use this time to temper his Iris Sword Sutra. His aptitude was even weaker than Mu Chen's, not to mention Bai Lishuan's aptitude. But his perseverance and hard work wasn't inferior to anyone. He was never pleased with his achievements and would always work hard. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sandstorm had gotten a lot weaker and it wasn't as terrifying as before. 2 days later, when the sandstorm weakened even more, the black sandstorm turned yellow. Everyone knew that this was the opportunity to enter the Wither North Sea. Tang Yu gathered everyone to prepare them. I'll be going first. Ji Wuye of the Blood War Pavilion moved first as he turned into a crimson streak of light and entered the sandstorm. With him taking the lead, everyone began to move like locusts as they dove into the sandstorm. Let's get going as well, said Zhang Yuan as he flew into the sandstorm with the other disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect. An Empyrean's tomb. I hope it doesn't disappoint me, muttered Lin Yun as he looked at the sandstorm with anticipation in his eyes. Lung Haoyu, you remember Elder Nethercloud's instructions, right? The heavenly soul realm elder from the Bloodwing Pavilion spoke to Lung Haoyu just as he was about to enter the Wither North Sea. Don't worry about it. It's just a small matter. He's nothing compared to the other geniuses entering the Wither North Sea. I'll take his life if I come across him. After all, I'm also interested in Nethercloud Ghost's legacy, grinned Lung Haoyu. Shortly after the Heavenly Province Academy's party went into the storm, they were separated. The storm might have gotten weaker, but it still couldn't be underestimated. The feeling of the fine sand slamming into their bodies was terrible, not to mention that their vision was heavily impeded by the sand. There was nothing they could do about being separated, and there were some who had lost their direction and accidentally came out of the sandstorm. Lin Yun slowly walked through the sandstorm with his sword aura covering him. He narrowed his eyes as he poured his origin energy into his pupils in order to see the faint silhouettes around him. However, those silhouettes were immediately devoured by the sandstorm. Mo Ling and the rest who were traveling with him had disappeared, so Lin Yun ultimately gave up looking for them. He casually chose a direction and pressed forward. Although he wasn't traveling at a fast pace, he had thrown many people behind him without him knowing. Soon, Lin Yun's vision opened up and he could see a sea of sand before him. It was practically impossible to determine one's location in the Wither North Sea aside from some landmarks, as the sand would constantly and subtly shift. The only thing they could sense was the high temperature, since the temperature outside of the Wither North Sea was much lower. The temperature was something only detectable by Violet Palace realms and up. But the desert wasn't exactly barren, as there were some weeds and bushes. Traveling without an objective for 2 hours, Lin Yun came to a stop as he fell into deep thoughts. When he casually looked back at a weed behind him, he decided to walk over and examine it. A dusk mist flower. Lin Yun realized that this wasn't a weed, but a budding dusk mist flower. The flower was slender and it could grow up to 1,000 meters. However, it required the nourishment of spiritual energy and water for 5 years. The lack of water was the biggest reason why it looked like a weed here. Upon blooming, it would have petals of different colors: white, yellow, blue, and purple. But 2 days after blooming, it would swiftly wither. It took so much effort to grow only to bloom for 2 days. Hence, this flower had an extraordinary effect upon being added to medicine. The dusk mist flower wasn't rare in the Wither North Sea, but it could hardly be found in the outside world. Since Lin Yun had run into it by coincidence, it could be considered a decent harvest. In the boundless Wither North Sea, there were many bizarre plants in addition to the ancient treasures. This meant that adventurers who chose to come here would have a harvest no matter what. Since the flower still needed some time to bloom, Lin Yun decided to sit nearby to cultivate, since he wasn't in a rush to go anywhere. Lin Yun opened his eyes 3 days later when he sensed a weak fluctuation, and he looked at the swiftly growing dusk mist flower. In the blink of an eye, the petals with 4 different colors slowly bloomed. It had a strong and refreshing fragrance that permeated the blazing desert. Lin Yun opened his sword box and gathered the petals into the box. When he closed the sword box, all of the flower's fragrance was sealed. The flower burial sword had already reached a transcendent profound grade, so this was an opportunity for him to upgrade his sword. As long as he could collect enough dusk mist flowers, he would get the pleasant opportunity of upgrading his sword. But just when he was about to close the sword box, a pair of eyes had locked onto him. It came from a lizard demonic beast that was attracted by the flower fragrance. The moment it popped out of the sand, it revealed a body that was nearly 100 meters long. Lin Yun looked at it indifferently and threw out a punch. In the next second, 25 cauldrons worth of strength exploded and the demonic beast was blown a few dozen meters away. But when it landed on the ground, it charged at him again without any hesitation. Interesting. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with boundless sword intent as he threw out a punch like a sword at the demonic beast's abdomen. Not only did this punch contain immense power, but also some of Lin Yun's sword intent. His punch instantly created a hole on the demonic beast's body that dyed the sand red. Carrying the sword box back on his back, Lin Yun soared into the sky and landed on the demonic beast's corpse. When Lin Yun landed on the corpse, it was instantly torn into pieces. As Lin Yun continued his journey, he found many dusk mist flowers along the way. In just 2 days, Lin Yun had collected 6 flowers and he wasn't even hunting for them. He stumbled upon all of the flowers by chance. The further he went into the desert, the stronger the demonic beasts became. It made sense since the demonic beasts managed to survive in such a harsh environment. Each demonic beast had a strong defense, so Lin Yun had to use his sword intent to deal with them. Just a moment ago, the desert serpent he ran into not only had a tough defense, but also could spit out venomous poison. Even more impressive was that it could swim in the desert sand with great agility like a fish. It took some time for Lin Yun to deal with it. As Lin Yun carried on his journey, he suddenly came to a stop as he looked at the dusk mist flower before him in surprise. This dusk mist flower looked more spiritual than the ones he found so far. It didn't look like a weed at all. While he was thinking, the dusk mist flower bloomed and started flickering with 7 colors. Looking at the 7 colors, red, white, blue, yellow, green, purple, and cyan, Lin Yun muttered to himself. So it's a 7-colored dusk mist flower. He now understood why there was a huge commotion. So it was a rare 7-colored dusk mist flower. The commotion it caused was a little too huge, and the dreamy scene that suddenly appeared in the desert attracted a few people. They were headed straight for the flower. We're pretty lucky to run into a 7-colored dusk mist flower. Hee. An ordinary dusk mist flower is rare, but this is simply priceless. Lucky for us, we ran into it even before reaching the Empyrean's tomb. The group that arrived was from another prefectural city's quasi-overlord force. Each one of them had a decent cultivation. They were all in the lesser Yang stage, so they completely ignored Lin Yun's presence. But that didn't matter as they were also invisible in Lin Yun's eyes. Guys, this flower already has an owner, said Lin Yun as he looked at the group. Is that so? You're not trying to say that it belongs to a piece of trash like you who isn't even in the Yang stage, right? Mocked one of the disciples. Ha ha ha. The 4 of them laughed and they looked at Lin Yun like he was an idiot. He actually dared to claim the flower before them? But their laughter soon froze as fear grew in their eyes. They saw that there were 4 corpses on the ground. That body seems familiar. Those were the 4 disciples' last thoughts before their consciousness faded away. Seems like there are some changes, Lin Yun muttered as he looked at the flower burial sword in his hand. He could have easily dealt with the 4 of them without drawing his sword, but that would be a little more troublesome. The reason why he used his sword was because he wanted to see if there were any improvements in the flower burial sword. But now that he drew his sword, he didn't bother sheathing it. Instead, he looked at a figure that was slowly approaching from the horizon. Impressive. You killed 4 lesser Yang stage disciples with a sword. Even someone in the greater Yang stage can't accomplish what you just did. I'm impressed that you managed to achieve this in the pinnacle Yin stage. It was an elder who looked to be in his late 70s. He wore a smile on his face and concealed the killing aura on his body. As he spoke, a 300-meter-long desert serpent popped out of the sand and headed towards the flower. But the moment it got close, it was severed into 2. Even Lin Yun would have great difficulty dealing with the desert serpents without using his sword, but the old man was able to kill it with just his finger. This alone had proved the old man's strength. With respect to wandering cultivators, this old man was not weak. However, there was no change on Lin Yun's face as he looked at the old man calmly. When the old man saw how calm Lin Yun was, he couldn't help being disappointed. After all, he was trying to intimidate Lin Yun. However, it looked like Lin Yun wasn't affected in the slightest. But it didn't matter to him as he smiled. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not interested in flowers. There are many formidable demonic cultivators who made it into the Wither North Sea. You should know how terrifying those in the top 10 on the outer ranking are. Why don't we join hands together and enter the Empyrean tomb? He was, indeed, not interested in the 7-colored dusk mist flower. What he was interested in was Lin Yun. He was confident in dealing with prideful youngsters like Lin Yun. His plan was to kill Lin Yun to get all of Lin Yun's treasures, including the dusk mist flower and the flower burial sword. The elder smiled with greed in his eyes, but he had concealed it well. "You're not qualified," responded Lin Yun. He merely swung his sword before sheathing it. He ended up leaving after unleashing the thunderbolt slasher. Even at the last second, the old man couldn't see how Lin Yun swung his sword. In fact, he didn't even know how he died. As for Lin Yun, he had already left with the flower. Lin Yun didn't have to think too much about the man, as there was no way he would make friends with a demonic cultivator of an impure origin. Even if the Wither North Sea was dangerous, there was no way he would work together with someone like the old man. Lin Yun sensed that he couldn't stay here for long, and since he could kill the old man, he might as well do it quickly with the thunderbolt slasher, placing the flower burial sword in the sword box. Lin Yun disappeared from where he stood. Not long after he left, thick-bodied brown ants emerged from the sand and started to devour the corpses on the ground. With thousands of people entering the Wither North Sea, the serene desert had been disturbed. There were those who died in the hands of demonic beasts as their blood dyed the desert red. However, more people were killed by fellow humans. Each corner of the Wither North Sea was covered with blood and bodies. This was true even for the swamps. At one swamp in particular, countless corpses littered the ground. Most of the lifeless bodies were horribly mutilated, and their blood added a putrid stench to the atmosphere. At the center of the swamp was a bizarre flower surrounded by mists, which made it look like a gigantic dragon. It was the dragonification herb, a rare treasure that would attract countless people's attention if it was revealed in the outside world. But right now, there were dozens of elite disciples looking at the dragonification herb with fear on their faces as they trembled. They were looking at a person standing beside the herb. That person was dressed in black, and his cold gaze was on the herb. Additionally, blood was dripping from the sword in his right hand. He was the Blood War Pavilion's Wuxia, ranked 53 in the previous Draconic Banquet. He was known as the Bloody Butcher, and his sword was famed for being fast and ruthless. Initially, disciples from several sects were fighting for the dragonification herb, but none of them expected that Wuxia would suddenly join in and start killing everyone. In just the blink of an eye, he had killed over dozens of people, which terrified everyone badly. Wuxia, we give up on the dragonification herb. Can you let us off? Young Master Ji, you're a genius on the Dragon Cloud ranking. There's no need for you to lower yourself to our level, right? We didn't know that you took a fancy to the dragonification herb. Spare us. The remaining disciples all begged for mercy. The dragonification herb is mine to begin with. Do I even need you guys to let me have it? TSK, TSK. Wuxia smiled weirdly, before his eyes flashed coldly. I'll give you guys a chance to live. You guys have 3 breaths. If you can outrun my sword, then your lives will be spared. Run! The remaining disciples ran without a second thought. Looking at the disciples running for their lives, Wuxia wore a playful smile as he said, "Time's up." The smile disappeared from his face and was replaced with a frightening coldness. The sword in his hand began to emit a crimson radiance as Wuxia fused his killing aura into it perfectly. When he swung his sword out, the crimson aura flew out from his sword and devoured everyone in a 1,000-meter radius. What's wrong? I can't move. Damn it! What the hell is going on? My legs won't listen to me. Damn it! The disciples all plunged into an abyss as the killing aura invaded their bodies. They could feel a chill in their spines, and in the next second, countless sword rays flew out from Wuxia's sword that killed everyone. Cries rang out as mutilated corpses fell to the ground. When Wuxia sheathed his sword, no one remained standing. This was how terrifying Wuxia, the Bloody Butcher, was. It made sense since he was 53rd on the Dragon Cloud ranking. But there was still one person trying to crawl amid the corpses. After all, you could never underestimate a person's will to survive. Ignorant, smiled Wuxia savagely. The moment he finished talking, the person who tried to crawl out had a crimson line spreading out on his face and body. The pain made the person howl out bitterly before he burst into a mist of blood, leaving behind a crater as big as a few hundred meters. Everyone already died. Didn't you wonder why you were still alive? Ji Wuya sneered as he turned towards the dragonification herb. The ground began to tremble violently at this moment as the mist around the herb was instantly sucked into the air. At the same time, Ji Wuya's crimson aura grew even denser. Within the terrifying crimson aura, a figure could be vaguely seen that emitted a boundless aura. Judging from his aura, he could step into the Inyang stage anytime he wanted, and he should be able to make a breakthrough easily with the dragonification herb. However, Ji Wuya showed no signs of making a breakthrough at all as he constantly refined his origin energy. After he devoured the dragon-shaped mist, Ji Wuya retracted all the crimson aura around him. His aura had become even more powerful. When he opened his eyes, his pupils were filled with sword intent. Then he opened his hand and revealed a crimson spider with 7 profound lights. It was his martial soul, the radiant blood spider that was in the profound 7th grade. The profound 7th grade. Those monstrous geniuses in the top 10 reached the profound 9th grade before making a breakthrough into the Inyang stage. I still have a long way to go, but it's too slow trying to nourish it with origin energy and herbs. Looks like I have to fight for the astral pearl left behind by the Empyrean, muttered Ji Wuya. As he spoke, the radiant blood spider crawled out and began to absorb the resentment lingering on the corpses. In a different location, at a nearly dried-up lake, screams filled the air as blood splashed onto the ground. Dozens of people were wailing as they ran for their lives. "You guys think you can escape?" A sneer rang out behind them. It turns out that they didn't encounter a terrifying demonic beast, but a human that was even more terrifying than a monster. They were easily killed by that man even though they brought out their trump cards. It was even more bizarre because the figure walked while waving his saber, but there weren't any saber rays. If someone looked carefully, they would notice a trace of fluctuations spreading out. There was a fine black saber ray that was sweeping through the crowd and claiming their lives. The person with the saber was naturally Ghost Blade Yen Kong, who was ranked 54 on the Dragon Cloud ranking. As he strolled around, no one was left standing. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Yen Kong cursed, "These cowards dared to destroy my dragon slug fruit." The dragon slug fruit didn't belong to him at all, and it was even destroyed from an intense battle. Yen Kong had merely passed by and flew into a rage when he found out about the dragon slug fruit. His brutality wasn't inferior to Ji Wuya in any way. Ji Wuya and Yen Kong were known as the 2 fiend gods from the previous draconic banquet. Although they belonged to a sect and weren't demonic cultivators, they never hesitated when it came to killing someone. However, they wouldn't simply kill anyone they saw. It was just that they had a brutal personality. Since they had similar personalities, they would fight whenever they ran into each other. The direction changed again. Yen Kong frowned. "It's troublesome trying to find the Empyrean's tomb in this damnable place." In a valley located at the Wither North Sea, an old man and a young man were facing off. The old man was a demonic cultivator and his cultivation was in the pinnacle Yang stage. However, he wasn't in an optimistic position as the youth he was fighting with didn't even draw his sword. During the intense fight, the elder took a palm to his chest and threw up blood. He was shocked by the azure-clothed youth in front of him. If Lin Yun was here, he would naturally recognize the youth. It was Bai Lishuan, who was once known as the strongest genius in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. But right now, he was white of the Cloud Trigram sect. Bai Lishuan had the saint physique and he also had shocking talent in swords. However, he managed to force the old man to such a terrible state without using his sword. "You have already taken the flame cloud fruit, so why are you still antagonizing me?" said the old man as he clutched his chest. His eyes were flickering with killing aura. "I'm not killing you because of the flame cloud fruit. I would be letting down the 3 months I spent in the Cloud Trigram sect if I let you go," said Bai Lishuan calmly. He had just entered the Greater Yang stage recently and there was a huge gap between him and the Wandering Cultivator in the Pinnacle Yang stage. Even if the old man couldn't defeat Bai Lishuan, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. But Bai Lishuan spoke confidently that it was impossible for the old man to leave, which was shocking. "What arrogance! You think you can stop me from leaving?" The old man turned around and began to run. "Wouldn't it be a joke if you could escape after taking my palm?" Bai Lishuan finally drew his sword, which forced the old man back. After another sword flash, a huge gash appeared on the old man's chest as he yelled out in pain. Die! Not giving the old man any opportunities, Bai Lishuan flashed forward and stabbed his sword out. The old man's throat was instantly pierced through. Retracting his wrist, Bai Lishuan waved his sword and flicked the blood onto the ground. Just as soon as he finished wiping his sword, a figure descended from the sky and smiled. It wasn't easy finding you. Not bad, you can even kill a pinnacle Yang stage wandering cultivator. The figure was Bai Lishuan's senior brother Xianxia, a core disciple of the Cloud Trigram sect. He was also a monster ranked 57 on the Dragon Cloud ranking. He's just a wandering cultivator, not to mention that he's not on the wandering cultivator ranking, said Bai Lishuan as he sheathed his sword. You're being too humble, smiled Xianxia. He was optimistic of this junior brother of his. According to his estimates, if all went according to plan, Bai Lishuan would surely shine brightly on the Draconic banquet. Even he was anxious about Bai Lishuan's aptitude. I saw Lin Yun, said Bai Lishuan as he tried his best to maintain his composure. They saw each other before entering the Wither North Sea. However, both of them had different thoughts when they saw each other. Xianxia smiled. I saw him as well. Don't worry about it. There's no way he can beat you now. Since you joined the Cloud Trigram sect, you'll improve faster than him. This trip to the Empyrean's tomb will not only make you famous, but will also get you the astral pearl from the deceased Empyrean. Bai Lishuan fell into deep thoughts and sighed. But the trauma he gave me is too great. Indeed, I have nothing to be afraid about. With so many experts from the Dragon Cloud ranking here, he's no longer my target. That's right. If you run into him, it's enough to just teach him a lesson. There's no need to pay any attention to him anymore. Let's go. The Empyrean's tomb is still far away, smiled Xianxia. At the same time, Lin Yun, who they were talking about, was origin at an ancient sect's ruins. The appearance of the crumbled building was shocking. Settling inside a hall, Lin Yun hid himself well and placed the sword box down. Looking at the sword box, Lin Yun opened it up and a dense flower fragrance blew towards him. There were over 30 petals in the box, which filled half of the box. Pulling out the flower burial sword, Lin Yun looked at the natural runes on it. Right now, 1/3 of the runes were lit up. Once all of the runes were lit up, his sword should be able to upgrade to a cosmic artifact. If the flower burial sword could be upgraded into a cosmic artifact, there was no doubt that Lin Yun's trump card in the Empyrean's tomb would increase by 1. There are still 2/3 of the runes left. I have to find a way, said Lin Yun as he fell into deep thoughts with his brows furrowed. Aside from the 7-colored dusk mist flowers should be common. However, it was too troublesome for him to search by himself. Judging things by his current pace, he might not be able to upgrade the sword before reaching the Empyrean's tomb. As Lin Yun pondered, ideas quickly flew through his mind. Shortly after, Lin Yun released his grab on the sword because he had an idea. He slowly closed his eyes and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. As his origin energy fluctuated within his body ferociously, he began to pour it into the sword. When he poured his origin energy into the sword, the flower burial sword began to buzz. When it accumulated origin energy to its limit, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the sword. The flower burial sword flashed like a silver beam as it soared into the sky. Swinging his sword, Lin Yun plunged the flower burial sword into the ground. As the sword trembled violently, some of the nearby ancient constructs began to collapse. The silver beam was dazzling and caused a huge commotion. What powerful sword intent! It must be an ancient treasure. What a huge commotion! Let's go. Get there immediately. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the surrounding area began to rush over to the silver beam. Since the surroundings were ancient constructs, many people were around looking for treasures. They were naturally attracted by the silver beam. The flower burial sword had a huge origin to begin with. Even if it wasn't an ancient treasure, it was comparable to such treasures. From a certain angle, those people weren't wrong. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Yun noticed two silhouettes dashing in his direction. The two were extremely cautious, and their eyes lit up when they saw the flower burial sword. However, they didn't act impulsively. They both noticed each other. One was a core disciple of a quasi-overlord force with a cultivation in the greater yang stage, while the other was a middle-aged wandering cultivator who was nearly 2 meters in height. They kept their guards up against each other, and they also turned to look at the flower burial sword. The silvery ancient sword was covered in some dust from the ruins, but even so, they could tell that it was a flawless ancient sword. That alone would put a huge price on the sword. Just as the two of their hearts jolted with excitement, they both noticed Lin Yun's presence. The sex disciple who was dressed in yellow was surprised as he barked. "You must be the one to discover this ancient sword, right? You can get lost now." As he spoke, many figures also rushed over as their eyes lit up when they saw the sword. It's really an ancient sword. The sword intent is still here even after so many years. This sword must have a huge origin. There must have been a huge battle in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't be reduced to a profound artifact. Discussions began to sound out from the surroundings. "Why the hell are you still here?" the middle-aged man barked when he saw that Lin Yun wasn't moving. He had reached a mutual understanding with the disciple in yellow to chase Lin Yun and everyone else away before fighting for the treasure. Otherwise, they weren't certain who would be attracted by the sword. Facing the two, Lin Yun smiled. "This sword belongs to me to begin with. The reason why I caused such a huge commotion is because I need everyone's help." His words instantly left them shocked because they had no idea what Lin Yun was planning. Even the sex disciple in yellow and the middle-aged man were shocked. "Don't believe me?" Lin Yun retracted his smile as the flower burial sword flew into his hand. This left the youth in yellow and the middle-aged man shocked as they quickly dashed forward. "This sword might belong to you, but not for long. A trash in the Een stage like you isn't qualified to own this sword." The two leaked their killing aura as they charged at Lin Yun. Clearly, they had no intention of letting Lin Yun off. In the split second that Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword, he also charged at the pair. It looked like Lin Yun was about to be killed by them. However, 2 streaks of blood cut through the air and they dropped to their knees while clutching their chests. "How is this possible?" The two looked at Lin Yun with shock and disbelief. They didn't even see how Lin Yun attacked. Lin Yun then swept his glance around. Those who caught his gaze could feel a chill run down their spines and fear began to spread out in their hearts. "Leave behind 3 dusk mist flowers or you can forget about leaving this place alive. For those without dusk mist flowers, you can leave your interspatial pouches behind and redeem them after you find the flowers." Everyone knew about the dusk mist flower, but who would look for them on purpose? Most of them would pick those flowers if they ran into them since they were considered a small harvest. After all, looking for those flowers on purpose would be a waste of time. Ancient runes could be seen everywhere in the massive Wither North Sea, and there were many treasures here. It made no sense for them to look for dusk mist flowers on purpose. So for a split second, the dozens who were attracted but the flower burial sword were all furious. They didn't come here for the dusk mist flowers, but for the Empyrean's tomb and treasures. Even if Lin Yun was strong and could defeat 2 greater Yang stage cultivators with a sword, there was nothing he could do if all of them wanted to leave. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to do that. You think we're all fools to look for the dusk mist flowers for you for free? You even want us to leave behind our interspatial pouches? Dream on. Let's just leave. There's no need to bother with this guy." After a few people took the lead, dozens of other people flew into the sky using their movement techniques to leave. Waving his hand, Lin Yun began to form seals with his left hand and said, "Since you guys are here, don't dream about leaving. It would be terrible if all of them left." After all, the flower burial sword had to rely on their efforts. When Lin Yun was done forming seals with his left hand, a torrential killing aura instantly swept out and enveloped everyone. Those who were enveloped by Lin Yun's killing aura instantly felt like they had plunged into a marsh since they had great difficulty moving. "Damn it, what's the matter? We can't move. Damn it." Everyone who tried to escape plunged into fear as they began to struggle. But Lin Yun didn't give them any chance as he threw out a punch with the 7 slaughtering seal. Those who tried to escape instantly suffered heavy injuries as they fell onto the ground while vomiting blood. As for the nearby buildings, all of them had been reduced to dust under Lin Yun's punch. When the dust settled, an azure-clothed youth was revealed as his dominating aura permeated the surroundings. He had only used 1 punch to heavily injure dozens of people. The 7 slaughtering seal could multiply a person's killing aura by 7 times. This was an exponential increase of 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and so on. So one could imagine how terrifying the killing aura would be after being multiplied. Not to mention that Lin Yun also fused his Xianxia sword intent into his punch. However, Lin Yun had gone easy on them. If he attacked with full strength, then no one would have lived. I have the dusk mist flowers. The middle-aged man who was on his knees began to tremble after witnessing Lin Yun's fist as he quickly retrieved 3 dusk mist flowers. You can leave now, said Lin Yun. The middle-aged man immediately felt relief and quickly stood up to leave. On the other hand, the youth in yellow clenched his teeth. I only have 1 with me. Leave your interspatial pouch behind. I'll return it back to you after you come back with 2 more, said Lin Yun as he took the yellowed-clothed youth's interspatial pouch without any hesitation. The youth was furious and roared, You! Lin Yun turned to look at the youth in yellow, who instantly swallowed his words. I'll look for them. In the end, the youth in yellow could only swallow his rage. Right now, he wanted to find the dusk mist flowers so he would never have to see Lin Yun again. Once the 2 strongest cultivators were subdued, the rest obediently went to look for the dusk mist flowers. In just 2 days, Lin Yun gathered nearly 100 dusk mist flowers. Lin Yun opened up his sword box and placed the petals with 4 different colors into it. He could see the fragrance entering into the sword with his naked eyes. I should be able to promote it into a cosmic artifact before reaching the Empyrean's tomb now, muttered Lin Yun with anticipation. If the flower burial sword could be promoted, then it would go through a total transformation. With a flash, Lin Yun disappeared from where he stood. He could see tattered buildings at the far end of the horizon. Although he had seen such similar scenes through many secret realms, he still couldn't help being shocked whenever he saw it. Just how glorious was the Golden Era. However, the huge tribulation left nothing except for tattered ruins as evidence of the glorious Golden Era. Using the 7 profound steps, Lin Yun emitted a golden radiance as he traveled through the ruins like a golden crow. Along the way, he could see many sect disciples in the surroundings. Occasionally, he could even hear fighting sounds. But Lin Yun simply ignored them as he continued his journey. But just when Lin Yun was about to leave this patch of ruins, Lin Yun's face changed. He backtracked and arrived before a pile of rubble. The sand here was flowing slowly and one wouldn't notice it if they didn't pay any attention. According to his guess, this should lead to an underground palace. Lin Yun waved his hand and brushed away the rubble to clear everything up. He could see the sand flowing down like a river and it wouldn't take long for this hole to be closed up. The North Sea itself was an ancient battlefield, so it wasn't surprising for there to be an underground palace. Many treasures were found in underground palaces, but the dangers were also a lot greater. Lin Yun only hesitated for a brief moment before he jumped into the hole. When he entered, it felt like he was falling into an abyss. It felt like the small-scale teleportation array that he had experienced in the past. He discovered that he was traveling somewhere far away. Lin Yun was enveloped by the sand that led him through the underground palace. Currently, Lin Yun was feeling anxious and was also filled with anticipation. After an unknown amount of time passed, Lin Yun finally stopped falling and landed on the ground. The North Sea was as bizarre as rumored and he had no idea where it would take him. Looking around, Lin Yun noticed that he was somewhere dark. It was probably a man-made passageway. The 2 sides were made of tough walls that felt cold to the touch. It was a drastic contrast to the blazing North Sea itself. At the same time, there was a small hole some distance away that flickered with a dull light. Not long later, Lin Yun found himself in a tattered stone chamber. The place had been ransacked by someone else as everything was left a mess. Most importantly, He also found 2 corpses that didn't look like they were from ancient times. Is someone else here? Lin Yun couldn't help feeling disappointed. This meant that there wouldn't be anything left here for him. But right at this moment, he could sense an origin energy fluctuation some distance away that signified an ongoing battle. Looks like there are quite a few people here. Lin Yun couldn't help being even more disappointed as he quietly pressed towards the battle. When he finally arrived inside a palace, he saw that there were gems on the ceiling that cast a gentle light onto the hall. Under the light, he could see dozens of people fighting among themselves. In the corner of the hall, there was a stone pillar with a jade bowl on top of it. Glittering water was slowly dripping into the bowl. The sound of the water dripping down was refreshing and intoxicating. When Lin Yun saw it, his eyes instantly lit up as he recognized it to be the profound Yin water. This explained why the palace was cool. Could it be that he was already in the Empyrean's tomb? But that didn't seem right, as an Empyrean's tomb should have a frightening aura. This should only be the tomb of an ancient sect where they produced the profound Yin water. Although it might not be comparable to an Empyrean's tomb, this place also wasn't simple. Get lost. I discovered the profound Yin water first. Don't fight with me for it. You think trash like you is qualified for it? Die! The group cursed at each other as they fought for the profound Yin water. Lin Yun observed the situation in the dark before he turned to look at the jade bowl in deep thoughts. The fact that the jade bowl could resist the corrosion from the profound Yin water meant that the bowl itself was extraordinary, not to mention that it was flawless. But just when Lin Yun was planning to fish for benefits in the dark, weak footsteps began to sound out from the darkness. The footsteps gradually overlapped with his heartbeat. As the pace of the footsteps increased, the pace of his heartbeat also increased. Lin Yun felt like his heart was about to leap out of his chest, but that wasn't the most frightening part. When the footsteps came to a stop, his heartbeat had also stopped. Then, his face turned pale and his breathing became quickened as he leaned onto the wall powerlessly. At the same time, those who were fighting in the hall also noticed that an expert had come. With a grave expression, Lin Yun retracted his aura and didn't dare to move carelessly. That person shouldn't have noticed him. But even so, he was still shocked by the footsteps of that person. Just how strong is this person? Lin Yun smiled bitterly as he realized that the profound Yin water was out of his grasp now. The owner of the footsteps must be strong, and there was a high possibility that he was a monstrous genius on the Dragon Cloud ranking. But since Lin Yun had found the profound Yin water, there was no way he would just give up on it, even if the newcomer was a genius on the ranking. Lin Yun decided to stay in the dark and observe when the mysterious footsteps sounded out again. But before Lin Yun could focus on his hearing, a silhouette shot into the hall. The figure moved like a breeze as he passed through everyone and arrived before the stone pillar. Under the light from the ceiling, Lin Yun could see that person's back. This person was donned in gray and he also had a massive build. The back of his figure was enough to make anyone feel greatly pressured. It's really the profound Yin water, but what a pity, the youth muttered as he looked at the jade bowl. The intense fight in the hall suddenly settled down as everyone looked at the youth. When they saw the youth's ordinary clothes without any emblem of a sect, they all revealed a sinister smile on their faces. Where the hell did you come from? You think we're fools? It doesn't matter who you are. You want to take the profound Yin water from us? Impossible. Let's kill this fellow first. Everyone began to look at the youth in gray like a dead person. Facing everyone with his back, the youth in gray revealed a sneer on his lips. Without any signs, he suddenly turned around and threw a punch out. With his origin energy gathering onto his fist, his punch flew out like a bolt of lightning. Die! 8 of the cultivators had already charged forward, so they were caught by surprise at the sudden punch. They didn't have the time to set up their defenses and were pulverized into bloody mist. However, the power of the punch didn't weaken as it continued towards the group and sent the rest flying while vomiting up blood. An expert on the ranking. Quick, leave. This person is Thunderbolt Palm, Guisu, ranked on the 78. Let's go. When the news of the Empyrean's tomb spread out, it lured many experts on the ranking over to the Wither North Sea. This meant that anyone who ran into them could only blame themselves for being unlucky. If they ran into an expert, they could only run. Otherwise, their only outcome was death. In the blink of an eye, everyone who was still alive had run away. This was also because Guisu had no intention of fighting. If he was willing, no one would be able to escape. The reason why he didn't kill them wasn't because he was benevolent, but they were simply ants in his eyes. Would a human care about the life and death of an ant? Everyone on the ranking was a prideful figure, so they wouldn't bother killing ants. But the real reason why he didn't make his move was because someone had appeared. It was a stranger donned in azure clothes who carried a sword box. Although this person wasn't on the ranking, the aura coming from him was extraordinary. This shocked Guisu briefly before he spoke out. Didn't your seniors tell you to escape immediately if you ran into someone on the ranking? Report your name. If you're from the 9 overlord forces, I can consider sparing your life. His words were arrogant, but at the same time they were understandable. After all, Lin Yun was only in the pinnacle Yin stage in his eyes, not even in the Yang stage. There was no way Lin Yun could be compared to geniuses on the ranking, even if he had an extraordinary temperament. I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed. I'm not a disciple of the 9 overlord forces. But you can give me a try if you want to fight, said Lin Yun without any change on his face. His words surprised Guisu. This person clearly knew that he was someone on the ranking, but he still had the confidence to face him. Could it be that this person had a trump card? As thoughts swiftly crossed his mind, Guisu soon figured it out. Lin Yun must have a trump card. Otherwise, it would make no sense for him to stand before him. Since Lin Yun had shown himself and since he wasn't a disciple of an overlord force, he must have his own means. Take my punch! Guisu threw out his punch in the next second. Even if Lin Yun had his own trump cards, Lin Yun was only qualified to talk to him if he could survive his attack. As Guisu poured his origin energy into his fist, it began to crackle with lightning and created several cracks on the ground. His punch was like a bolt of lightning that could instantly take the life of someone in the greater Yang stage. The wind coming from Guisu's fist made Lin Yun's hair flutter, and he could even feel a slight sting on his face. He was like a stubborn old tree that would shatter in the next second, but the light in his eyes was still as sharp as ever. As the ancient Dracophant energy spread throughout his body, it merged with his strength and sword energy. Then, Lin Yun threw a punch towards Guisu. When their fists clashed, a loud explosion rang out in the hall and fine cracks spread out on the wall. In the next second, both of them flew backwards. Guisu took a deep breath as he looked at Lin Yun with shock. Lin Yun had perfectly fused his sword intent, strength, and origin energy together. This was how Lin Yun made up for the gap in his cultivation. If he didn't do this, Lin Yun would be killed from a single fist. Even Guisu was fearful of Lin Yun's sword intent, and he knew that he couldn't let Lin Yun go alive. In the blink of an eye, Guisu made his decision. After all, it would be a disaster to let Lin Yun continue to grow. Since he had run into Lin Yun, he might as well kill him. Die! Guisu's aura underwent a transformation as the killing aura around him began to boil, making him look like a ferocious beast. When he stomped his foot on the ground, the entire hall trembled. In the next second, he bolted towards Lin Yun. There might not be any tricks behind his punch, but the power behind it could even heavily injure a pinnacle Yang stage if they weren't careful. As the wind from the fist blew towards Lin Yun looked like a small sapling under the storm. It was as if he would get uprooted at any point in time. The flower burial sword within the sword box began to react to Guisu's killing aura. But Lin Yun didn't resort to using the flower burial sword, as it was in the process of being upgraded right now. If he used it now, all his efforts would go down the drain. But facing that terrifying punch, Lin Yun knew that it was impossible for him to block it without using his sword. Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes as he grabbed onto a piece of torn cloth. As he poured his origin energy into the cloth, it suddenly became straight like a sword, and he used it to stab Guisu. It was clearly a piece of cloth, but when Lin Yun stabbed out with it, a resounding sword buzz rang out. With that, a sword ray was the only thing left in the massive hall. When the sword stabbed Guisu's fist, lightning began to crackle. If Guosu's punch was like a colossal mountain, then Lin Yun's sword was like the moon's essence that could shatter everything else. Even if Guosu was on the ranking, Lin Yun didn't believe that he was inferior. After a resounding explosion, they both stepped back and then charged at each other once more. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 10 moves. But they didn't take a step back as the fight began to grow even more intense. 10 moves later, an explosion rang out in the sky and the cloth in Lin Yun's hand exploded into pieces. Under another explosive shockwave, the two stepped back and looked at each other with surprise. Guosu was covered in wounds caused by Lin Yun's sword and his current appearance was terrible. But if one looked at him clearly, they would notice that all of them were superficial wounds. On the other hand, Lin Yun's right hand had blood dripping down. A cloth was ultimately a cloth, so there was no way it was comparable to the flower burial sword. Then again, Lin Yun knew that he couldn't use the flower burial sword right now or all his effort would go down the drain. Lin Yun knew that he had to bring out at least half of his trump cards in order to suppress his opponent. The difference between them wasn't just their cultivation, as Guosu was someone on the Dragon Cloud ranking. Lin Yun might be shocked, but Guosu was even more shocked. After all, Lin Yun was only in the Pinnacle Yin stage while he was in the Pinnacle Yang stage. Furthermore, he was a genius on the Dragon Cloud ranking that could easily deal with any Pinnacle Yin stage cultivators, even if there were 10 of them. This moment solidified Guosu's resolve to kill Lin Yun. He could tell that Lin Yun hadn't used his trump cards. At the very least, Lin Yun never used the sword box he was carrying, so it wouldn't be worth it for him to exhaust so much of his energy before the Empyrean's tomb, especially if it was over some profound Yin water. Guosu was puzzled, but while he was thinking over things, he heard footsteps coming from the hall. The footsteps made both Lin Yun and Guosu's faces change. Guosu was certain that this newcomer was also a genius on the Dragon Cloud ranking. As the footsteps got closer, Guosu began to hesitate. He knew that he would be giving the newcomer an opportunity to take advantage of the situation if he continued his battle with Lin Yun. After all, none of the geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking were generous and they wouldn't be courteous with him if he wasn't strong enough. So it might become unrealistic for him to kill Lin Yun. Lin Yun could also roughly sense that the newcomer wasn't any weaker than Guosu. So, there was a high possibility that the newcomer was also someone on the Dragon Cloud ranking. The elites on the Dragon Cloud ranking felt superior to each other. However, if they decided to join hands, it would be troublesome for anyone to deal with. Then again, that was naturally the worst-case scenario, as geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking were prideful. It was highly unlikely that they would join hands to deal with someone who wasn't on the ranking. But regardless of this logic, Lin Yun had to make preparations for the worst case possible. Even if the two did join hands, there was no way he would give up on the profound Yin water. Right at this moment, Guosu's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Yun and smiled. "I know who you are. Your flower burial Lin Yun." Lin Yun, however, remained silent and didn't give a reply. There aren't many in the ancient southern domain who can train their sword intent to greater mastery. With your young age and cultivation in the Pinnacle Yin stage, I can't think of anyone except for the flower burial who defeated Chao Zhen, continued Guosu. "I'm honored that you know me," replied Lin Yun. "But if you think that you can defeat me with just your sword intent, then I can only say that you're too naive," replied Guosu. "Nah, I've never thought like that," smiled Lin Yun. It was naturally impossible for him to use his sword intent at greater mastery to defeat Guosu. However, what Guosu didn't know was that his sword intent was in complete mastery. Furthermore, his sword intent wasn't his sole trump card. They were both fearful of each other, which meant that they had acknowledged each other's strength. At the same time, the faint footsteps continued approaching them. "It's him." Guosu's face changed as he recognized the newcomer. Scarlet Demon Whip Yang Fan. Lin Yun had heard of this name from Mo Ling. Yang Fan was the chief disciple of the Quasi-Overlord Force Scarlet sect from the Azure Prefecture. They were proficient in using whips, which was rare in the ancient southern domain. Yang Fan was ranked 67 last year and he was slightly stronger than Guosu. When Fang Yen came to a stop after revealing his skinny frame, He was holding onto a red whip and his eyes looked like they belonged to a venomous viper. He looked at Lin Yun and Guisu before turning to the profound in water. Guisu, you've really declined. You can't even deal with a brat in the pinnacle in stage? Could it be that you're going to give him a share of the profound in water? He should be qualified to have a share, said Guisu. Based on what? Questioned Yang Fan. His greater master Xianxia's sword intent. If you don't mind fighting him before the Emperor's tomb, you can give it a try, smiled Guisu. Interesting. Then let's just split it between the three of us. Yang Fan was a decisive person. After he confirmed that Lin Yun grasped the greater mastery of Xianxia's sword intent, he immediately made his decision. But he still couldn't help taking a look at Lin Yun. After all, it was rare to cultivate the Xianxia's sword intent to greater mastery at such a young age. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't disagree. He didn't need all the profound in water as long as they were enough for him to use. With that, the three of them took out a bottle and split the profound in water. Throughout the entire process, Guisu and Yang Fan looked at Lin Yun with envy. After all, they were both in the pinnacle Yang stage. The profound in water might be precious, but there was no way they could refine it. They could only swap it for other resources. It was only suitable for Lin Yun to use. By refining the profound in water, one could leave the other elite disciples of the various overlord forces behind. For instance, Lin Yun could leave Guisu behind very quickly. Guisu knew that Lin Yun would take another step forward after refining the profound in water. However, it was a pity that Lin Yun was strong because it was too unrealistic for him to kill Lin Yun. After packing the profound in water, Lin Yun turned around and left. He was also afraid of those two and he didn't want to stay here any longer. Wait up! Just when Lin Yun was about to leave, Yang Fan called out to him. This instantly made the hall's atmosphere tense up as Guisu's face had changed as well. Was Yang Fan going to make a move against Lin Yun? If that was the case, then it was good news for Guisu. What is it? Lin Yun asked without turning around. Since you've grasped the greater mastery of Xianxia's sword intent, you're also qualified to stay behind. There's a cultivating chamber in this underground palace and there should be some ancient martial techniques there. Are you interested? Asked Yang Fan. Ancient martial techniques? Wasn't this underground palace already searched? It's already a dead end up ahead, asked Guisu. A dead end? Ha! Yang Fan sneered as he swung the whip in his hand at the wall. Under the huge explosion, a portion of the wall was torn apart by the whip. Not only that, but the spiritual array in the wall was also destroyed. Although the spiritual array had weakened over time, the power behind Yang Fan's whip still shocked Lin Yun. If he were to compare the power of Yang Fan's origin power to his, he would fall short. Even with sword intent empowering his attacks, Lin Yun wasn't confident that he could win against Yang Fan. Come with me. Yang Fan walked in and spoke. In an underground palace like this with a long history, there will definitely be puppets. The two of you have to be careful. Lin Yun is still fine because sword intent has a strong advantage against the puppets. As for you, Guisu, just pray that you'll get through this. Humph. Are you looking down on me? Guisu snorted, but he had also become more cautious. Clearly, he knew how powerful those puppets could be. Lin Yun had fought with puppets in the Azure Sun Realm and Demon Lotus Realm, so he knew how powerful they could be. But since Yang Fan said that there was a chamber that stored ancient martial techniques, it should be true. If he could obtain those martial techniques, then the risk would be worth it. The tunnel was dark and eerie. The only light came from the candles on the wall, which made the trio even more nervous as they knew that they were putting their lives on the line. There's a fork in the road, said Guisu when he saw the three-way split up ahead. Let's split up then, said Yang Fan. He then headed forward without turning back. Guisu cursed softly and chose the path on the left. As for Lin Yun, his only choice was the path on the right. At the end of the tunnel, Lin Yun found a stone chamber that was submerged in rocks, but he easily pushed them apart. When Lin Yun entered, he didn't find anything except for a stone coffin. This made Lin Yun's face change as he slowly retreated out back to the split way. What did you find? Yang Fan asked. He clearly had no harvest on his side. A stone coffin, replied Lin Yun honestly. Yang Fan shrugged and smiled. Looks like our luck isn't great. Let's go. If Guisu doesn't have any harvest, then we can only return. But right at this moment, a ferocious roar sounded out from the ferocious battle up ahead. Simultaneously, the ground began to tremble. Looks like he got pretty lucky. Let's go and see if he's dead, said Yang Fan as his eyes lit up. He charged ahead as Lin Yun followed behind. When they arrived in the stone chamber that Guisu was in, they were shocked. There were 4 mats at the center, and there were 3 withered old men sitting on those mats with their heads lowered. On the other hand, Guisu was fighting with an old man. The old man's movements were stiff, but fast. The old man was shrouded in a faint demonic aura and his pupils glowed green. When they came in, Guisu was in a rather terrible state. His punches couldn't injure this demonic zombie and all he could do was try forcing it back. The zombie was extremely ferocious and it also began to increase its attacking speed. Help out quick! Guisu yelled out at Yang Fan and Lin Yun. But before Guisu could finish yelling, the 3 old men on the other mats raised their heads up. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust and sinister intentions. The green glow from their eyes lit up the entire stone chamber. When they looked at Lin Yun could sense a sinister aura trying to invade his mind. At the same time, Lin Yun also felt that his movements were starting to get sluggish. He now knew why Guisu was in such a terrible state when facing the zombie. It looks like these zombies weren't the same as the ones he faced in the past. The zombies he faced in the past had black eyes, not these strange green eyes. Looks like we're pretty lucky to run into 4 green-eyed fiend zombies, sneered Yang Fan as he lashed out his whip. Lin Yun's eyes also surged with boundless Xianxia sword intent as the sinister aura trying to invade his consciousness disappeared. At the same time, Lin Yun slanted to the side by instinct as a black bolt of lightning flew past him. In the next second, the claw of the zombie that came after him plunged into the wall where he previously stood. What swift speed! Lin Yun was startled. If he was slightly slower, he would have been torn apart. With that, Lin Yun had a rough estimation of how powerful the green-eyed fiend zombies were. Lin Yun ripped off a cloth from his clothes and poured his origin energy into it, making it straight like a sword. Moving his sword lightly, 7 silver rays stabbed out at the zombie and pinned it into the wall. When the 6 silver rays pinned the green-eyed zombie on the wall, the entire chamber began to tremble from the impact. This shocked Yang Fan and Guisu. Was this the power of the greater mastery Xianxia sword intent? They knew that sword intent was powerful, but they never expected it to be this powerful. Success! Lin Yun was also surprised, but he didn't dare to lower his guards. For some reason, he didn't think that the green-eyed zombies would be so easy to deal with. Right at this moment, the green-eyed zombies began to blaze with green flames and instantly broke free of the sword ray's restraint. It spat out a green liquid from its mouth that instantly caused black smoke to rise from the ground. Be careful, that's the corpse poison. It's extremely troublesome to deal with if you get hit by it, said Yang Fan as he whipped 2 green-eyed zombies to send them flying. But when his whip landed on the zombies, it had only caused sparks on the zombies' bodies. How annoying! Guisu finally roared out furiously as his body crackled with lightning and he began to throw out punches. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, his puknis constantly pushed the green-eyed zombies back. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of punches were thrown out. His fists even left afterimages in the air, which was a sign that his fist was faster than the eye could see. After another huge explosion, the green-eyed zombies were slammed into the wall. Die! Guisu's eyes glowed coldly as lightning crackled on the surface of his body even more ferociously. When his aura rose to its limit, his left fist punched the zombie's head, which sent it headfirst into the wall. On the other hand, Lin Yun frowned his brows as he looked at the zombie regenerating from its wounds. It didn't take long for the zombie to finish regenerating. The zombie was practically like an iron wall, and when the cloth landed on the zombie, it only produced muffled sounds. How troublesome! Yang Fan poured his origin energy into his whip, so the zombies weren't able to get close to him. The moment they got close, they would be knocked away by his whip. Snorting, Yang Fan wrapped his whip around a zombie's neck and flung it towards another zombie. The zombies collided and flew far away, but it didn't take long for them to get back up on their feet. On the side, Guasu's face was also covered with shock as he looked at the zombie he smashed into the wall, slowly climbing out. As for Lin Yun, the cloth in his hand released a dazzling brilliance as it slammed into the zombie like a ferocious beast. The zombie spat out pieces of its internal organs and was smashed into the wall again. Finally, the wall that the zombie kept hitting became rubble. This can't keep going on. Their defenses and regeneration speed is too terrifying. We either leave now or die of exhaustion. Yang Fan, think of a solution, said Guasu. His punches were powerful, but there was nothing he could do if they couldn't pierce through the zombie. Looking at the zombie crawling out from the pile of rocks, Lin Yun frowned his eyebrows and hesitated if he should use the complete mastery Xianxian sword intent to destroy the zombie. The zombie's defense wasn't just powerful, but it also had a strong regenerative ability. There was nothing Lin Yun could do about it if he couldn't kill it instantly. But very quickly, Lin Yun made his decision. Yang Fan and Guasu were both on the ranking, so they naturally had their own trump cards. There was no need for him to reveal his. If he really couldn't do anything to the zombies, then he could just leave. He was concerned that the two would gang up on him the moment he brought out his Xiantian sword intent in complete mastery. We have to kill the zombies instantly. I'll restrain the 4 zombies. Lin Yun, use your Xianxian sword intent to pierce through the zombies' defenses, and then Guasu will deal the final blow, said Yang Fan with annoyance in his eyes. The zombies were also giving him a headache. Fine with me, replied Lin Yun. Fine with me too. But Yang Fan, can you really restrain all 4 of them? Guasu asked with flickering eyes. The plan was good, but trying to restrain all 4 of the zombies wouldn't be easy. Watch! Yang Fan glared at Guasu and roared, Demonic Whip, Snake Dance. Yang Fan began to release a terrifying aura in the pinnacle Yang stage, and his hair started fluttering in the wind. The terrifying aura matched the Yin-Yang stage and enveloped the entire chamber. Before Lin Yun and Guasu could react, countless whips began to dance around Lin Yun like a golden viper. Lin Yun and Guasu were shocked and executed their movement techniques to start dodging the whips. Yang Fan, what the hell are you doing? Guasu yelled, but a whip flew past him that startled him greatly. As Lin Yun dodged the whips, he fell into deep thoughts and looked at the chamber. He was shocked to realize that Yang Fan was gathering all 4 green-eyed zombies towards the center of the chamber. In the blink of an eye, the zombies were trapped. The afterimages of Yang Fan's whip formed an invisible cage that bound the zombies together. Then, Yang Fan yelled, Imprison! Countless afterimages of whips overlapped to bind the 4 zombies together like a rope. But while the zombies roared and struggled, Yang Fan revealed a strained expression. But before Yang Fan could say anything, Lin Yun soared into the sky and split into 9 afterimages. When the 9 afterimages overlapped together, moonlight began to shine on Lin Yun's body as he stabbed out with the cloth in his hand. All 4 zombies had a huge wound on their chests, which made them even more frantic. They struggled violently when they felt the pain. However, before they could break free, a bolt of lightning landed on their chests. Thunderbolt, shattering star. The 4 zombies instantly exploded as they were torn into fragments by Guasu's attack. Success! Guasu smiled as he dropped to one knee. Yang Fan also let out a breath of relief. It wasn't easy controlling the zombies, so if Guasu wasn't fast enough, the zombies would have broken free and his efforts would be for nothing. But right at this moment, the heads of the zombies began to wiggle as new flesh was regenerating below their necks. Damn it! Guasu and Yang Fan's faces changed because they never expected the regenerative ability of the zombies to be so shocking. After all, the 4 zombies were only left with their heads. But right at this moment, a sword ray flashed. The sword ray was so fast that Guasu and Yang Fan were shocked. Thunderbolt Slasher. When the sword ray dissipated, the cloth in Lin Yun's hand had pierced into the 4 zombies' heads. Break! Lin Yun roared with a sharp flash in his eyes. Then, the 4 heads exploded at the same time. This Yang Fan and Guisu were both shocked as they looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. It took them a long time to recover and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. With that, the zombies were finally dead. Storing his whip, Yang Fan stepped forward and gently tapped the platform up ahead. A stone box slowly appeared out from the platform, which Yang Fan carefully opened to reveal 3 jade slips. The jade slips naturally recorded ancient martial techniques. It turned out that Yang Fan wasn't wrong that this was a martial technique chamber. The 3 jade slips represented a movement technique, a fist technique, and a cultivation technique. "I want this," said Lin Yun as he took the jade slip that recorded a movement technique. "I'll go for the fist technique," said Guisu as he took a jade slip from the box. As for Yang Fan, he wasn't left with a choice, but he definitely got the one with the highest value. Even if the ancient cultivation technique couldn't be compared to Lin Yun's Iris Sword Sutra, it was still a lot stronger than many present-day cultivation techniques. Then again, neither Lin Yun nor Guisu suffered a loss as they both picked the martial technique most suitable to them. Furthermore, Yang Fan was the one who restrained the 4 zombies. Plus, he was also the one who led them here. So it was natural to let him have the cultivation technique. "Farewell," said Lin Yun as he turned to leave. Before the two could speak, Lin Yun was already at the entrance. But right at this moment, Yang Fan suddenly called out, "Lin Yun, wait." Guisu had also collected himself at this moment and he looked at Lin Yun's silhouette. Right at this moment, the stone chamber was enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. Just a moment ago, the 3 had worked together to slay their enemies. But now, Yang Fan and Guisu's gazes were both on Lin Yun with killing intent flashing in the depths of their eyes. Lin Yun came to a stop. He was only 1 step away from leaving the chamber, but he chose to come to a stop. He could also choose to face the 2 with his back to ensure that he could escape immediately if anything went wrong. But Lin Yun knew that he didn't have a choice. Yang Fan and Guisu were looking at Lin Yun's silhouette as they circulated the origin energy in their bodies. They were acting calm, but the depths of their eyes reflected their killing aura. Then again, they had concealed the killing aura in their eyes very well. But the moment they made a decision, they could launch their strongest moves in a split second. They were both waiting to see how Lin Yun would respond to Yang Fan. After all, Yang Fan's words sounded so normal that it would be hard to detect the danger in them if one wasn't paying attention. The moment Lin Yun relaxed, the 2 of them would launch their strongest attacks at Lin Yun. They were both geniuses on the rankings, so they wouldn't go easy against a monstrous genius like Lin Yun. "What is it?" But to their surprise, Lin Yun turned around and faced Yang Fan. He didn't choose to escape immediately, nor did he continue to face the 2 with his back. Instead, he had turned around and faced Yang Fan head-on. The smile on Yang Fan's face froze briefly as he began to wonder if Lin Yun sensed his killing aura. A cold light flashed in Guisu's eyes beside and he smiled. "Nothing much. Brother Yang is interested in your jade slip. Why don't you come over and let us all look at it?" As he spoke, he also began to walk over casually. At this moment, Yang Fan also reacted as he helped Guisu cover up their scheme with a smile. "Let's share our jade slips. I believe you're also interested in the ancient cultivation technique in my hands." Without any changes on his face, Lin Yun raised his brow. "Of course, but if you want to take a look at my jade slip, then I'll have to trouble Brother Yang to come over by himself." As he spoke, he glanced at Guishui, who had taken 2 steps forward. In the next second, a buzz rang in Guisu's mind. It felt like there were countless swords hovering before him, and that the sword intent would come after him if he dared to take another step forward. Under the immense pressure, Guisu cursed inwardly as he stopped moving. He no longer dared to take another step. As for Yang Fan, he also began to hesitate when Lin Yun asked him to go over. "Brother Yang, did you injure your leg earlier? Since that's the case, then I'll come over," said Lin Yun as he sneered inwardly and approached Yang Fan. "Stop right there." Yang Fan's face suddenly changed and he barked quickly. But shortly after, Yang Fan knew that he had overreacted and smiled. "Now that I think about it again, it's fine. You can leave." Glancing at Yang Fan and Guisu, Lin Yun turned around and left without any hesitation. When Lin Yun's figure disappeared at the entrance, The bizarre atmosphere looming on Yang Fan and Guisu finally dissipated. Right now, Yang Fan and Guisu felt heavily relieved. The confrontation might have seemed peaceful, but only they knew how ferocious it was. That fellow's terrifying. He actually wants to put his life on the line. Is he really that confident that he can take us down? Guisu said with lingering fear. When Lin Yun wanted to come over, both Yang Fan and Guisu were startled. They knew that Lin Yun had sensed their killing aura, but Lin Yun's composure left them shocked. Yang Fan was stunned for a long time before he said, "Forget about losing our lives. Even the risk of being heavily injured isn't something we can accept. We're here for the Empyrean's tomb legacy and the Astral Pearl. No one is willing to give up on this opportunity. Plus, I was told a long time ago not to underestimate a swordsman who has grasped the Xiantian sword intent. Based on his courage alone, I'm not surprised that he can bring his sword intent to greater mastery," added Guisu. Logically speaking, Lin Yun should be the one under pressure from them, but Lin Yun had clearly won the confrontation. They both had a flaw in their hearts, which was grasped by Lin Yun. Shaking his head, Yang Fang said in a grave voice, "There are more and more geniuses these days. It's uncertain if you and I can still be on the ranking after this draconic banquet. Isn't that why we're in the Wither North Sea? If I've guessed correctly, you could have made a breakthrough into the Yinyang stage long ago, right?" Guisu said with a light flickering in his eyes. "It's not easy trying to get the Astral Pearl with Ji Wuya and Yen Kong around," responded Yang Fan. After Lin Yun left the chambers, he began to search for the exit. Along the way, he ran into many corpses. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun sighed. Every time a treasure appears, there will be many deaths. Take the previous moment, for example. He had just finished working with Guisu and Yang Fan to kill the zombies, but in the next second, they both considered him a threat after seeing the Thunderbolt Slasher. But since Lin Yun had chosen this path, he wouldn't hesitate. If there was no path ahead of him, he would simply open a new path with the sword in his hand. Without realizing it, he got to the far end of the tunnel and saw a door blocking his way. A door! This was somewhat surprising. There were many split ways along the way, but Lin Yun rarely ever ran into such a complete door. But thinking about the battle with the zombies earlier, Lin Yun didn't dare to lower his guard. But just when he was hesitating, the door suddenly opened as a figure pounced at him. Lin Yun couldn't see the creature's appearance clearly, but he could roughly guess that it was a humanoid demonic beast like apes or zombies. Since Lin Yun was already guarded, he threw out a punch calmly. The creature began to retreat under Lin Yun's punches, and it didn't take long for Lin Yun to tear the creature apart. After the creature died, Lin Yun slowly raised his head and stepped into the door. There was a secret chamber behind the door, and Lin Yun could instantly sense a weak spiritual energy fluctuation here. But before he could think, black coffins broke apart and dozens of zombies pounced over at him. There might be many zombies, but they weren't on the same level as those green-eyed zombies. Omnipresent anger. Raging sky. Lin Yun threw out 2 moves from the 7 slaughtering fist, and his killing aura began to surge. Defiant frustration. Resonation. With a roar from Lin Yun, his punches cleared up all the zombies in the chamber. But under the force of Lin Yun's punches, cracks began to spread out in the chamber. "This damned place is really dangerous," sighed Lin Yun as he began to search the chamber. However, there was nothing here. Then again, Lin Yun wasn't surprised because those zombies were a lot weaker than the green-eyed zombies. In the end, Lin Yun made up his mind to leave quickly. Half a day later, Lin Yun finally saw light at the far end of the tunnel. When he came out of the tunnel, he leapt a few times before landing on a sand dune. When he turned back around to look at the exit of the tunnel, he saw the tunnel slowly being devoured by sand. He had no idea if this underground palace had other exits. Otherwise, Yang Fan and Guisu would be trapped for some time. Then again, the sand dune he was standing on also wasn't safe. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and bolted away with the 7 profound steps. When he landed on a few large rocks in a remote corner, Lin Yun looked around cautiously before he gently patted his interspatial pouch and retrieved the bottle containing the profound Yin water. "It's time for me to make my breakthrough." Lin Yun could already make his breakthrough, but he held back because of the profound in water. But since he had obtained it, then it was natural for him to refine it early. If he had cultivation in the Yang stage, he could face those geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking in the Empyrean's tomb. Yang Fan and Guisu had both revealed their killing aura earlier, and if the flower burial sword wasn't in the crucial moment of upgrading, the difference between him and them wouldn't be so great. Otherwise, Lin Yun would never leave so easily with his temper. He would surely teach both of them a lesson in the future. As for the Jade Slip, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to learn it right now. The 7 profound steps might be lacking behind his current realm right now, but it was adequate since it was in the manifestation stage. He could start learning the new technique after leaving the Wither North Sea. He knew that he wouldn't be disappointed since it was an ancient martial technique. When Lin Yun looked at the jade bottle, his eyes glowed, and as he muttered, "Time to refine the profound in water. I really want to see what makes it so special." Lin Yun's plan was to get the profound in water to make a breakthrough. His Iris Sword Sutra had reached the 10th stage, so he was able to make a breakthrough ever since he refined the Infernal Flower's petal. Since he had obtained the profound in water now, there was no reason for him not to refine it. After all, strength was of utmost importance in the Wither North Sea. It didn't matter if he was trying to protect himself or compete for the Empyrean's tomb, he needed strength. His previous meeting with Yang Fan and Guisu had given him a clear understanding of the strength of those elites on the ranking. They were only ranked in the 60s and 70s, but they were already so powerful. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how strong those in the top 10 would be. If there was a huge gap between their cultivation and Lin Yun didn't use his complete mastery of Xianxia's sword intent, he would probably be defeated with just one move. There was no doubt that both Ji Wuya and Yan Kong had immense strength. Therefore, he had to take this opportunity to make his breakthrough. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun sat down and slowly closed his eyes. As he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra within his body, he began to emit a silver glow, and his sword intent was released. At the same time, Lin Yun's hair began to flutter in the wind as the jade bottle containing the profound in water hovered in front of him. Suddenly, the jade bottle shattered, and the profound in water turned into droplets of liquid hovering before him. But Lin Yun wasn't in a rush to refine them, as he first used his sword intent to purify the profound in water. After all, the underground palace was heavily corroded by demonic aura, so Lin Yun had to be sure that the profound in water was pure. He had always been a cautious person, so he wouldn't make such a simple mistake. But a brief moment later, the profound in water started glittering like pearls as they emitted a green glow. After Lin Yun was done purifying the demonic aura, Lin Yun opened his eyes and swallowed the profound in water. The droplets of water turned into a stream that entered his mouth. Lin Yun's aura also began to rise. His clothes began to flutter and his aura approached the Yang stage. In the next second, the profound in water entering Lin Yun's body spread throughout his body. He could feel every cell swelling, but there weren't many changes to his body. Even with his powerful physique, he still felt a faint aching all over his body. At the same time, the overflow of origin energy also caused his violet palace to begin to swell. Booming sounds constantly came from his body, and in the next second, muscles began to grow on Lin Yun's lean body, which puffed up his clothes. The changes were unprecedented. This was also the reason why the profound in water was so rare and could only be found in overlord forces. When his physique reached its limit, the profound in water absorbed the silver sword energy within his body. It was like a sponge in the way that it soaked everything up. A brief moment later, Lin Yun's origin energy became more refined and was purer than before. As Lin Yun continued to circulate the Iris Sword Sutra, the swelling sensation within his body gradually calmed down. After Lin Yun completed one cycle of the Iris Sword Sutra, the silver glow around his body gradually calmed down. At this moment, Lin Yun was like a growing lotus. Making a breakthrough from the Yin stage to Yang stage was smoother than he had imagined. In the past, every single of Lin Yun's breakthroughs had caused a huge commotion along with an outburst of aura. It had never been so calm like this. It felt like making a breakthrough to the Yang stage was just a small matter. 2 hours later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a long breath. His aura has undergone a complete change. When he slowly got up on his feet, aside from his tattered clothes, there weren't many changes to him. But if someone examined him carefully, they would see that Lin Yun had grown in height and his explosive muscles became smoother. He had clearly become more muscular, but now he looked like a sculpted piece of jade. Interesting. The profounding water can actually affect my heart, said Lin Yun as he looked at his right hand with surprise. He had refined many pellets and herbs in the past, but this was the first time he had such a bizarre feeling. The breakthrough was unbelievably smooth, but the changes brought to him by the profound in water were unreal. As Lin Yun released his aura in the lesser yang stage, his silver origin energy now had some warmth compared to when he was in the yin stage. This had brought a complete transformation to his origin energy, and Lin Yun could sense that this breakthrough had made him stronger by at least 50%. The improvement was shocking. Suddenly, Lin Yun punched the ground and a huge crater reaching 100 meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters wide appeared. The huge crater had left Lin Yun shocked by his current strength, but at the same time, his pupils were filled with excitement. I've really underestimated the profound in water's usage. My strength has increased by at least 70% to 80%. Right now, even without using my Xianxia sword intent, I can probably compete with Wuxia just by relying on my origin energy, muttered Lin Yun with satisfaction filled in his eyes. After Lin Yun changed into a new set of clean clothes, he soared into the sky and left this place. But suddenly, Lin Yun ran into a horrible natural disaster. But he was used to it since this was the Wither North Sea. As he executed the 7 profound steps, the golden crow seal appeared behind him and shot out like a bolt of lightning. When he charged out of the sandstorm, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and landed on a sand dune. Beneath the sand dune was empty flat land, and there was a ferocious battle ongoing with 3 sex disciples donned in crimson clothes attacking a youth. The youth had defined features and his strength was impressive. But he was ultimately overwhelmed and he was already covered with injuries. The 3 ganging up on him were experienced, especially the crimson-clothed youth taking the lead. Whenever the lone youth was exhausted from his 2 foes, the leader would suddenly strike out like a viper. Every time he attacked, he would bite a piece of flesh off the youth. You're a genius from the Heavenly Sword Sect? You don't seem that impressive at all, said the crimson-clothed youth with a smirk. The youth was Mu Chun, who was ranked as a top 3 inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He was a genius who reached the Greater Yang stage at the age of 18. The world is really small, Lin Yun muttered as he watched this scene. Then again, it wasn't entirely a coincidence. The Wither North Sea might be massive, but if they continued to go deep in the desert, they would run into each other sooner or later. Mu Chun came with the intention of spreading his name in the Wither North Sea, but he was now in terrible straits and his life was in danger. As for the leader dressed in crimson clothes, he was naturally a core disciple in the Blood War Pavilion. If Lin Yun had guessed correctly, they should be the ones standing beside Wuxia. How shameless! If you, Chun Ho, didn't launch a sneak attack and gang up on me, pieces of trash like you wouldn't be able to defeat me. Even if you kill me today, my senior brother will take revenge for me. Mu Chun cursed with a grim expression. He had found a rare fruit with great difficulty, but before he could pluck the fruit, Chun Ho suddenly launched a sneak attack on him. Then they surrounded him before he could even react. Mu Chun initially thought that he could survive by giving them the fruit, but he didn't expect that they had no intention of letting him off. Chun Ho mocked, "You call yourself a genius when you can't even fight with multiple opponents? As for your trash senior brother Zhang Yuan, he's nothing before my senior brother." Ha ha ha. As Chun Ho laughed, his palm landed on Mu Chen's chest once more. This time, Mu Chen's bones broke as he threw up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He had even lost control of the sword in his hand. So what if you're a disciple of an overlord force? You'll still die running into me. Chun Ho. Chun Ho wore a sinister expression as he threw a palm at Mu Chen's head. If this palm connected, Mu Chun would definitely lose his life. But right in the crucial moment, a golden light exploded as an azure figure descended and blocked the palm. This caused blood to leak out from Chun Ho's lips as he took several steps back. Even the other two disciples from the Blood War Pavilion's faces had changed as they gathered behind Chun Ho. Lin Yun. Mu Chun was shocked to see Lin Yun. He never imagined that Lin Yun would come to his rescue, but he couldn't be bothered thinking about that right now. Lin Yun might be hateful, but at least he wouldn't die now with the two of them working together. Another one coming to die? Chun Ho soon calmed himself down when he realized that Lin Yun was only in the lesser yang stage. What ignorance despite facing death, sneered Lin Yun as he picked up Mu Chen's sword. The moment he held onto it, he could tell that this sword wasn't ordinary. But due to his unique physique, there was no way the sword could allow him to strike twice. But dealing with these clowns before him, one attack was more than enough. Lin Yun, don't be impulsive. He's Ji Wuye's junior brother. We have to work together to survive. Mu Chun was startled when he saw Lin Yun wanting to charge over with his sword. He instantly knew that they were both going to die. What arrogance! Hee. Another one that's so arrogant. Let me see what you can do to me. The three disciples from the Blood War Pavilion sneered as they charged towards Lin Yun. Die! Lin Yun merely reacted by taking a step forward and swinging his sword. In the next second, his sword energy empowered by his Xianxia sword intent limited at greater mastery, dyed the entire world silver as a powerful sword aura destroyed the three disciples' auras. When the silver ray flashed, a 1,000-meter-long ravine appeared behind the three disciples from the Blood War Pavilion. In the next second, the sword in Lin Yun's hand shattered into pieces as the three disciples' bodies exploded. Why you? Mu Chun was completely dumbfounded by the scene of how Lin Yun killed the three of them with a single attack. The domineering demeanor from Lin Yun had given Mu Chun a great shock. After all, Mu Chun didn't expect that from Lin Yun, who he thought had only defeated Xiaozhen by purely relying on his luck. This was a silent slap to his face, which was even more painful than the palm Chun Ho gave him to the chest. Sorry about your sword, said Lin Yun as he looked at Mu Chen's sword that was only left with the hilt. Although he couldn't understand the reason behind the destroyed sword, he knew that it was related to the mysterious sword within his body. Mu Chun was woken up from his stupor as he replied awkwardly, "Don't worry about it." A long time later, Mu Chun spoke with great difficulty. Thank you for your help." He was naturally embarrassed by the words he used when he had been looking down on Lin Yun. But when he noticed that there weren't any changes to Lin Yun's face, he finally felt relieved. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. He was still thinking about working together with Lin Yun to survive the ordeal, but Lin Yun had merely used an attack to kill the three disciples from the Blood War Pavilion. But he still couldn't accept the fact that the difference in strength between him and Lin Yun was so great. Was he so weak that he couldn't even take an attack from Lin Yun? When Mu Chun thought of how he provoked Lin Yun previously, he couldn't help feeling ashamed. So it turns out that Lin Yun had the strength to kill him with a slap all along. But Lin Yun just didn't want to bother with him. Lin Yun, were you always so powerful? Mu Chun asked Lin Yun since his heart was so unwilling to yield. If Lin Yun didn't have the strength within the Wither North Sea, there was without a doubt that he would feel better. Lin Yun raised his head and said, I had a few encounters in the Wither North Sea. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to make my breakthrough into the Yang stage. But before my breakthrough, killing the three of them would only require 3 attacks from me. That's impossible, said Mu Chun. Most importantly, Lin Yun's strength was only in the pinnacle Yin stage at that time. You don't believe me? Lin Yun released a little of his sword intent. When the chilling sword intent was released from Lin Yun, it felt like he was in the center of the world. Xiantian's sword intent in greater mastery, Mu Chun exclaimed, to which Lin Yun merely responded by nodding his head. So it's true. Mu Chun was speechless as he smiled bitterly. He had some guesses about Lin Yun's sword intent earlier, but he was utterly shocked when the answer was revealed to him. After all, he didn't expect Lin Yun's sword intent to reach greater mastery. As a swordsman, Mu Chun naturally knew what it meant. Even in the Heavenly Sword sect, there weren't more than 3 who grasped the Xiantian sword intent in greater mastery. The Heavenly Sword sect only had 3 disciples who grasped the Xiantian sword intent in greater mastery. So when Mu Chun looked at Lin Yun again, he noticed that Lin Yun's temperament had undergone a small transformation. Lin Yun wasn't any inferior to the geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking now. Organizing his thoughts, Mu Chun voiced his concern. I'm sorry about earlier, but you just killed Ji Wuye's junior brother, and the Blood War Pavilion's disciples have always been fearless. They've never placed the Overlord Force's disciples in their eyes. If Ji Wuye pursues this matter, I'm afraid that they're already dead. I can't just stand here and do nothing. Furthermore, it won't be easy for Ji Wuye to find out the culprit, said Lin Yun. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's leave this place quickly and join up with the rest. Mu Chun was still concerned, and he didn't dare to stay here for too long. Right at this moment, a black beam shot into the sky that connected heaven and earth, producing a starry sky. At the same time, everyone could roughly see the outline of a tomb that emitted an ancient aura. The Empyrean's tomb, Mu Chun exclaimed. When Lin Yun raised his head, the commotion caused by the phenomenon was great. It looks like the seal on the Empyrean's tomb had weakened and it could no longer suppress the phenomenon. In the starry sky, there was an enormous star that outshined others. That's the astral pearl, Mu Chun said in a grave voice just when Lin Yun was feeling baffled. Astral pearl. Lin Yun looked at Mu Chun with questions. Mu Chun was stunned before he recalled that Lin Yun had always been in the Heavenly Province Academy, and there was a possibility that he didn't know about it. After all, everyone Lin Yun knew what was told to him by Mo Ling, and Mo Ling only told him about the profound in water. Mu Chun hesitated briefly and explained, "This isn't a secret. You must have come in contact with some geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking these days. Didn't you notice that all of them were stuck in the pinnacle Yang stage?" Lin Yun pondered this and realized that this was really the case. Regardless of Ji Wuye, Yen Kong, Yang Fan, and Guisu, they were all in the pinnacle Yang stage. They were in the pinnacle Yin stage and lesser Yang stage 4 years ago. So based on their talents, they should have made their breakthrough to the Yin Yang stage long ago. It wasn't easy making a breakthrough into the Yin Yang stage, and many people were stuck in it for a long time. But it shouldn't be a problem for geniuses. So under Mu Chen's explanation, Lin Yun gained a rough understanding of the situation. So it turns out that they could make their breakthrough anytime they wanted. But they just didn't want to do it. After all, martial souls were important in the Yin Yang stage. Anyone with ambition would try to upgrade their martial souls to the profound 8th grade before making a breakthrough. Those in the top 7 on the ranking even went as far as upgrading their martial soul to Earth grade before making their breakthrough. You're saying that the Astral Pearl can upgrade the martial soul? Lin Yun asked with his eyes glowing. Mu Chun nodded his head and pointed at the brightest star in the sky. Spiritual energy comes from the sun and moon's essence. But after reaching the Empyrean realm, a cultivator can absorb the sun and moon's essence directly from the stars. When an Empyrean dies, the astral energy within their body will condense into a pearl, which is commonly known as the Astral Pearl. Look, it's that one. But the other pearls also have a decent effect. I see. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and said, so the most precious thing in the Empyrean's tomb isn't the Empyrean's legacy or profound in water, but the Astral Pearl. He roughly knew why Mo Ling didn't tell him about it. After all, Ji Wuye and those on top 10 on the outer ranking would go after the Astral Pearl, and Mo Ling must have been concerned that he would start a conflict with them. When Lin Yun raised his head to look at the starry sky, he fell into deep thoughts. Clearly, the phenomenon in the starry sky came from the Empyrean's corpse. The genuine Astral Pearl must be in the tomb. But the phenomenon was just too shocking. Was this the strength of an Empyrean expert? He couldn't believe that a deceased Empyrean still had such great prowess even after his death. He couldn't imagine how powerful this Empyrean was when he was still alive. This kind of expert must be someone that everyone admires. It was at this moment that Lin Yun determined that he would also possess such strength in the future. As if the flower burial sword had sensed his thoughts, it began to buzz within the box. It had been a long time since it came out and it was growing impatient. But Lin Yun wasn't in a rush to use it. The moment it was upgraded to a cosmic artifact was the day it would reappear. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yun smiled. Let's go. Wearing a smile on his face, Lin Yun's eyes flashed. This phenomenon must have attracted all the geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking, right?